About 150 kilometers away from Enlin, there was a black, ghostly ball crawling surreptitiously along the ground. It had been following Enlin from the moment he had destroyed that scouting monster, and it was completely unnoticeable. It had even accidentally knocked a ghost flying along the way, upon which the ghost flared up with rage and looked around, but it was still unable to notice it. It was the premier scout of the Void Spirit realm. It possessed a return to Void Stage cultivation base, but it was able to trace Dao integration stage super mighty figures. This could all be attributed to its ability to withdraw its aura and its extraordinary eyesight. It was the vastly renowned nine-eyed ghost of the Void Spirit realm. No matter how powerful you are, nothing you do can escape my notice. Once the god engulfing skeleton gets here, you will be as good as dead. I will also be rewarded for my efforts, and may even have the chance to take a few bites of your consciousness. A disdainful expression appeared on the nine-eyed ghost's face. It absolutely detested arrogance, and in its eyes, Enlin was the epitome of arrogance and ignorance for making his way into the Void Spirit tribe territory. Enlin was now close enough to the demigod carcass, and his footsteps faltered as he drew his evil-slaying sword. The nine-eyed ghost focused its gaze upon seeing this. It looked like Enlin was preparing to dissect the carcass before putting it into his storage rings. This carcass definitely looked like something out of the ordinary and was most likely very valuable. Unfortunately for him, no matter what he did, all of his property would soon belong to the god engulfing skeleton. The nine-eyed ghost's 9 eyes were opened as it stared at Enlin. A mocking smile appeared on its face again as it envisioned the despair on Enlin's face after being confronted by the god engulfing skeleton. It was very much looking forward to seeing that. Right at this moment, its world suddenly descended into complete darkness. What was going on? The nine-eyed ghost was given a massive fright. Had it gone blind? Impossible. How could all 9 of its eyes go blind at the same time? In the next instant, a frosty chill surged through its entire body as a terrifying notion welled up in its heart. Had it been discovered? Shadow Tiger. 2 gentle words sounded beside its ear. When the nine-eyed ghost's vision returned, there was already a white-robed man standing before it, and the black, wispy sword intent emanating from the inky black longsword in his hand was just beginning to dissipate. Impossible! Impossible! No one can see me. The nine-eyed ghost's voice became more and more feeble. Even a return to void stage piece of trash is trying to tail me? Do you really think I can't lift my blade anymore? And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The nine-eyed ghost. At that moment, it finally understood that Daddy was still Daddy no matter where he went. Even if Enlin was on Void Spirit tribe territory right now, he was still not someone that could be messed with. Blat. The inky black body on the ground suddenly split into several pieces. Its 9 eyes were also pulverized. Ah! The nine-eyed ghost disintegrated into smoke amid a blood-curdling cry. The number 1 scout in the Void Spirit tribe had been insta-killed by Enlin just like that. Enlin shook his head as if he had done something entirely insignificant before turning around and making his way toward the demigod carcass again. My location has most likely already been disclosed. I have to hurry. The nine-eyed ghost was actually an exemplary scout, and Enlin didn't notice it initially. It was only because Enlin was taking precautionary measures by using his omniscient eye to make sure that there were no threats around before he began to absorb the demigod's soul power essence that he discovered the nine-eyed ghost. This demigod really is massive. Enlin looked at the gargantuan carcass, and he really wasn't sure if he could finish absorbing in an hour and if his body could even handle it. For some reason, he thought back to his sun-eating experience again. His body couldn't handle it, but his sea of vital energy could. The system would never assign a truly impossible mission. If it felt impossible, then that was only because the right approach hadn't been found. Just go with the flow and everything would be all right. And Lin rid himself of his unnecessary thoughts before quickly making his way over to the demigod carcass. He soon reached within a distance of 50 kilometers from the gargantuan carcass. It was also at this moment that a very peculiar feeling enshrouded his entire body. His consciousness was suddenly feeling extremely good, as if there were a hand relentlessly massaging his consciousness. taking him straight to Cloud 9. Ha-wah! What's happening? And Lin's entire body shuddered, and a sense of extreme satisfaction welled up in his heart. He knew that this energy had to be harmful to him. He tried to use his power to resist it, but it was omnipresent and unavoidable, as if it was a part of this heaven and earth. The more Lin continued onward, the more this feeling intensified, and the more he began to lose control. No, if this continues, I'm going to. He continued onward for another dozen kilometers or so. His legs were already trembling and his cheeks were extremely flushed. And Lin had never felt so good before. Even the perfect flex couldn't compare to how good this felt. What kind of power is this? And Lin's eyes gradually became glazed over, and his vision blurred as he stared at the gargantuan, colorful carcass nearby. He was suddenly struck by the urge to stay here forever and bask in this ecstasy and bliss forever. He felt like his entire body was floating, as if it had gone entirely flaccid and was about to lie down here forever. No, I can't. I must go on. And Lin bit through the tip of his tongue to try and use pain to make himself more alert. As a result, he was struck by a wonderful mix of pleasure and pain, and Lin gritted his teeth and advanced for another 5 kilometers. He was now only about 5 kilometers away from the demigod carcass, and he could cover that distance with a single step if he was to use a spell technique. However, he was unable to do so, and his legs buckled as he fell to the ground. It feels so good. And Lin lay sprawled onto the ground, and his entire consciousness trembled as if it were being jerked off by some sort of power, making his body tremble with bliss along with it. This was such a satisfying sensation, and Lin was in so much bliss that he had lost all ability to fight. The gargantuan demigod carcass lay silently upon the ground while releasing its peculiar light, as if it were wordlessly mocking Lin for his weakness. And Lin finally knew where the truly difficult part of this mission lay. This was a place that contained very special laws. It was a place that could strike extreme bliss into a living being's consciousness, and the demigod carcass was most likely what was responsible for this. And Lin knew the root cause behind this predicament, and he was now devising a way to try and get out of this situation even though his body was resisting that idea. After all, it felt so good here, so why not just stay? No. If he continued to stay here, he would become a stupid cunt as stipulated by the system. I have to keep going. And Lin gritted his teeth and pressed his hands to the ground with all his might in order to support his body into an upright position. If this is the power of laws, then I'll just have to use the paramount powers of laws between heaven and earth to combat it. A white divine halo of wind appeared above his head, and a paramount power of laws erupted forth. Wind of absolute power. The extreme bliss he had been experiencing disappeared. No matter how powerful the laws were, they had to concede to the powers of the heavenly gods. And Lin panted heavily, and his glazed-over eyes slowly began to become clear again. At this moment, a sharp pain shot through his consciousness, and it began to exhibit symptoms of withdrawal. His expression shifted drastically. This was the after-effect of that extremely blissful experience. Thank God he hadn't continued to bask in that power. Otherwise, he would have most likely perished from excessive bliss. This was the power to take one to heaven before destroying them, and Lin swallowed an immortal pill to repair his consciousness before continuing on toward the demigod carcass. This time, he did not encounter any hindrance. The butterfly carcass lay silently on the ground with all manners of dazzling lights shimmering from its body. It was so vibrant and beautiful that it did not appear to be a carcass at all. Not only that, but the passage of time left no trace upon it whatsoever. It still looked like it could come alive at any moment. Is this really a carcass? And Lin was a little entranced. This was such a perfect body. It was like the best artistic masterpiece in this world. He reached out to stroke the body and discovered that it was as smooth and springy as jelly and was also quite cool to the touch. At the same time, peculiar music flowed from his hand and into his mind. The music was faint and ethereal, seemingly reflecting a boundless world. And Lin's eyes turned snowy white. Divine inspection technique. A string of information began to appear in his mind. Remains of the demigod holmium spirit butterfly. The remains of a holmium spirit butterfly who fell after a failed attempt at progressing to the god of creation stage. It is imbued with extremely rich soul power essence as well as the essence of substance and matter. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. This really was a god of creation stage carcass. Even though the holmium spirit butterfly had failed in its attempt to progress to the god of creation stage, its soul power and body were both infinitely approaching the god of creation stage. All Tao integration stage carcasses were priceless treasures, let alone god of creation stage carcasses. What a massive treasure! An excited smile appeared on Enlin's face. However, the Void Spirit tribe really was quite formidable. They had this terrifying being who was infinitely approaching the god of creation stage and the Spirit Patriarch, who was already at the god of creation stage prior to its death. These two alone were already an extremely terrifying force. Thankfully, both of them had already fallen, and as far as Enlin knew, the most powerful beings within Void Spirit Tribe now were at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, which was not enough to pose a substantial threat to him. The Void Spirit Tribe had a glorious past, and even now it was one of the very few powers on the Taichu continent that could compare to the human race. From the number of Tao integration stage super mighty figures they had even outstripped the human race with a staggering total of 18. Now that the spirit realm was open again, those 18 Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings had most likely already entered. There were going to be some tough battles coming up. He couldn't waste any more time, and Lin took a deep breath before unleashing his engulfment spell technique. Boom! The holmium spirit butterfly's soul power instantly flowed into his body before being absorbed by his consciousness. Ah! And Lin's entire body trembled. It was not because he had been attacked. It was because his consciousness was being stimulated. It felt so good. If the spiritual bliss he had experienced before was a lake of bliss, then this was an ocean of bliss. It was a feeling of indescribable, extreme bliss. The laws that struck bliss directly into his consciousness were created by the holmium spirit butterfly's soul power essence. Just its soul power essence alone was able to create its own laws, and it was difficult to imagine just how terrifyingly powerful the holmium spirit butterfly would have been. Dazzling rainbow energy surged into Enlin's body like a river. This energy was extremely vast, extremely pure, and extremely potent. This was the most potent soul power Enlin had ever witnessed, and the reason why his consciousness was experiencing so much bliss was that this unparalleled soul power was cleansing and enhancing the entirety of his consciousness. This type of extreme bliss completely paralyzed Enlin and made him lose the ability to fight as his mind was completely blank. He couldn't even maintain his engulfment spell technique anymore, and he fell to the ground once again. However, the soul power engulfment process did not conclude as a result. After the passageway had been opened up, the soul power essence continued to flow into Enlin's body to be absorbed by his consciousness. What was going on? Enlin's expression shifted drastically. He wasn't even absorbing the soul power essence anymore, but it was giving itself to him. Why was it doing this? However, regardless of the reasons behind this, it was always a good thing that he was able to absorb the soul power essence. Slowly, Enlin began to immerse himself in this peculiar feeling of bliss. The gargantuan holmium spirit butterfly was actually a spirit body with no substance, and because its soul power was flowing away, it began to slowly shrink. The carcass that had been here for countless years without exhibiting any changes was finally beginning to transform. It was giving itself in its entirety to this man. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the flying blue bird spirit's expression suddenly shifted. Crap! I've lost connection with the nine-eyed ghost. It has most likely perished. The nine-eyed ghost is our most powerful scout. How was Enlin able to discover it? The twin-headed monster was quite surprised to hear this. Don't underestimate Enlin. He may be arrogant, but he has some skills to back it up. Unfortunately for him, I've already locked onto him, so he won't be able to escape. The god-engulfing skeleton's scythe shone with a divine light as it chuckled coldly. You and I will definitely be able to capture Enlin alive. The twin-headed monster was brimming with confidence as it said, when that time comes, We'll show him what it feels like to regret being born. At the sight of the fallen holmium spirit butterfly, the gargantuan demigod carcass became smaller and smaller. And Lin wore a completely blank expression on his face with drool dripping down his chin, as if he were a broken toy. He felt so good that he no longer even recognized this world. Before he knew it, the carcass of the holmium spirit butterfly had completely disappeared. There was no longer a holmium spirit butterfly left in this world. In other words, it was now in a different form. At the moment, it existed as a form of sustenance for Lin's consciousness, thus resulting in an evolution. And Lin could feel that his consciousness was becoming more powerful than ever before and had already transcended beyond the Tao integration stage, as if it had gone onto a higher level. It was pure and powerful, and it even gave him a sense of things that he shouldn't have been able to detect. Tao integration stage cultivators could no longer contain a consciousness of this caliber. And Lin speculated that his consciousness had most likely already reached the God of Creation stage. And Lin's consciousness had completely evolved. He recovered from the extreme bliss surging through his body, and his consciousness fell dormant, as if it had been completely exhausted by the vigorous transformation it had just undertaken. I need to find somewhere to hide, and Lin murmured to himself. His current condition was horrible. After his consciousness fell dormant, he was unable to use his divine sense or any spiritual attacks. Not only that, but after recovering from the extreme bliss he had just experienced, his legs were extremely feeble and wobbly, as if they were made by jelly. At the same time, 60% of his power had been diverted as an autonomous response by his body to protect his consciousness, which meant that he could only use 40% of his power. The system certainly hadn't lied to him. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing your mission. Now bestowing upon you the third stage in God cultivation method. Boom! Enormous spell technique true intent gushed into his mind. The space within a radius of several dozen kilometers around Lin began to freeze, and countless ice shards and snowflakes danced through the air as the power of extreme erupted from his body. Soon, Lin had grasped the third stage in God cultivation method. As a result, he also attained a spell technique, the Great Heavenly Ghost Palm. This was a more advanced version of his Heavenly Ghost Palm, which was imbued with an extremely potent power of that could trigger the power of evil from the River of Time with a probability of 100%. However, the more powerful the target's consciousness, the more they would be able to resist the spell technique's effects. And Lin was ecstatic upon seeing this. Even though it had some flaws, its ability to trigger the power of evil with 100% probability was quite useful, and it was undoubtedly his best spell technique for torturing his enemies. Ding dong! The system suddenly sounded again, and Lin was just basking in the joy of receiving his new spell technique when he was given a massive fright. He was just about to let loose a torrent of abuse at the system again when a string of information appeared, and he faltered upon seeing it. Detected that soul power essence level is sufficient to attain the fourth stage in God cultivation method. Now bestowing upon host the fourth stage in God cultivation method. Boom! Another enormous burst of true intent surged into his mind. And Lin was completely dumbstruck. Was this a buy one get one free deal? I'm not ready. The spontaneous show of love and affection from the system had caught Lin off guard, and he was feeling quite overwhelmed. Soon, he had attained the fourth stage in God cultivation method. As a result, he attained another spell technique, Perfected Heavenly Ghost Palm. The Perfected Heavenly Ghost Palm was imbued with the paramount power of and could ignore the target's spiritual defenses to inflict upon them 100% the damage presented by the power of extreme evil. And Lin, all three God cultivation method spell techniques were variations of the Heavenly Ghost Palm? How lazy could this system get? However, this perfected Heavenly Ghost Palm was very practical. Its only flaw had been removed, in that it could now ignore the target's spiritual defenses to inflict upon them 100% the damage presented by the power of extreme evil. This was seriously an extremely terrifying torture spell technique now, and Lin nodded to himself with contentment before flying into the distance. It was now time for him to find a place to hide. For some reason, he was feeling a little uneasy, as if he was being hunted down. Were there enemies nearby? This was an indescribable, instinctive feeling. He had to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Kun Peng travel. Void body mantra. And Lin withdrew his aura, and he flew into the sky like a majestic bird as he fled into the distance. Bam! After flying for only a few thousand kilometers, his body struck an invisible enchantment barrier. As soon as his body crashed into the barrier, all of the powers within the barrier surged violently toward Lin, releasing unparalleled restrictive force to heavily restrict his body. Crap! This was an ambush, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. His entire body tensed up, and he unleashed all 7 of his flames at the same time to dispel that restrictive power. At this moment, the sound of eerie laughter erupted in the distance. Ha ha ha! Sect leader Lin, you should have told me that you were coming to the spirit realm. I would have prepared a special welcome for you. In the distance, countless skeletal projections covered the entire heavens. A crimson skeleton monster wielding a crimson scythe hurtled forth, moving so quickly that the space around it was cracking and trembling in its wake. This was the Void Spirit Tribe's super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, the God engulfing skeleton. An inky black twin-headed monster was also cackling gleefully. And Lin, you can't escape. You arrogant bastard. I'll show you what it feels like to wish that you had never been born. This was the Dao integration initial stage super mighty figure, the Infernal Abyss Emperor. And Lin, you have been surrounded. A blue bird spirit let loose a clear cry. Its peculiar voice traveled through heaven and earth with extreme penetrative power, transmitting some sort of information to infinity and beyond. This was the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, the Blue Soul Heavenly Bird. And Lin took a deep breath. He was initially planning to go and look for the God engulfing skeleton. But who would have thought that the God engulfing skeleton would come to find him? If he were in his peak condition, he would be ecstatic, but now, he only had 40% of his power, and he had been confronted by 2 Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures, and Lin immediately turned and fled. Boom! And Lin tore through the enchantment barrier and fled into the distance using his Kun Peng travel technique. Ha ha ha! Sect leader Lin, I heard that you were the hero of the Kingdom of the 9 States, the hope of the human race, a man who could even slay heavenly gods. Why are you suddenly running away? The Infernal Abyss Emperor chortled with a mocking expression. The hope of the human race, my ass. If Lin is the hope of the human race would have been fucked a long time ago. Come fight me one-on-one, Lin. The Blue Soul Heavenly Bird taunted, and Lin instantly exploded with rage upon hearing this. Even a piece of trash at the return to Void Pinnacle stage dared to taunt him now? He knew that the Blue Soul Heavenly Bird was trying to goad him, but he still couldn't help but flare with rage. The 3 powerful beings chased after Lin relentlessly, slowly closing the distance between them and hurling insults throughout the entire process. The God engulfing skeleton was the fastest among all of them, which was to be expected from a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. And Lin only had 40% of his power left, so there was no way he could outrun the God engulfing skeleton. He and Lin stopped putting up a futile resistance. You won't be able to get away. The God engulfing skeleton tore through space and unleashed a mystic technique to cover a distance of several hundred kilometers. It immediately appeared within 150 kilometers of Lin, upon which it swung its scythe down. Soul Destruction Air Ceiling Slash. A bright blue blade projection tore through space and crashed down upon Lin. And Lin's consciousness was dormant, so his detection ability had been blunted significantly, but he still managed to just barely evade that blade projection. However, the bright blue blade projection swept past, upon which space began to freeze as the power of extreme frost permeated through the air. He instantly understood now. This was a control-type spell technique. However, it was all too late. His speed had already been hampered. Die Lin! The God engulfing skeleton was already upon Lin, and its crimson scythe swung down mercilessly. And Lin's entire body tensed up as a powerful sense of impending doom enveloped him. If he was unable to block this scythe strike, then he would very likely be sliced in half by the God engulfing skeleton. In this dire situation, and Lin immediately pulled out his black brick. Boom! The scythe fell upon the brick. An overwhelming force swept forth, sending Lin flying through the air along with his brick. And Lin, I can understand you scurrying away like a rat with your tail between your legs when confronted by me, but you're only able to perform at 80 to 90% of your full power because of how much you fear me. How disappointing! The god engulfing skeleton had fought Lin once before, and it could feel that Lin's power had clearly weakened. And Lin grumbled internally upon hearing this. 80 to 90%? This was clearly only 40% of his power. And Lin was only at the return to void initial stage when he last fought the god engulfing skeleton, and he was now at the return to void intermediate stage. Therefore, it was no surprise that it would arrive at a false conclusion. And Lin didn't dare to engage in battle, and he borrowed on the power from the god engulfing skeleton's scythe to continue to flee into the distance. Ha ha ha! The heavenly court war god is now scurrying away like a rat. I wonder if the entire world will be in an uproar again should they learn of this. The infernal abyss emperor rushed over from afar with mocking smiles on both of its faces. And Lin ignored it and concentrated on finding a way to escape. A direct confrontation was unfeasible as his chances of victory were very slim. If he ran, he wouldn't be able to outrun the god engulfing skeleton. So he had to find a way to hold the god engulfing skeleton off before opening up some distance. He would then unleash his void body mantra to conceal his aura and completely make his pursuers lose his trail. What spell technique could stop the god engulfing skeleton? His powers of the heavenly gods. No, even if he could use his powers of the heavenly gods in his current state, he might not even be powerful enough to hold off his enemies. Furthermore, it would be too much of a strain on his body, so if he failed, he wouldn't even be able to run away anymore. Regulation spell techniques were also completely out of the equation as he could only unleash 40% of his power, and that was nowhere near enough to hold off the god engulfing skeleton. What spell technique was powerful but not too taxing on his energy reserves? And Lin's mind scrambled before his eyes suddenly lit up. You won't get away, and Lin. Just surrender. The god engulfing skeleton rushed toward him again. However, and Lin suddenly pulled out an inky black sword, from which an eerie aura emanated. This was the Senro Queen Ghost Sword, an exceptional immortal sword constructed from the ghost crystal essence, which materialized once every 10,000 years, before being refined by divine flames for 9,000 years, then enhanced using the blood essence of the true demon tribe's Senro Queen. This was a pinnacle divine tool. The power that the sword burial technique was able to unleash was decided mainly by the essence within the immortal sword itself. After reaching the return to void intermediate stage, and Lin could use his sword burial technique on pinnacle immortal swords. Thus, he could unleash devastating power without expending too much energy. The only downside was that it was very expensive to use this technique. However, in this dire situation, filthy rich and didn't care about all that. He was going to unleash the most powerful tycoon attack in history. 6 strikes of the war god, sword burial, and Lin roared as the immortal sword in his hand exploded violently. Countless inky black ghosts shot through the air like sabers and swords in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The god engulfing skeleton harumphed coldly and casually swung its scythe through the air to vanquish all of these oncoming ghostly sabers and swords. However, at this moment, astonishing sword intent suddenly erupted from the inky black sword blade shards. Each and every sword blade shard materialized into a dark celestial sword, from which a terrifying, bloodthirsty power emanated. At the same time, a series of blood-stained chains with sharp spikes on them began to spread through the entire heavens, as if a massive net had fallen from the sky, engulfing the god engulfing skeleton, the infernal abyss emperor, and the blue soul heavenly bird. The god engulfing skeleton swept its scythe through the air and was able to slice through a dozen or so of these chains before its scythe struck a particularly thick chain, upon which dazzling sparks erupted forth. This time its expression finally shifted. How could it have such high energy density? At this moment, more chains hurtled toward it. At the same time, the infernal abyss emperor was also evading with all its might. It had just tried to chew through the chains with its fangs. upon which it almost chipped its fangs. These chains could not be combated through brute force and could only be evaded. At this moment, the blue soul heavenly bird finally caught up and taunted Lin in a loud voice once again. Ha 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 ha, scaredy cat sect leader and come fight me one-on-one if you dare. However, its expression shifted upon seeing the vast expanse of chains in the sky. The blue soul heavenly bird was a perfect representation of what it meant to screw oneself over. It had charged straight into the range of Lin's spell technique. Countless blood-stained, spiked chains were hurtling toward it at an extremely terrifying speed. Even Dao integration stage super mighty figures found it difficult to evade these chains, let alone a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage. It was only able to evade a few of those chains before it was caught by one, immediately following which countless chains bound themselves around it before digging their vicious spikes into its body and making it howl in agony. Didn't you say you wanted to fight me one-on-one? I can grant you that wish. And Lin looked at the blue soul heavenly bird with a hint of a smile on his face. The blue soul heavenly bird shuddered as if it were being scrutinized by an extremely terrifying ancient beast, and a crushing sense of impending doom welled up in its heart. And Lin waved a hand through the air, upon which all of the black Senro celestial swords materialized from the immortal sword shards tore through space before hurtling toward the god engulfing skeleton, the infernal abyss emperor, and the blue soul heavenly bird. The god engulfing skeleton was struck by a sense of peril, and it frantically swung its scythe through the air, shattering a Senro celestial sword with each swing of its scythe. But it was also knocked back by the force of the collisions, sending shockwaves surging through the air in the process, which pulverized the earth and split the heavens. The infernal abyss emperor opened its cavernous mouth to chomp down on the oncoming Senro celestial swords, only to have its mouths rippled to shreds, drawing a series of anguished wails. The two Dao integration stage super mighty figures had fallen into a spell technique swamp. A black Senro celestial sword hurtled toward the blue soul heavenly bird at an extremely fast speed. The blue soul heavenly bird was still bound by chains, and could only look on in despair as the celestial sword hurtled toward it, unable to even evade or resist. No! The blue soul heavenly bird let loose a cry of shock and horror. Only now did it realize just how terrifying the man it had been insulting was. And Lin always took his revenge sooner or later. The cockiest one was also the first to fall. And Lin smiled and looked on as the blabbermouth blue soul heavenly bird was sliced in half by the Senro celestial sword. What pitiful trash. You can't even block one of my swords. I can create a few dozen of those swords at once. The blue soul heavenly bird was filled with remorse upon hearing this. The two halves of its body were completely destroyed by the Senro celestial sword's sword intent, and it was wiped off the face of this world. The blue soul heavenly bird's death had completely enraged the god engulfing skeleton and the infernal abyss emperor. The blue soul heavenly bird was their loyal underling, but Lin had slain it right in front of their very eyes. This was undoubtedly a slap to the face for both of them. And Lin, I'm going to destroy your consciousness one slice at a time to make you experience the worst agony imaginable. The god engulfing skeleton roared as a boundless divine might erupted from its scythe, pulverizing the Senro celestial swords in its wake before rushing toward Lin at an extremely fast speed. There was a limit to which these swords could restrict the god engulfing skeleton after all. However, Lin waved a hand at the god engulfing skeleton. Goodbye, god engulfing skeleton. You won't need to look for me because I'll be the one hunting you down next time. He unleashed his Kuan Peng travel and wings of wind as he spoke and fled into the distance. Get back here! The god engulfing skeleton roared with rage as it gave chase. However, all of a sudden, darkness descended. A sense of extreme peril enveloped its entire body. The god engulfing skeleton focused its gaze to discover a massive female demon in a black robe with hair standing like sharp swords standing before it. Her demonic body was over 10,000 feet tall, and she wielded a massive black sword, as if she was a peerless god-fiend looking down upon the world. This was the Senro queen of the true demon tribe. A smile appeared on Lin's face. This was a tycoon attack that had cost him 20 million spirit stones, so there was naturally more to come. This was the true trump card and also the source of Lin's confidence in being able to leave the god-engulfing skeleton behind. The chains in the sky suddenly constructed a sword intent formation. The Senro Queen wielded her ghostly sword and drew upon the power of the formation, upon which the might of her sword soared explosively once again. The god-engulfing skeleton was not going to waste any more time, and it immediately let loose an enraged roar as it charged toward the Senro Queen before swinging its scythe toward her. The Senro Queen remained completely expressionless as her ghostly sword fell and clashed with the scythe. Sword intent surged for hundreds of kilometers, and the surrounding space was instantly shattered. The god-engulfing skeleton felt a burst of unfathomably vast power flow along his scythe and into its body before it was blasted away by boundless sword intent. It was blasted back over 250 kilometers. No! Fuck you and Lin. Come fight me, you coward! The god-engulfing skeleton roared with frustration and fury. It finally understood the purpose behind the Senro Queen's attack. It was never meant to kill it, but instead, it was to blast it away. This was an ultra-powerful force generation spell technique. Ha ha ha! God-engulfing skeleton, you had to sacrifice a divine tool to escape from me. But your daddy and Lin only had to sacrifice an immortal tool. Are you mad or what? And Lin's taunting laughter echoed between heaven and earth. The god-engulfing skeleton almost threw up an enraged mouthful of blood upon hearing this. And Lin, you piece of shit. Just you wait. The god-engulfing skeleton exploded with rage. However, Lin had already become a tiny little black spot on the horizon, and he soon disappeared completely from its line of sight. The god-engulfing skeleton continued to give chase, but it had no idea which direction Lin had escaped in, and his aura had completely disappeared as well. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of this world. Arg! The god-engulfing skeleton roared with fury and indignation. So close. Just a little bit more and it would have been able to exact its revenge. But now, not only had their underling been brutally killed right in front of their eyes, they had been insulted by Lin before he escaped with not so much as a single scratch on his body. This was sheer and utter humiliation. Please calm down, god-engulfing skeleton. We still have over half a month before the exits of the spirit realm open up. We have plenty of time to hunt Lin down, then torture him to our heart's content. The infernal Abyss Emperor, who was riddled with wounds, flew over to the god-engulfing skeleton. The infernal Abyss Emperor had been severely wounded by that large-scale attack. However, it knew that if that final sword strike had been aimed at it, then it would have been dead by now. No matter how much Lin was acting like a coward, the power he managed to unleash still struck it with a sense of horror, and it had even lost the courage to continue to give chase. However, the infernal Abyss Emperor's courage returned upon seeing the god-engulfing skeleton. No matter how powerful Lin was, he still scurried away with his tail between his legs at the sight of the god-engulfing skeleton. The god-engulfing skeleton had given the infernal Abyss Emperor renewed courage and conviction. Let's chase him down. The god-engulfing skeleton was raring to go. All right, the infernal Abyss Emperor nodded. The two Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures continued to search for Lin in this spirit realm. Meanwhile, within a set of mountain ranges filled with colorful crystals, Lin had unleashed his void body mantra and was weaving through the countless crystals. Phew, that was really close. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with fear lingering in his heart. Lin had to spend 20 million spirit stones to buy an escape ticket, and his heart was still throbbing with pain. However, everything was fine now that he had escaped. He would just have to earn all that back with interest in the future. As for the god-engulfing skeleton and the infernal Abyss Emperor, they weren't going to live much longer. Lin was going to hide for a day, then strike back. Whoosh! A crystal shot through the air toward Lin. Lin swatted a casual hand toward the crystal and reduced it to dust. Scree! A cuboid-shaped crystal monster verified that Lin was not someone it could mess with upon seeing this, and it fled into the distance. 1 second later, it was hoisted into the air by a merciless hand. Scree, scree, scree. The crystal monster struggled frantically. and Lin inspected the crystal monster with an intrigued expression. How interesting. Its eyes, nose, and ears have all withdrawn into the crystal, and the crystal itself has weight, while its legs create soul power recoil force, thereby allowing it to suspend itself in the air. This is a creature that is a combination of matter and a spirit body. And Lin felt like this little thing was quite interesting. The crystal monster was feeling extremely humiliated as in Lin's guinea pig, and it opened its mouth to blast a black soul sword straight toward Lin's glabella. And Lin glared at the black soul sword, and his aura swept forth, making the black soul sword explode, but it also reduced the crystal monster to dust at the same time. The crystal monster had been killed by a single glare from Lin. Immediately afterward, a peculiar stream of soul power rose into the sky before coming to a sudden stop. It then flowed toward Lin's glabella, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. He discovered that this was the will of his consciousness. Wasn't his consciousness dormant? Was that an instinctive reaction? Before he had a chance to analyze further, the soul power merged into his body, making him feel quite warm and comfortable. His consciousness also stirred ever so slightly, as if it had recovered somewhat. His consciousness had absorbed the soul power escaping from the dead crystal monster's body, and Lin's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. His plan was no longer to hide. Instead, he began to roam around this set of crystal mountain ranges. Kukuku, I smell the scent of an extremely fresh life. It's the blood of a powerful being. It's a sword immortal, and an exceptional one at that. I really want to eat her. I want to eat her. I want to eat her. Don't even think about taking her. This special aura, is that the ancient sword Dao physique? Hee. A group of powerful void spirit tribe living beings was staring up a woman up ahead with scorching light in their eyes. All of them were extremely excited, as if there was an exquisitely delicious meal up ahead, just waiting for them to feast upon it. However, after reaching within a kilometer range of that woman, all of them somehow slowed down, and the weaker ones among them had even been completely immobilized. What's going on? Why can't I move? Crap. That woman is definitely concealing her power. Expressions of shock and horror appeared on the faces of all of the void spirit tribe powerful beings, and some of them even turned to run away. Right at this moment, a series of sword projections flowed like water through the air before puncturing their bodies, slicing them into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. In the end, the spirit bodies were vanquished and disappeared. Great Ice Sword. A cold yet enticing voice sounded. A bright blue flying sword emanating a dazzling divine light had just finished harvesting some lives, and it flew back toward the woman's hand. This flying sword emanated extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, indicating that it was a divine sword. The woman caught the divine sword before sheathing it behind her back and continuing onward, muttering about how trashy those void spirit tribe powerful beings were. This woman had quite a peculiar fashion sense. She was wearing a blue and pink sailor costume, which hugged her slender waist. Her short, white skirt flapped in the wind, revealing her alluring, snowy white legs. Her figure was extremely exquisite, as were her gorgeous features, and her purple eyes were dazzling and beautiful, as if they were the most mysterious and glorious jewels in this world. This woman held many titles like the Pavilion Lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sect Sword Pavilion, the #1 Sword Immortal Prodigy of the Kingdom of the 9 States, the unpredictable young sorceress. That's right, she was Lu Qianhuan. The heavenly human tribe united army had retreated, so she took this opportunity to sneak into the spirit realm. The spirit realm was fraught with peril, but she traveled alone without any companions. In contrast to her usual sprightly demeanor, her body emanated terrifying killing intent, and she now bore far more resemblance to a lethal sword immortal. Lu Qianhuan spread open a scroll, upon which were drawn 2 void spirit tribe powerful beings, one of which was an inky black skeleton with a black halo above its head, while the other was a twin-headed monster. These 2 were, respectively, the Black Crystal Void Spirit King, who was at the pinnacle of the Return to Void Initial Stage, and the Dao Integration Initial Stage Infernal Abyss Emperor. Lu Qianhuan scrutinized the portraits of these 2 Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings, and she murmured to herself, "Mother, father won't avenge you, so I will take it upon myself to do so." After the Black Crystal Void Spirit King and the Infernal Abyss Emperor killed Lu Qianhuan's mother, they had been hiding in the Void Spirit realm this entire time, giving Lu Mingxian no chance to kill them. Now that the spirit realm was open, most of the Void Spirit tribe powerful beings had flocked in to search for opportunities, so it was the ideal opportunity to take revenge. No one knew when the spirit realm was going to be open next, so Lu Qianhuan was not going to miss out on this opportunity. "Don't worry, mother. Even if there is a Dao integration stage super mighty figure among them, I have a way to kill them." Lu Qianhuan looked up into the sky and pursed her lips tightly as the image of her lying in her mother's arms as her mother passed away flashed through her mind. It was her willfulness that had killed her mother. It was now time for her to redeem herself, and she would do so no matter the price. "I've already mastered 100 ways that will allow me to defeat a more powerful enemy, and at least one of them is bound to work." Lu Qianhuan took a deep breath before continuing onward. This was a lonely path to vengeance, and it was one that she would walk until the very end, even if it meant giving up her life. Within a set of ancient ruins in the spirit realm, at the entrance, there were countless inky black, twisted towers extending into the heavens and releasing vast soul power. Boom! A massive golden pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky, smashing into the body of a return to Void Stage Void Spirit King, who was over 10,000 feet in height, immediately crushing it into nothingness amid an anguished wail. "Ha ha ha! You want to enter these ruins? Have you asked my cudgel for permission?" Battling Buddha Son Goku chortled as he wielded the massive golden pillar in his hands. All of the Void Spirit tribe powerful beings in the distance began to tremble uncontrollably upon seeing this. A return to Void Stage Void Spirit King had just been insta-killed. Who wanted to be next? The battling Buddha continued to hurl the most scathing and infuriating insults imaginable at all of the Void Spirit tribe powerful beings in the distance. All of the Void Spirit tribe powerful beings almost threw up blood from rage. This monkey was definitely here to pick a fight. The gate to the ancient ruins was right there, but he completely ignored it. Instead, he stationed himself directly outside the gate, killing all Void Spirit tribe powerful beings who tried to go in. How infuriating! This guy wasn't here to search for treasures or opportunities. He was here solely to fight. Was this guy addicted to fighting? "Oi! Are any of you going to come at me or what? What's the point of glaring at me like that? I'm not losing any sleep over your glares." The battling Buddha scratched his monkey fur with a disdainful smile on his face. "Are all Void Spirit tribe powerful beings all bark and no bite?" All of the Void Spirit tribe powerful beings exploded with rage upon hearing this. One of the particularly short-tempered returned to Void Stage powerful being charged directly toward the battling Buddha. "I'm going to fucking kill you." The inky black Void Spirit King opened its cavernous mouth, and all 18 of its arms held a different weapon as it rushed toward the battling Buddha. "Nice!" The battling Buddha thrust his golden banded staff toward the Void Spirit King. Boom! The Void Spirit King exploded. However, before the battling Buddha had even withdrawn his cudgel, the detonated body of the Void Spirit King transformed into countless black shadows that rushed toward the entrance to the ruins at the same time. "Ha ha ha! I'll be going on ahead, stupid monkey." The black shadows all possessed identical auras, and they all chortled with glee at the same time. They were extremely fast and were just about to skirt around the battling Buddha before entering the ancient ruins. Boundless golden light imbued with the power to vanquish all evil suddenly erupted from the battling Buddha's eyes, shining upon all of the countless black shadows rushing toward the entrance to the ruins, upon which they began to evaporate and dissipate. Arg! The Void Spirit King blood-curdling cries reverberated between heaven and earth. When the golden light disappeared, the Void Spirit King who had just been chortling with glee a moment ago was now dead. All of the fence-sitting Void Spirit tribe powerful beings shuddered upon seeing this. Insta-killed again. All of you really are trash. Son Goku shook his head with a forlorn expression. Are there no powerful beings in the Void Spirit tribe? You can all come at me at once, or you can also call for reinforcements. It would be great if you could at least call a few Dao integration stage emperors over to spice things up a little. All of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings gritted their teeth with rage. Son Goku was insulting all of the living beings within the Void Spirit Tribe at the same time with his blanket statement. Please, someone, kill this cocky bastard. The battling Buddha was having the time of his life. Meanwhile, Enlin was situated on a set of mountain ranges filled with crystals, and he was also having a good time. He was looking for crystal monsters all over the place and was a nightmare to all crystal monsters. The crystal monsters weren't provoking Enlin, but he was actively hunting them down. Those who hid in large crystals would be plucked out by him. Those who hid within the mountains and underground would also be plucked out by Enlin before being slapped into oblivion. The soul power emanating from the bodies of the crystal monsters following their deaths was being automatically absorbed by his consciousness, thereby nurturing it and helping it to recover earlier from its dormant state. Time was life here, and Enlin was trying to recover his power as quickly as possible. He was like a human bulldozer, razing everything to the ground. All of the crystal monsters within the mountain ranges were absolutely petrified and fled for their lives in all directions. Even though Enlin's power had been restricted by 60%, he was still at the Dao integration stage power level and could easily crush the vast majority of living beings in this world. Creatures like these crystal monsters were absolutely no match for him. As Enlin bulldozed his way through the mountain ranges, he discovered a crystal monster with an extremely high cultivation base at the return to void stage. Enlin's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing this. Imagine how much soul power this thing possesses. This return to void crystal monster fled very quickly, and it even used spatial skipping in the process. However, all of this was to no avail. Enlin had his wings of wind and Kuan Peng travel, and with them, he was able to easily catch the crystal monster. However, an unexpected turn of events then took place. The crystal monster dove into an inky black cave. Enlin's footsteps came to a halt, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Oh, there's a slaughter formation here, and it's a pretty powerful one. For him to refer to the slaughter formation as pretty powerful naturally meant that it was a Dao integration stage slaughter formation. The return to void crystal monster wagged its backside at Enlin from within the formation before giving Enlin a shiny, golden middle finger, as if to say, "Come and fight me, trash." It was quite clear that it was trying to goad Enlin into the slaughter formation before killing him with the power of the formation. Enlin couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this. Dao integration stage slaughter formations were nothing to him. With his divine inspection technique hack, all formations were as good as non-existent. Enlin's eyes turned snowy white, and the extremely complex veined patterns of the formation were revealed to him, including all of the fallacies within the formation. He flicked a finger, and an arrow of flames shot forth, blasting a hole into the mountain, upon which the Dao integration stage slaughter formation crumbled. The crystal monster was in the process of wagging its bum when an expression of horror and confusion appeared on its face, as if to say, "Is my Dao integration stage slaughter formation fake?" Enlin swaggered into the formation. The crystal monster's crystal formations stood on end as it fled again. Enlin gave chase seemingly slowly, but he was quickly closing in on his target. There was only one opening to this cave, so he was not afraid of the crystal monster escaping or pulling any more tricks. Enlin pursued the crystal monster deeper into the mountain, encountering one booby trap after another along the way, all of which were easily taken care of by him and didn't even really slow him down. He chased the crystal monster all the way to the very end, where he emerged in a vast, cavernous palace, within which countless blue, ghostly flames were burning and all types of void spirit tribe voices wafted through the air. They were singing, casting curses, and a series of peculiar, insane statues stood on either side of the palace. The crystal monster rushed directly toward a three-headed giant wolf statue and crashed into the three-headed giant wolf statue's glabella, upon which the three-headed giant wolf statue shuddered violently before coming to life. Enlin could feel a true aura of life. The three-headed giant wolf's skin began to become more realistic, and its blood began to flow. One of its heads was burning with a raging fire, another was exuding eerie ghostly power, and the final head was emanating a biting chill. The crystal monster bestowed life upon the three-headed giant wolf, and Lin's eyes widened with amazement. The three-headed giant wolf's aura exploded forth and reached above the return to void stage to the Tao integration stage. Roar! Foolish human! The three-headed giant wolf snarled. I have transcended to a high power level, and you are no longer a match for me. The fiery wolf head chuckled coldly. Piss off now and I can show you mercy by sparing your life, the icy wolf head said with an indifferent expression, as if it were a paramount god giving its pitiful enemy a second chance at life. Slap! Boom! The three-headed giant wolf was slapped into the ground by Enlin's palm. Howl! The three-headed giant wolf stared at Enlin with a dumbstruck expression. A massive golden palm was tightly pressed over its body, preventing it from being able to move. Howl, howl, howl. The three heads of the three-headed giant wolf howled. Enlin's hand was shining with a golden light, and the power of Earth was crashing down with immeasurable force. He had unleashed his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its very maximal extent, and the aura he was exuding struck the three-headed giant wolf with extreme horror. It felt like it had truly been confronted by a paramount god, and it couldn't even muster up the slightest urge to resist. Howl, please spare me. The three-headed giant wolf immediately conceded and begged for its life. It discovered that it was no match for Enlin even after using its trump card. Where had this human popped up from, and why was he so intent on chasing it down? He looked like he wanted to eat it. Spare you? Sorry. I must kill you. Enlin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had to absorb the crystal monster's soul power in order to accelerate the awakening of his consciousness. And he was not about to let this crystal monster go. The three-headed giant wolf immediately continued in a panicked voice. Senior, I have something extremely valuable that I can use to exchange for my life. And Lin blinked. But I really want to kill you. The three-headed giant wolf was on the verge of tears, and it begged with a pitiable expression. Senior, please let me tell you what I'm offering first. I'm absolutely sure that you'll be interested. And Lin nodded, indicating for it to go on. The three-headed giant wolf. I have a key that can access the Spirit Patriarch Palace. All those who possess this key will be approved by the Spirit Patriarch Palace and can access the palace. I'm willing to offer my key to you. The Spirit Patriarch Palace? And Lin's eyes lit up slightly. You know where the Spirit Patriarch Palace is? The three-headed giant wolf was greatly encouraged by Enlin's reaction and immediately nodded. Of course. I can also lead the way there. My cultivation base is too pitiful, and I do not dare to enter some places in the Spirit Patriarch Palace. But if Senior enters the palace, I'm sure you'll be able to obtain the core inheritance of the Spirit Patriarch. And Lin enjoyed hearing flattery like this. It looked like the location that had opened up in the spirit realm this time was very close to the core region. Not only was there the remains of the Holmium spirit butterfly, but even the Spirit Patriarch Palace was also situated here. Could it be that the Spirit Patriarch Palace was where the Spirit Patriarch had fallen? The location that was opened up in the spirit realm was always randomized, so this was probably the most critical region to have been opened up in the history of the spirit realm. Was this simply due to luck, or did it have something to do with the drastic changes that had been taking place on the Taichu continent recently? And Lin rid himself of this train of thought. Lead the way. The three-headed giant wolf heaved a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. It led Enlin out of the cave, over the crystal mountain ranges, and continued in the eastern direction. Enlin took a look at the sky in the eastern direction and saw that it was green. This was where the green extreme was located. The purple, red, and white extremes led to the exits here. Was the green extreme where the Spirit Patriarch Palace lay? And Lin rode atop the three-headed giant wolf and rushed toward the eastern direction. He had initially planned to wait for a day before setting off, but what if his enemies got there first? Time was life, but also opportunity. Sometimes, just a minute of delay could make one miss out on an opportunity. Hence, Enlin decided not to wait. In any case, even with 60% of his power restricted, there were very few beings in the spirit realm that could pose a threat to him. Along the way, Enlin and the three-headed giant wolf slew several dozen void spirit tribe powerful beings and saved a few sexy snake women. What was worthy of note was that Lin also encountered living beings of the Vermilion Bird Tribe, the Light Wing Clan, the Blood Tribe, and some other powers, but there weren't that many of them. The three-headed giant wolf carried Lin over a distance in excess of 500,000 kilometers. A palace hidden behind layers of green mist appeared before his eyes. It was extremely vast and spectacular, like a primordial beast sprawled on the ground, and Lin could sense an ancient aura emanating from it. The palace was materialized from soul power and was completely inky black. 99 massive soul power pillars supported its roof, which was over 60,000 meters in altitude, and there were all manners of void spirit tribe living beings carved onto the walls like totems. There was an entrance from which blue light emanated, forming a peculiar enchantment barrier that kept out all living beings. Crap! There are 3 super terrifying, powerful beings up ahead. The three-headed giant wolf suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably like a frightened little puppy. And Lin could see that there were already 16 Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings gathered outside of the palace entrance. All of them were at the Return to Void stage or above, and 3 of them were Dao Integration stage super mighty figures exuding terrifying auras. There was the Dark Soul Emperor, who had the appearance of a black jellyfish with countless crimson maces hanging from its feelers. There was the Dao Integration Intermediate Stage Sword Essence Emperor, who was a muscle-bound, crimson monster with a pair of bull horns on its head. Lastly, there was the Dao Integration Intermediate Stage Chaotic Demon Ball, who was a round ball that glowed as bright as the sun at times and was as dark as a black hole at other times. These 3 were all vastly renowned super mighty figures on the Taichu continent. The three-headed giant wolf's power level was barely comparable to a rookie Dao Integration Stage super mighty figure, so it was no surprise that it would be extremely fearful of these 3. After assessing the situation, Lin decided that facing 3 Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures in his current condition would very likely spell a tough battle. However, if he charged directly toward the entrance, there was a very high likelihood that he would be able to break in. That key you were referring to, it can get us into that entrance, right? Lin asked. The three-headed giant wolf nodded quickly. That's right. As long as we hold the key, we won't be obstructed by the enchantment barrier at the entrance of the Spirit Patriarch Palace. It then shuddered as a thought occurred to it. You're not thinking about forcing your way through, are you? They don't have keys, so they'll have to think of other ways to bypass the enchantment barrier. As such, we'll be able to gain the initiative if we go in first, so why not? Lin smiled and said, Give me the key. The three-headed giant wolf obediently handed a white key to Lin. Meanwhile, outside the Spirit Patriarch Palace. I found it. I finally found the new flaw in the enchantment barrier to this palace entrance. The chaotic demon ball exclaimed with excitement. If we find 6 more flaws, the 3 of us can combine our powers to break this enchantment barrier, the Sword Essence Emperor remarked. I'm really looking forward to this. This place is most definitely the Spirit Patriarch Palace. It is the true holy land that all Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings have yearned for countless years. And now, we're about to break into it. If we can obtain the inheritance inside, we will have a chance to progress to the God of Creation stage. The Dark Soul Emperor chortled. All 3 Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures were extremely enthusiastic and excited. They were about to climb to greater heights. Right at this moment, all 3 of them felt something, and their expressions shifted. A powerful aura is approaching, the Dark Soul Emperor exclaimed. The Sword Essence Emperor's eyes were as sharp as a sword as it turned toward the white figure rushing over from the distance. It's Lin. Lin has come to the spirit realm. Crap. He has discovered the Spirit Patriarch Palace as well. The chaotic demon ball trembled lightly. All of them had heard many recent legends about Lin and had seen footage of Lin's recent battles. As such, they knew how terrifyingly powerful Lin was and did not have the confidence that the likes of the god engulfing skeleton possessed to be able to defeat Lin. Lin was now so vastly renowned that his name struck fear or reverence even into the hearts of the majority of Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures. This was a level of badassery no ordinary being could ever hope to achieve. No. We can't let anyone enter the Spirit Patriarch Palace before us. A crazed expression appeared on the Sword Essence Emperor's face. We can keep Lin at bay here and contact other return to Void Stage Void Spirit Kings and Void Spirit Tribe Emperors to come and help us so that we can kill Lin. The chaotic demon ball bobbed its body as its form of nodding its head. As opposed to having this opportunity snatched away by a human, I'd much rather share it with the other Void Spirit Tribe's super mighty figures. In reality, Lin is going to be kept out like all of us anyway. Even if we don't try to stop him, he won't be able to enter the Spirit Patriarch Palace. The Dark Soul Emperor mused. The Sword Essence Emperor's eyes lit up. You're saying, to let Lin through, and he'll retreat once he recognizes his inability to enter the palace? The Dark Soul Emperor nodded. That's right. Let him through so that he can crash into the Spirit Patriarch's enchantment barrier. He'll understand just how terrifying the enchantment barrier is. That way, perhaps he'll leave out of sheer despair. After all, if he stays here for too long, other Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures might arrive. Hence, if he's smart, he would choose to leave. The chaotic demon ball's eye lit up. That way, we won't have to share the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance with any other super mighty figures. All right, let's do it. The Sword Essence Emperor also nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures suddenly retreated to open up a path for Lin. All of the return to Void Stage mighty figures also followed suit. Lin was preparing himself to force his way through the Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures' defensive line and had even used his buff mystic technique, only to find that a path had opened up for him, as if his enemies were welcoming him. Lin was completely dumbstruck. What were these mighty figures doing? They seemed to be looking at him with disdainful and smug expressions as well. Lin blinked and continued flying toward the entrance to the Spirit Patriarch Palace. Some of the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures couldn't help but burst into laughter, and they looked at Lin as if they were looking at a retard. Lin pulled out his white key and charged directly into the blue gate of light. Thanks! Lin expressed genuine gratitude toward the friendly and welcoming Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures. The blue gate of light rippled like water, and Lin passed through it without any obstruction. The smiles of the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures froze on their faces and deathly silence ensued. All of the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures were completely bamboozled. What just happened? The Dark Soul Emperor murmured. Wasn't Lin supposed to retreat after being unable to break into the entrance? The chaotic demon ball trembled violently. The Sword Essence Emperor drew a sharp intake of breath. The Spirit Patriarch Palace's enchantment barrier isn't able to stop Lin? Could it be that he mastered something that no one knows about? The 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures looked at each other and could see their own embarrassment mirrored in one another's eyes. They seemed to have done something extremely stupid. All of the other return to Void Stage mighty figures were also looking to them with peculiar looks. Hee, the Spirit Patriarch Palace is fraught with peril. We've successfully goaded Lin into entering the palace. And now, he will be sure to die in there. The Dark Soul Emperor chuckled coldly. What a brilliant plan. The chaotic demon ball chimed in. Let's hurry up and break this enchantment barrier so that we can recover Lin's body. The Sword Essence Emperor said in its calm voice. The 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures made up a story that they didn't even believe themselves before continuing to try and break the Spirit Patriarch Palace's enchantment barrier, clearly with more urgency in their actions than before. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Patriarch Palace, Lin passed through the enchantment barrier and was greeted by the sight of an extremely vast palace. Countless golden balls of light hovered in the air within the palace, giving its interior a golden hue and making it very bright and welcoming. This was completely different from Lin's impression of Void Spirit Tribe decor. The ground was a mass of vibrant colors, and an ancient image was drawn upon it. The image depicted the growth and rise of the Void Spirit Tribe, as well as the countless legendary battles that took place in their history. Everything was depicted on this ground, which spanned an area of 10 square kilometers. Even after countless years, the image on the ground was still extremely clear and realistic, making Lin feel as if he had truly been taken into that spectacular age. Not only that, but there was a peculiar sense of fashion in the way that these images were depicted. Lin did not hurry off to explore other things first. Instead, He memorized the story depicted by the images on the ground in its entirety, as his instincts told him that this would be beneficial to his exploration later on. The Void Spirit Tribe was a crazed and twisted race who had done a lot of inexplicable things. They liked to do all sorts of experiments on their own bodies, and if they succeeded, they would become stronger, but if they failed, they could die or suffer fates even worse than death. Despite the risks involved, the Void Spirit Tribe living beings remained undeterred. They had slaughtered cities and destroyed nations. Sometimes they even stabbed their own allies in the back. It was exactly because of this that every power on the Taichu continent aside from the Blood Tribe detested the Void Spirit Tribe, but that didn't impact how powerful the Void Spirit Tribe was. And Lin looked at the image and received a crash course on the Spirit Patriarch's history. He had always thought that the Spirit Patriarch was a peerless, powerful being who stood at the pinnacle of the world and was always engaged in epic battles. However, upon further careful inspection, he discovered that the Spirit Patriarch was actually a complete introvert. The Spirit Patriarch was a being who was always secluded in the Void Spirit realm. It was completely absorbed in its own research and would often work on research projects for hundreds or even thousands of years. Furthermore, it often performed experiments on its own body by administering some special medicines and soul power in order to stimulate its spirit body while trying to create a change. If a normal Void Spirit Tribe living being was to do this, they would have played themselves to death a long time ago. However, the Spirit Patriarch was perhaps extremely lucky. Either way, no matter what method it used to stimulate its body, it was always just right and could sometimes even accidentally produce better results than anticipated. The Spirit Patriarch had always experimented on its own body, and its cultivation base improved in leaps and bounds, taking it to the return to void stage and even the Tao integration stage at an extraordinary rate. The process through which it had reached the God of Creation stage was not depicted, but Lin was already extremely stunned. The Spirit Patriarch fought almost no battles in its life, and it didn't really cultivate either. All it did was relentlessly take medicine and stimulate itself, upon which its cultivation base rose at an extraordinary rate. This was the first time Lin had seen anything like this. So how did the Spirit Patriarch die in the end? Lin was perplexed. The Spirit Patriarch was like a mad scientist who was extremely reclusive and fought almost no battles with any other mighty figures. Research was its one true love, so who would be able to kill it? Lin wandered around the palace again with these questions in mind, but he didn't discover anything else. He began to turn his eyes toward the 9 gates around the palace, 8 of which were quite eye-catching as they were all pure ocean blue in color. There were also ancient man characters inscribed upon them. They were, respectively, the Gate of Opening, the Gate of Healing, the Gate of Life, the Gate of Pain, the Gate of Limit, the Gate of View, the Gate of Death, and the Gate of Wonder. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Void Spirit Tribe practice ancient divination techniques as well? Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. If Lin remembered correctly, these 8 gates were part of a divination method invented by Fairy Xiannu. Now that Fairy Xiannu had disappeared and had not been seen for countless years, it was quite strange that these gates would be named after the mystic technique she invented. Lin was a little uneasy as he pushed the Gate of Opening open. The interior of the Gate of Opening was extremely cavernous, and an open treasure chest, which was completely empty, lay within. Lin faltered upon seeing this, and the unease in his heart intensified. He discovered signs of battle and the residual energy from a broken restriction. Lin immediately turned and made his way over to the next gate. He opened the Gate of Healing to discover countless empty bookshelves within. There were also countless stone plaques with texts inscribed upon them, all of which were in ruins and completely unrecognizable. Lin opened the Gate of Life, within which was a massive pill refinement cauldron along with countless pill containers, all of which were also empty. He opened the Gate of Pain to discover empty weapon racks. After that, he opened the Gate of Limit, the Gate of View, the Gate of Death, and the Gate of Wonder. Empty. Empty. All of them were empty. Lin was having a mental breakdown. This place had already been raided by someone. He suddenly recalled what the 3-headed giant wolf had told him. It had entered the Spirit Patriarch Palace before, but some places were too dangerous for it to access. Could it be that it explored this area already? This damn treacherous wolf. Lin's heart was filled with remorse. He should have robbed the three-headed giant wolf first. Now, the three-headed giant wolf had escaped from his control and had run off, and Lin heaved a faint sigh before turning his eyes toward the final gate. This was the final gate among the 9 gates in the palace. This gate was quite special, and he could sense an aura of extreme peril emanating from it. It was exactly because of this that Lin left it for last. The final gate also had a name, and it was inscribed right in the center of the gate with blood. It was called the "If you go in, you'll never be able to come out" gate. The "If you go in, you'll never be able to come out" gate. What a crude name. The three-headed wolf had most likely also detected how dangerous this gate was and decided not to go in. It had to be said that its animalistic intuition was quite accurate. There really was something very dangerous inside, and even Lin was struck by a sense of pressure. However, seeing as he had come here already, he naturally had to go in. Lin took a deep breath before pushing the gate open. A bone-chilling wind immediately swept toward Lin upon opening the gate. Lin hurriedly unleashed a protective spell technique to keep the frosty wind at bay. What appeared before him was a winding path filled with blue soul power. The blue soul power lit up the path, but it also made it seem a little eerie. Lin extended a hand toward that soul power to find that the blue soul power suddenly seemed to have gone insane. It converged toward his palm and tore violently at his protective vital energy. "I've only just come in and this is already such a dangerous place?" Lin was surprised. The blue soul power possessed a very high density and was already at the Dao integration stage energy. If the three-headed wolf were to come here, its consciousness would most definitely be crushed by this blue soul power. However, Lin was not afraid of a soul power of this caliber, and he made his way down the path. Boundless blue soul power rushed toward Lin in a frenzy, but it couldn't do anything to him. Lin was a little disappointed to find that, unlike the soul power that it could engulf from the slain crystal monsters, his consciousness was not interested in this type of soul power in the slightest. "Looks like my consciousness is a picky eater and won't eat just any crappy soul power. The purer the soul power, the more delicious it is. Looks like those crystal monsters really are extraordinary beings." Lin muttered. That made sense when he thought about it. A return to void stage crystal monster could somehow bestow life upon a statue, upon which its power drastically increased. Not only that, but it was also blessed with an opportunity from the spirit patriarch. Both of these facts were quite startling. Lin continued down the path with these thoughts in mind and finally arrived at a relatively cavernous space. There was a ferocious dark tiger diagram carved on the ground and potent soul power circulated through the diagram, making the dark tiger appear extremely vibrant and lifelike, as if it was going to pounce toward Lin. And then, the dark tiger really did pounce toward Lin. Roar! The power erupting from the dark tiger's body made the space around it congeal. A black divine Dao light enshrouded its entire body, as its claws shot forth like lightning toward Lin's throat. Slap! Lin slapped the dark tiger straight into the ground. "Piss off back to where you came from." Lin harumphed coldly and stamped down to crush the dark tiger's body. The dark tiger diagram on the ground slowly dimmed. At this moment, the sound of applause erupted. An icy beauty wearing a blue dress emerged from the darkness through the wall before arriving beside Lin. "Congratulations, fated one. You have passed the preliminary trial and now have the right to undertake the hidden trials established by the Spirit Patriarch. If you can pass those trials, you will be able to obtain the Spirit Patriarch's core inheritance." The woman poked her beautiful face closer to Lin's as she giggled. Lin was startled by this woman who appeared out of nowhere as he did not detect any aura from her body, as if she were something that did not exist, yet at the same time, Lin was looking at and talking to her. "Who are you?" Lin asked. "Me?" The woman tapped her chin with a faint smile. "Isn't that obvious? I am the artifact spirit of the Spirit Patriarch Palace. As for a name, you can call me Spirit Maiden." Lin was enlightened upon hearing this. So this woman had fused together with the Spirit Patriarch Palace. No wonder he hadn't been able to detect her aura. It was because the Spirit Patriarch Palace was her body. However, Lin still didn't let down his guard. Memories of a certain gorgeous and benevolent white-robed research center mastermind flashed through his mind, sending chills down his spine. He had been traumatized by these beings in ruins, and he instinctively categorized them as bad people. So how should I participate in these trials? And Lin forced a smile onto his face. The spirit maiden nodded with a thoughtful expression. No one has ever come here before. Let me think about how I can kill you. And Lin? Wait, did I hear that right? Kill me? Do you have to be so straightforward? And Lin's expression darkened. He was prepared to be screwed over by terrifying trials like the ones Bai Ling presented, but never would he have thought that the spirit maiden would be so brutally blunt and honest. The spirit maiden replied with an apologetic expression. The spirit patriarch doesn't like liars, so I was made to be unable to lie. I'm really sorry about that. And Lin's lips twitched, and he repressed the urge to grumble. She was apologizing for her thoughts of trying to kill him? What a unique and refreshing apology. And Lin was very depressed, but there was one good thing that came out of this. At least he would always know the spirit maiden's true thoughts and never be swindled by her. Can't you go easy on me? Even if you're choosing someone, you can't go to such extremes. A beseeching expression appeared on An Lin's face. The spirit maiden immediately shook her head. I can't. The spirit patriarch has said that only freaks who can't be killed no matter what I do have the right to obtain its inheritance. What kind of logic was this? This was the high and mighty spirit patriarch, the most powerful being the void spirit tribe had ever seen. How could its thought process be so crude and unrefined? And Lin was internally grumbling, but he still forced himself to maintain a gentle smile. Spirit maiden, you have to have your own opinion and be able to adapt instead of blindly adhering to rules. The spirit patriarch has built this palace in order to find a suitable heir, not to destroy all hope. I can show you what a good person I am. I have many artifact spirits as well, and all of them are very fond of me. How about this, you let me refine you first and we can talk about things like trials later. The spirit maiden looked at An Lin as if she was looking at an idiot. I am indeed an artifact spirit that cannot lie, but I'm not mentally impaired. Do you want to take the trials or not? If not, then you can piss off right now. And Lin, I'll take the trials. The spirit maiden's expression finally eased slightly upon hearing this, and she pointed to 4 gates of light that were situated in different directions. These are the 4 holy gates: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Xian Wu. All 4 of them correspond to different soul trials. You may choose how you would like to die now. Soul trials? And Lin's expression shifted. That's right. My master, the spirit patriarch, specialized in cultivating its consciousness. A justified expression appeared on the spirit maiden's face as she continued. Hence, its inheritances are also based around one's consciousness. And Lin was even more depressed upon hearing this. His consciousness was still dormant, so how was he supposed to participate in this trial? And Lin fell silent. The spirit maiden was a little disgruntled by his silence, and she urged in an impatient voice, Which trial are you going to choose? Which trial? None of them, of course. His consciousness was still dormant, so doing a trial like this would spell his death. Of course, and Lin was not going to tell her the truth. Ahem, I need time to prepare. And Lin explained, Before I enter any trials, I have to adjust and get myself into peak condition. The spirit maiden felt like this was reasonable. How long do you need? And Lin thought for a moment before replying, About 12 hours. The spirit maiden nodded and did not reject him. She had been waiting for countless years anyway, so even a wait of 100 years didn't really mean anything to her. And Lin pretended to adjust. He suddenly thought of something. By the way, spirit maiden, there are a dozen or so void spirit tribe beings trying to force their way through the spirit patriarch's enchantment barrier. Ye arrogant fools! How can a formation set up by the spirit patriarch be broken by mere ants like them? They won't be able to break through it even after 10,000 years. The spirit maiden chuckled coldly, and Lin was very relieved to hear this. His worst fear was that a bunch of powerful enemies would confront him right when he was feeble. Things would become very dangerous for him then. 10 hours later. Boom! The Spirit Patriarch Palace tremored violently. Crap! The entrance to the Spirit Patriarch Palace has been broken. The Spirit Maiden's expression shifted drastically. And Lin, are you serious? Didn't you say that they wouldn't be able to break it even after 10,000 years? And Lin's expression darkened. And Lin was getting a little suspicious about the Spirit Maiden's supposed inability to lie. She was the most convincing liar he had ever seen. The Spirit Maiden blushed from shame, but she still tried to find a way out for herself. Even saints make mistakes. Nothing is completely predictable. And I'm not a god, so I'm not omniscient. And it's normal for me to make a mistake from time to time. And Lin rolled his eyes. She couldn't be blamed for this, but she was the one who had all but vowed to him that the entrance wouldn't be broken even after 10,000 years. In the end, it was broken in 10 hours. Wasn't she off by a little bit too much? A ferocious expression appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face, as if she was trying to change the subject and save some face for herself. How dare they break into the Spirit Patriarch Palace without a key? Do they really think that I'm a pushover? I'm going to show them what a true nightmare looks like. Have you thought of a good way to strike back at them? And Lin was quite excited. The Spirit Maiden nodded with an enraged expression. I'm going to bring all of them into the 4 holy trials, then use the most terrifying soul power to torture them to death. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. Is there a difference? You're making it sound like your original objective wasn't to kill them. The Spirit Maiden faltered slightly before blinking with a blank expression. You're right. And Lin. Had this artifact spirit become stupid from being secluded for too long? Charge. Roar. Why are they all empty? That bastard and Lin must have taken all of it. I'm going to rip him apart with my bare hands. There's another gate here. He must have gone this way. The voices of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings erupted from the distance. And Lin's heart shuddered upon hearing this. His consciousness had not awakened yet, and he didn't want to fight them for now. Spirit Maiden, find a place for me to stay in peace. I still haven't adjusted myself to peak condition yet. And Lin immediately requested. The Spirit Maiden pointed at the 4 gates behind her upon hearing this. That's simple. All 4 of the holy trial gates were crafted from ancient dark soul metal. If you enter one of the trials, those guys won't be able to get to you even if I give them 10,000 years. And Lin shuddered upon hearing the term 10,000 years. He was allergic to that term now. Can't you find another adjective? The Spirit Maiden shook her head and provided an honest reply. I can't. This term sounds more badass. And Lin's lips twitched. Sounding badass was probably its only function. As for just how badass it was and how long it could keep everyone out for, and Lin really didn't know. 10,000 years seemed to be just an arbitrary number to the Spirit Maiden. Also, I'm not prepared to participate in the trial yet as my consciousness is still not ready. And Lin added, no problem. I'm the boss in this place, so you can just go hide in the trial for now. I won't activate the trial for another 2 hours, so you can rest during that time, the Spirit Maiden replied. And Lin was greatly assured upon hearing this. He looked at the 4 different trials and instinctively chose the Vermilion Bird trial. Xiaolan was the Divine Phoenix Maiden, so perhaps that would give him some sort of blessing? The Spirit Maiden nodded and waved a hand, upon which the gate to the Vermilion Bird trial was lifted. At this moment, the anguished cries of Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures were already erupting from within the Blue Soul Power passageway. There were clearly some return to Void Stage mighty figures who wanted to enter through that passageway, only to be slain by the Blue Soul Power. Not taking into account other matters, that passageway alone could block all return to Void Stage mighty figures. Well, and Lin was an exception, of course. By the way, can you broadcast the images of them being tortured to me? I want to admire your brilliance when dealing with intruders. And Lin requested again. This? The Spirit Maiden was curious. Don't you need to adjust for 2 hours? Won't looking at a live broadcast distract you? And Lin replied with a serious expression. Watching them being tortured will help me reach peak condition. The Spirit Maiden couldn't help but feel like something was off here. However, she thought about it for 2 seconds before agreeing to his request. and Lin happily entered the Vermilion Bird Trial, and the gate closed with a loud rumble. Within the Vermilion Bird Trial, he saw a cavernous and extremely lavish place with very luxurious decor. Regardless of whether it was the winding path, the tall pillars, or even the walls, all of them shimmered with golden lights. Aside from that, there was a vermilion bird projection laying on the ground in the extremely far distance, striking him with a very potent sense of peril. "Stay there and don't move," the spirit maiden's stern voice sounded. Immediately afterward, an image appeared, depicting the space he had stayed at before. Sure enough, only the Tao integration stage super mighty figures managed to pass through the blue soul power passageway. However, to his surprise, there was one more Tao integration stage super mighty figure alongside the chaotic demon ball, the sword essence emperor, and the dark soul emperor. This was a vibrant, rainbow snake with a translucent, sword-like little tongue. And Lin knew that this mundane-looking little snake was the Tao integration initial stage bright soul snake, who had apparently once inflicted severe injuries upon a Tao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure with its poison. A dark tiger leaped up from the ground again before pouncing toward the 4 Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures. Its attack was comparable to an attack from a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. However, none of the Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures were phased. The Sword Essence Emperor drew one of its swords, and a dazzling sword projection appeared in the air, instantly tearing the dark tiger in half. "Howl!" The dark tiger howled with anguish before returning to the ground again. "Humph! What a joke!" A disdainful expression appeared on the Sword Essence Emperor's face. At this moment, a sinister blue monster appeared before the Sword Essence Emperor. "Kukuku, congratulations, fated ones, you have all passed the preliminary trial and now have the right to undertake the hidden trials established by the Spirit Patriarch. If you can pass those trials, you will be able to obtain the Spirit Patriarch's core inheritance." The sinister blue ghost chuckled, and Lin's eyes lit up. The show was finally about to begin. The show was about to start, and Lin's expression was filled with anticipation. Speaking of which, this spirit maiden sure was discriminative in her treatment of trial takers. When welcoming him, she was a gorgeous and enticing woman in a blue dress, but when welcoming these intruders, she had become a hideous and sinister monster. Wait, there seemed to be something wrong. And Lin focused his gaze to discover that the 4 Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures in the image all wore expressions of scorching desire on their faces. All of them were staring blankly at the sinister monster with unadulterated yearning and lust on their faces. "Oh, so beautiful!" The Dark Soul Emperor was transfixed. "Look at how insane and sinister she looks. It's so sexy." The bright soul snake twisted its body frantically, as if it was trying to express its love. "Such pure and wonderful soul power. Who are you?" The Sword Essence Emperor's indifferent facade was also cracking as it stared at the hideous monster before it. "I am the Spirit Maiden, the artifact spirit of the Spirit Patriarch Palace, and I'm here to kill you." The blue monster spoke in an enraged voice. The chaotic demon ball became even more excited. "Oh, how blunt and straightforward. I love you. Ha ha ha. Come, ravage me all you want. If I don't die today, I'm going to plunder the Spirit Patriarch's entire inheritance." The Sword Essence Emperor also began to laugh heartily, and Lin's mouth gaped open as he stared at the Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures in the image. What was going on? The Void Spirit Tribe Tao integration stage super mighty figures seemed to be ecstatic about the Spirit Maiden's intentions to kill them. "Don't worry, I'll try my best to kill all of you." A sinister smile appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face. "By the way, have you seen a human who was wearing a white robe?" the chaotic demon ball asked. The Spirit Maiden nodded. "I have. He is undertaking the Vermilion Bird Trial." "Thanks." The chaotic demon ball laughed. "And Lin? How could she sell him out so easily?" "Oh right." The Spirit Maiden couldn't lie, and Lin heaved a resigned sigh. "So he's undertaking the Vermilion Bird Trial. Let's go to the Vermilion Bird Trial as well to hunt him down," the Sword Essence Emperor suggested. All of the other super mighty figures expressed their agreement to this suggestion. They absolutely detested Lin for making a fool out of them. Now that they had a chance to exact their revenge, they certainly weren't going to miss out. If they could cooperate well, they might even be able to bring down a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. However, right at this moment, the spirit maiden shook her head with a firm expression. No, I won't allow you to do that. You're all trespassing on this place, and I'm really pissed off. I want all of you to die as quickly as possible, so please choose other trials. All of the Void Spirit Tribe's super mighty figures drew sharp intakes of breath. How blunt and straightforward. Nice. I love women with a bit of attitude. The chaotic demon ball remained undeterred. There are still 3 trials left. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Xianwu. Do we go in together one by one or split up? The Sword Essence Emperor asked. Spirit Maiden, may I ask how we could go about obtaining this inheritance? The Bright Soul Snake asked in a respectful manner. There are a total of 4 inheritances located in the 4 different trials. As long as you can survive until the end, you will be able to obtain the inheritance. If 2 or more living beings enter the same trial at the same time, then I will increase the difficulty accordingly. The Spirit Maiden explained. The 4 Dao integration stage super mighty figures looked at each other. How were they going to split 3 inheritances between the 4 of them? How do we split this? The Dark Soul Emperor was stumped. We have to split up. These trials are most likely very difficult, and we might not have the energy to go through 3 trials in succession. The Sword Essence Emperor suggested. How about you and I take 1 trial each while the Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake take on 1 trial together? The Chaotic Demon Ball proposed. Sounds good to me. The Sword Essence Emperor nodded. Thus, the 2 Dao integration intermediate stage super mighty figures, the Sword Essence Emperor and the Chaotic Demon Ball turned toward the 2 Dao integration initial stage super mighty figures, the Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake, as if they were asking for their opinions. The Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake trembled uncontrollably. The Chaotic Demon Ball suggestion is fantastic. The Dark Soul Emperor nodded. I concur. The Bright Soul Snake chimed in with a resigned expression. It wanted to fight, but the space here was too small and not ideal for escape. If it wanted to use its poison to combat the Chaotic Demon Ball or the Sword Essence Emperor, it would be slain before it had a chance to poison them to death. The Sword Essence Emperor chose the White Tiger trial. The Chaotic Demon Ball chose the Azure Dragon trial. Thus, the Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake chose the remaining Xianwu trial. All 4 of the Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures entered their respective trials. And Lin had his eyes peeled as he stared at the image being broadcasted in the Vermilion Bird trial space. He wanted to see what types of trials these were in order to help him for when he participated in those trials. Within the cavernous, round space, the Spirit Maiden's crazed, sinister expression suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a cold smile. I told you that I would kill all of you, and that is exactly what I will do. The Sword Essence Emperor specialized in using swords, and the White Tiger trial was related to a metal-type inheritance, so it was quite pleased with its choice. Come. Ha ha ha. Show me the might of the White Tiger trial. Wait. Erf. The Sword Essence Emperor suddenly howled with anguish. Countless golden soul power swords suddenly appeared before it. These soul power swords rained down upon it like a torrential storm. Die! 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 The Spirit Maiden roared with an insane expression as she poured forth extremely terrifying soul power into the Spirit Patriarch Palace in a frenzy. The Sword Essence Emperor swung its sword frantically through the air and instantly blocked over 10,000 swords. But in the process it was stabbed 20,000 times. Erf! The Sword Essence Emperor roared with horror and rage as all of his swords rose into the air to frantically resist against the storm of swords. However, the storm of golden swords was imbued with a hint of a power that transcended beyond the divine Tao. This was a god of creation stage power, and the Sword Essence Emperor was completely unable to defend itself. What the fuck? Was this really a trial? This was murder. The Sword Essence Emperor finally realized that the Spirit Maiden wasn't kidding or trying to frighten them. She really did want to kill them. Meanwhile, within the Azure Dragon trial, the Chaotic Demon Ball was not faring much better. Countless dark demonic dragons swarmed toward the chaotic demon ball before tearing into its body in a frenzy, trying to kill it as quickly as possible. Within the Xian Wu trial, terrifying gravitational force crashed down, as if it was trying to flatten everything. One terrifying soul power Xian Wu shell after another crashed down upon the bright soul snake and the dark soul emperor, mashing and flattening them into the ground like two-dimensional images. All of the traps were triggered in a split second. The 4 Dao integration stage super mighty figures were completely dumbstruck. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Die. 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 Ha ha ha. That's what you get for trespassing the Spirit Patriarch Palace. Do you think the Spirit Patriarch Palace is a place that you can come and go as you please? You broke into this place, so you'll have to stay here forever. The Spirit Maiden's insane laughter reverberated throughout the trial spaces, striking horror into the hearts of all of the Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Even Enlin was beginning to tremble with fear. What a terrifying woman! The Spirit Maiden. Was she a demon? Enlin was completely awestruck. The Spirit Maiden had said that she wanted to kill them, and she really did want to kill them. She really was an honest person. However, Enlin was not reassured by this, as the Spirit Maiden had also told him that she wanted to kill him as well. He looked at all of the Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures enduring ghastly torture, and he felt like he was getting a sneak peek into his own future. The Sword Essence Emperor had countless holes all over its body from the soul power swords, and its spirit body was on the brink of collapse. The chaotic demon ball was being torn apart by countless dark soul dragons, and its body became smaller and smaller. The bright soul snake and the dark soul emperor had been completely flattened by Xian Wu shells and were being crushed by boundless terrifying crushing force. Stop! I don't want to take part in this trial anymore. The dark soul emperor howled. Me too. I don't want the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance anymore. I just want to go home. The bright soul snake sobbed. The Spirit Maiden's crazed voice sounded again. Ha ha ha. You want to leave? Keep dreaming. I've sealed the trial gates, and you won't be able to get out even if you ram into the gates for 10,000 years. I said I was going to kill all of you, so all of you have to die. The Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake were both in despair upon hearing this insane and determined voice. Thump, thump, thump. The massive Xian Wu shells crashed down upon them with devastating force over and over again, rocking the earth with each and every strike. The Dark Soul Emperor's jellyfish body had been completely flattened. It wanted to struggle into a standing position, but before it could do so, the Xian Wu shell crashed down again. Boom! The Dark Soul Emperor let loose another wail of anguish and was flattened again. You're going too far. The Dark Soul Emperor roared with rage, and an extremely bloodthirsty divine Dao light erupted from the crimson maces attached to its feelers, which it swung through the air toward the Xian Wu shells like crimson shooting stars. The Xian Wu shells also crashed down at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The maces struck the Xian Wu shells, upon which a series of earth-shattering booms erupted. But the Xian Wu shells remained completely unscathed and continued to fall at a terrifying speed. New! The Dark Soul Emperor howled in despair upon seeing this. Boom! The earth tremored violently. The Dark Soul Emperor was flattened once again. Ha ha ha! Die, die, die! The Spirit Maiden chortled with glee. Boom, boom, boom! The Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake were flattened over and over again. They wanted to run onto the largest Xian Wu shell in the distance, where it appeared that no Xian Wu shells were falling, but they were completely unable to move and were flattened before they could stand up. They were like immobilized puppets being ravaged by the Spirit Maiden over and over again. There was no escape and no hope, only endless torment. A final, merciless boom erupted. The Dark Soul Emperor's blood-curdling cries rang out, and its body was finally unable to hold on as its consciousness was shattered. Heaven and earth rumbled, and an indescribable sense of grief instantly welled up in the hearts of all living beings. The fall of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. The Bright Soul Snake stared blankly at the deceased Dark Soul Emperor, and the color completely drained from its face. Dead. The Dark Soul Emperor is dead. It had been crushed to death amid boundless despair and powerlessness. This was the Spirit Patriarch Palace trial? The bright soul snake had completely shit itself. It felt like it could see its own future. The Spirit Maiden really did dare to kill them, and she really did want to kill them. This was reality, and they had no choice but to accept it. And no. Spare me, Spirit Maiden. Spare me, Spirit Patriarch. The bright soul snake begged for its life. Ha ha ha. Die, die, die. The Spirit Maiden continued like an insane, broken record. The Xianwu shells continued to crash down. Boom, boom, boom. Tears welled up in the bright soul snake's eyes. I am the hope of the Void Spirit tribe. I don't want the inheritances anymore. Please just let me go. The Spirit Patriarch was also a member of the Void Spirit tribe, and the Void Spirit tribe still needs me to protect it and take it to greater heights. If you let me go, I promise that I will dedicate my life to protecting the Void Spirit tribe. The bright soul snake only wanted to survive now. Ha ha ha. Die, die, die. The Spirit Maiden continued as if she hadn't heard anything. Boom, boom, boom. After one final devastating blow, the bright soul snake also couldn't hold on any longer, and it let loose a blood-curdling cry as its body was crushed. Another Dao integration stage super mighty figure had been crushed to death. Boom! The fall of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. All of the living beings undertaking the trials and the living beings outside were struck by a sense of grief. And Lin's eyes widened as he stared at the image. Dead. Another one dead. He was starting to panic now. This Spirit Maiden was as insane as she was cruel. The bright soul snake was right. All of them were part of the Void Spirit tribe, so why be so intent on killing it? However, the Spirit Maiden had killed it mercilessly, and she appeared to have derived much satisfaction from doing so as well. It was quite clear that the Spirit Maiden didn't care about how many Void Spirit tribe Dao integration stage super mighty figures died. All she cared about was killing everyone who trespassed upon the Spirit Patriarch Palace. No, even non-trespassers like Lin had to die. If you don't die, then I lose. If I lose, then I'll give you the inheritance. That was her simple and brutal logic. The Sword Essence Emperor and the Chaotic Demon Ball in the White Tiger and Azure Dragon trials had been scared shitless. Dead? The Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake were actually dead? It was over. The Spirit Patriarch Palace really did kill all trespassers. Boundless terror welled up in their hearts as they recalled what the Spirit Maiden had said. The Sword Essence Emperor was already riddled with wounds after being ravaged by countless golden soul swords, and the Chaotic Demon Ball was a tiny fraction of its original size after being torn at by the Dark Soul Dragons. They knew that the place where the holy beasts were located in the extremely far distance was safe, but they couldn't get there. They turned back to the gate behind them. That gate was most definitely near indestructible, as the Spirit Maiden had told them that they wouldn't be able to break through it even in 10,000 years. There was no hope. They couldn't win and they couldn't withdraw. They were well and truly screwed. Erf! Spare me, Spirit Maiden! The Chaotic Demon Ball begged for its life. Didn't you say you loved a bit of a thrill? I'm just trying to satisfy you. The Spirit Maiden chuckled with a cruel expression. I'm sorry. I was just spouting nonsense. Please let me go. Tears of remorse flowed from the Chaotic Demon Ball's eyes. Nope. I want to kill all of you, and none of you can escape. The Spirit Maiden chortled with glee. The Chaotic Demon Ball's heart was filled with despair. Its body pulsed in brightness, releasing bursts of terrifying soul power to combat the Dark Soul Dragons. These attacks were very powerful, but it was quickly running out of energy, while there was no end to the Dark Soul Dragons. For some reason, Lin was feeling a little sympathetic toward the Chaotic Demon Ball and was internally cheering it on. It was also at this moment that his consciousness suddenly stirred and began to awaken, and Lin could feel his consciousness again. Its awakening was a gradual process, as if it were slowly opening its eyes. At the same time, his power began to quickly return to him. His aura became more and more vast, and his entire body was filled with energy. I'm badass again, and Lin's confidence had returned. If those Tao integration stage super mighty figures appeared before him now, he would destroy them. His consciousness continued to awaken. Furthermore, it was awakening more and more quickly. Soon, his consciousness had already reached the level it had been at before it fell dormant, but it showed no signs of stopping. It became more and more terrifyingly powerful, and it seemed to have a substantial object that could separate itself from his body. And Lin was extremely encouraged by this. He knew that after absorbing the demigod Holmium spirit butterfly's soul power essence, his consciousness had already evolved and transcended beyond even the Tao integration stage. And Lin's fear was slowly being quelled by his overwhelming surge in power. He took a deep, elated breath as the power of his consciousness reached unprecedented heights. Soon, his consciousness had completely recovered and reached new, dizzying heights. At this moment, his consciousness was brimming with energy, and his eyes practically glowed. If a living being was to look into those eyes, they would immediately be struck by a sense of awe and veneration. The spirit maiden's voice sounded again. And Lin, your time is up. Have you prepared yourself to be killed by me? The spirit maiden asked. And Lin looked at the struggling sword essence emperor and the chaotic demon ball as a faint smile appeared on his face. I'm ready to snatch away everything you have. Oh, you're pretty feisty. The spirit maiden chuckled upon hearing this instead of getting angry. Did you see that snake and that jellyfish? Your fate will match theirs. Don't compare me to trash like them. And Lin chuckled coldly. Hee hee. The spirit maiden suddenly appeared beside Lin and stroked his face with her cold hand as a sinister smile appeared on her own face. I hope you'll die a painful death and beg for your life just like they did. Vermilion bird trial, begin. Boom. An extremely vast aura suddenly descended. Boundless flames rushed toward Lin, and there was seemingly no end in sight to these flames, as if they were undying holy flames that would exist for all of eternity. The golden holy flames instantly inundated Lin. Ha 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 ha. Cry out in pain. Beg for mercy. The spirit maiden's eyes shimmered with excitement. The soul holy flame is a paramount flame that will incinerate your consciousness. It will keep burning until your consciousness is destroyed and until you die. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from within the sea of soul holy flames. Is that it? The spirit maiden's eyes widened. What? Whoosh! An indescribably terrifying burst of soul power suddenly erupted forth, dispelling all of the surrounding soul holy flames. The soul holy flame and the spirit maiden both faltered upon seeing this. They had been awestruck by this power and had seemingly forgotten how to move or even breathe. This was a soul power of vast horror and destruction. In the next instant, a massive soul power whale mouth appeared behind Lin. The spirit maiden's body stiffened upon seeing that massive mouth for some reason, and she didn't dare to move. Slurp! The paramount holy flames that could incinerate even one's consciousness was quickly slurped up by the whale. A gargantuan dark vortex appeared, seemingly able to engulf and annihilate all things. The golden holy flames wanted to incinerate this whale, but it couldn't even scorch the whale's skin before being swallowed. I have to admit, this soul holy flame is at least very tasty. And Lin smiled. The spirit maiden's eyes widened. You dare to swallow my soul holy flame and the soul power essence of the spirit patriarch palace? I do indeed. And Lin nodded. Ah! The spirit maiden suddenly screamed. Boom! The soul holy flames rushed violently toward Lin hundreds of times faster than before. Golden flames instantly filled the entire vermilion bird trial space, as if it was trying to incinerate everything. Boom 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 boom. One trap after another was triggered as blue soul holy flame that could seal one's consciousness, white soul holy flame that could annihilate one's consciousness, and green soul holy flame that could poison and corrupt one's consciousness hurtled toward Lin in the form of holy flame dragons. If you want to eat soul holy flames, then I'll give it all to you. A crazed expression appeared on the spirit maiden's face. Eat. Eat more. You're my bitch if you don't keep eating. Let me see just what gives you the guts to eat the soul holy flames that contain the essential power of the spirit patriarch. Streams of soul-holy flames that could easily tear a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure's consciousness apart crashed down upon Enlin, tearing apart the entire space with its explosive soul power. This crazy bitch. Enlin's expression shifted as more pressure was piled on him. If things continued like this, the black whale materialized by his consciousness would explode from being overfed. This spirit maiden was trying to kill him at all costs. Enlin was using a combination of the power of his consciousness and the engulfment ability of the whale within his sea of vital energy. He was trying to engulf the soul power within the soul holy flames to nurture his own consciousness. His consciousness was feeling very good initially, but it was showing signs of saturation. He had to transfer this power elsewhere. Enlin's mind raced. Clack. The passageway to his sea of vital energy was opened. The soul holy flame began to flow into his sea of vital energy. Little whale eat. The little whale looked at the oncoming wave of holy flames, and it shuddered before reluctantly opening its mouth. Glug 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 glug. The soul holy flames began to flow into the little whale's stomach. Within the vermilion bird trial space, Enlin remained standing on the spot, swallowing all soul holy flames that were being thrown at him no matter how much there was. Arf! How can you do that? The spirit maiden was about to have a mental breakdown. Enlin smiled at the woman who was on the verge of pulling her hair out. You don't know anything about my power. Boom! The whale mouth opened wide again. Terrifying engulfment power created a massive vortex, engulfing all soul holy flames that came its way. The soul holy flames posed an extremely potent threat to Dao integration stage super mighty figures, and their consciousness could be incinerated if they weren't careful. However, Enlin was different. His consciousness was insanely powerful, and this allowed him to engulf the soul holy flames and use it as sustenance. Soon, all of the soul holy flames within the trial space had been completely engulfed by Enlin. Burp! The whale gave a loud burp before slowly disappearing. Within the sea of vital energy, the little whale had become a large whale and floated upside down with a suicidal expression, looking as if it had bitten off far more than it could chew. Enlin felt like his consciousness was brimming with energy and was even more badass than before. What else do you have? Throw it all at me. Enlin smiled as he turned toward the stunned spirit maiden. How could this be? My soul holy flames. You swallowed all of it? The spirit maiden was in a slight daze. I refuse to believe this. Die, die, die. The spirit maiden's hands danced through the air as she tried to summon more holy flames. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The opening in the vermilion bird trial space from which the soul holy flames erupted made a farting sound before falling silent. The spirit maiden collapsed to the ground with an utterly broken expression. Enlin, you win. The spirit maiden conceded her defeat. She had nothing else to throw at Enlin. She had depleted all of her ammo, but Enlin was still alive and well. What could she do? She was in complete despair. Enlin, before I give you the inheritance, can you return all of the soul power you swallowed to me? The spirit maiden pleaded with a sour expression. I ate all of it, and it had completely fused together with my consciousness. I won't be able to expel it even if I take a dump. Enlin rolled his eyes. The spirit maiden wiped the tears from her face and consoled herself. You're going to take the vermilion bird trial's inheritance anyway, so there's no point in leaving any soul power here. Come with me. I'll give you the spirit patriarch's inheritance. Enlin followed the spirit maiden all the way to the end, where the massive vermilion bird statue lay. Is this what the holy beast vermilion bird looks like? Enlin looked at the statue of the vermilion bird, and he felt an unyielding will emanating from it, as if it was going to break through all shackles and transcend beyond the worlds. That's right. The spirit patriarch had some history with the vermilion bird and understood the special properties of the vermilion bird, which was why it was able to create a soul-vanquishing holy flame. That is also the inheritance you're about to obtain now, the spirit maiden replied. I'm going to activate it and let it bestow the complete inheritance upon you. She laid a glowing hand on the statue's head, upon which countless cracks appeared on the statue. The statue suddenly exploded. Chirp! The ethereal cry of the vermilion bird reverberated through the air. A vermilion bird suddenly rose into the sky in the place of the shattered statue, and the soul power surging from its body gave even Lin a sense of pressure. Human, you have the right to obtain the spirit patriarch's inheritance? The vermilion bird body was semi-transparent, as if it was a wisp of divine intent. However, even so, it still gave one a sense of formidable pressure. Upon seeing Lin, its chaotic golden eyes suddenly lit up for some reason, and a peculiar smile appeared on its face. How interesting! You possess my power, and it's also my essential power. How alluring! I really want to eat it. And Lin could see a hint of yearning shimmering in the vermilion bird's eyes, upon which his heart jolted with shock. Could it be that this wisp of divine intent had discovered the holy flame vermilion bird in his sea of vital energy? This was definitely an intelligent being, and was quite possibly a power left here by the true vermilion bird. At this moment, the vermilion bird suddenly pounced toward him, and Lin felt like the entire world was crashing down upon him, striking him with a sense of despair. I'm going to eat you. The vermilion bird opened its mouth, and the aura of a holy beast threatened to crush all things. The spirit maiden was also given a fright upon seeing this. She clearly didn't know that the vermilion bird would suddenly attack Lin either, but she didn't stop the vermilion bird. Instead, she chortled with glee. Nice! Hurry up and kill this Lin, vermilion bird. Ha ha ha. You're as good as dead now, Lin. This is the divine intent of the true holy beast, and no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to defend yourself against its attacks. The spirit maiden chortled again, and Lin looked at the astonishingly powerful vermilion bird hurtling toward him, and a faint smile still lingered on his face as a black whale, which materialized from his consciousness, appeared behind him again before opening its cavernous mouth. Wah! The whale let loose a loud cry, and a vast vortex suddenly appeared in its mouth. The vermilion bird's expression shifted slightly, and at this moment, the black whale behind Lin pounced toward the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird felt an extremely terrifying burst of suction force. No! Impossible! How do you have the body of chaotic essence? The vermilion bird struggled frantically to try and get away, but it was unable to do so and could only continue sliding toward the whale's massive mouth. How could your consciousness be this powerful? This is impossible. You're only at the return to void stage. The vermilion bird's expression shifted, and as it was sucked into the vortex, its body kept shrinking until it eventually disappeared altogether. Burp! The whale closed its mouth and gave a satisfied burp before it disappeared as well. Silence fell once again. The spirit maiden's twisted smile froze on her face. She stared blankly ahead and couldn't recover from her shock. You ate the vermilion bird? She only managed to force those words out of her mouth after a prolonged, stunned silence. It's just a mere wisp of the vermilion bird's divine intent. Even if the real vermilion bird were here and tried to eat me, I'd beat the crap out of it. And Lin harumphed coldly. The spirit maiden. Hurry up and give me my inheritance. And Lin urged. The spirit maiden was on the verge of tears. The spirit patriarch has left the inheritance with the vermilion bird divine intent. You've eaten the vermilion bird divine intent, so how am I supposed to give you the inheritance? And Lin? Was she serious? What a load of bullshit. That divine intent was just a vessel for an inheritance, and it tried to eat him. Then what happens now? And Lin's expression darkened. I don't know. The spirit maiden shook her head with a broken expression. I feel like I'm not suited to be the trial moderator. Not only did I end up losing all of the soul power, I've even lost the divine intent that was supposed to bestow the inheritance. You really are an unworthy moderator. How about you leave that job to me? And Lin suggested. The spirit maiden instantly exploded with rage. Hell no! Right at this moment, change struck in the sea of vital energy again. Boom! The little whale's stomach suddenly exploded. A vermilion bird emerged from within. You want to swallow me? I'm going to incinerate your entire sea of vital energy and teach you a lesson for your arrogance. The vermilion bird roared. The holy flame vermilion bird in the sky caught sight of the vermilion bird divine intent, and its eyes lit up. Chirp! What is this thing? No! The vermilion bird had just escaped from the little whale, and it was completely taken by surprise as it was swallowed by the holy flame vermilion bird. After that, the holy flame vermilion bird became more substantial and also grew in size. A series of realistic white feathers began to appear on its body, and its aura became increasingly more terrifying. And Kiran was immediately struck by a sense of urgency upon seeing this. He felt like his position as the ruler of the sea of vital energy was being threatened. It was also at this moment that a massive amount of emotion exploded in Enlin's mind. Boom! This was the Spirit Patriarch's core observation toward the soul holy flames. Not only that, but even the holy beast vermilion bird's core observation toward holy flames also flowed into Enlin's mind, bestowing upon him the knowledge of how to use fire, how to enhance fire, and how to take flames to a higher level. The divine flames within Enlin's body began to surge. The great holy flame became purer as it absorbed the soul power before going through an evolution. A scintillating sun began to appear above Enlin's head. It had now become the supreme holy flame that could incinerate one's consciousness. The golden sun lit up the entire sky, and the spirit maiden's expression shifted drastically as she frantically rushed back in retreat. This is the soul holy flame? No, it's a mutated version of the soul holy flame. You still obtained the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance anyway. The Spirit Maiden stared at Enlin with an astonished expression. Not only that, but I've also obtained other inheritances. Enlin smiled. He stepped forward, and another type of flames rose into the sky. A blue crescent moon appeared high in the sky. Bright blue moonlight cascaded down, making the surging and tumbling waves on the ground below bright blue in color. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these were flames that burned in water. They were Yin-type flames that could still burn violently in low-temperature environments. This was the setting moon flame, a type of divine flame. The setting moon flame had also experienced a qualitative change after being affected by the peculiar power Enlin had absorbed. The vermilion bird circling over the sea of vital energy blew a burst of essential power out of its mouth, and this power worked with the holy flame observations that Enlin attained from the vermilion bird divine intent, thereby triggering an evolution for the setting moon flame. Soon, the blue crescent moon in the sky disappeared. However, the reflection of the blue crescent moon still existed above the blue flames, as if it were a crescent moon that had fallen into the water. This was the true setting moon flame, the true moon within the water, the fire of extreme Yin. Whoosh! A violent tremor ensued. The divine flame flared up before beginning to exude holy flame energy fluctuations. The setting moon flame had transformed into setting moon holy flame. The spirit maiden was completely dumbstruck after witnessing the divine flame evolve into holy flame. However, this was not the end. Enlin waved a hand, and stars fell like rain from the sky, creating the demonic star holy flame. Invisible flames incinerated space, creating the heavenly void holy flame. A golden dragon roared above the heavens, creating the golden dragon holy flame. The mutant blood phoenix was reborn from the ashes, creating the blood phoenix holy flame. The spirit maiden was already completely numb. It was completely outrageous that Enlin would possess so many divine flames, and he was now giving her a live performance in evolving all of these divine flames into holy flames. Never in her wildest dreams would she have envisioned something like this. Has the vermilion bird trial inheritance always been this badass? Why didn't I know about this? The spirit maiden murmured. She was shocked beyond belief and didn't even know what to say anymore. Enlin smiled. Am I badass? The spirit maiden nodded. You're very badass. She then clapped a hand over her mouth with a remorseful expression. This forced honesty was a very annoying setting sometimes. Enlin nodded with satisfaction. The spirit maiden who had been ranting about killing him had now been completely won over by his power. This was quite a satisfying feeling. At this moment, a wail of anguish erupted again from the live broadcast image. The chaotic demon ball's body was finally torn into shreds by countless dark soul dragons before disappearing within the trial space. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored again. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. Another Tao integration stage super mighty figure had fallen. On the Taichu continent, the fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure could shake the entire continent. However, here in the Spirit Patriarch Palace, Tao integration stage super mighty figures were falling like flies, indicating just how treacherous these trials were. No, these were trials. They were designed to kill all living beings who entered the Spirit Patriarch Palace. If it weren't for the fact that Enlin's consciousness defied the natural order, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as those fallen super mighty figures. The Spirit Maiden was not feeling sympathetic toward those fallen super mighty figures in the slightest. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face. The chaotic demon ball is dead. It was the most annoying one and was running its mouth about how much it loved me. I wonder if it still loved me when it died. And Lin grumbled internally. Did she not see the tears of remorse flowing from the chaotic demon ball's eyes prior to its death? Of course it didn't love her anymore. And Lin waved a hand through the air, and the 7 holy flames began to dissipate. He was now the true god of flames. He was confident that no one on the entire Taichu continent had as many holy flames as he did. Not even any of the gods of creation. He could verify this just from seeing the Spirit Maiden's expression. She had once followed the Spirit Patriarch and had seen countless things during her lifetime. For even someone like her to be so astonished gave Lin a sense of accomplishment. It's a pity that all of the other Return to Void Stage Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures have all escaped from the Spirit Patriarch Palace. An expression of disappointment appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face. Heaven and earth mourned 3 times in quick succession, so of course they would flee from fear. And Lin smiled and said, "If you open the gate into the White Tiger trial space, the Sword Essence Emperor would definitely also run away without so much as a backward glance." Open the gate? Impossible. I said I would kill it, so I'll kill it at all costs. The Spirit Maiden crossed her arms over her chest and harumphed coldly. But it's pretty powerful too. To think that it is able to last so long in the White Tiger trial. And Lin turned toward the live broadcast to find that the Sword Essence Emperor seemed to have unleashed some sort of mystic technique. The muscles all over its entire body bulged and emanated surging red soul power as it made its way toward the white tiger statue like a fiend celestial. At the same time, 18 golden celestial swords revolved around its body, keeping the torrential storm of soul swords at bay. It was trying to pass the trial. The Spirit Maiden's expression had completely darkened. She had clearly noticed this too. Why is this bastard so powerful? I really want to kill it. The Spirit Maiden grumbled with a sulky expression, and Lin offered his services upon seeing this. Spirit Maiden, I'd be happy to grant your wish. The Spirit Maiden, I want to enter the White Tiger trial. And Lin aimed a knowing expression at her. The Spirit Maiden's eyes lit up when she realized what he was suggesting. That's a great idea. I can let you 2 idiots fight one another while I trigger all the power within the White Tiger trial to kill both of you. And Lin, did she really have to be this honest? The Spirit Maiden immediately clapped her hands over her mouth with a humiliated expression. She accidentally spoke her thoughts again. This accursed honesty setting. And Lin repressed the urge to beat the crap out of the Spirit Maiden and continued with a smile. So should I go into the White Tiger trial now? If I go in any later, the Sword Essence Emperor might succeed. All right, the Spirit Maiden nodded. And Lin made his way out of the Vermilion Bird trial area before turning toward the White Tiger trial gate. Rumble, the gate began to rise up. The Sword Essence Emperor shuddered upon seeing this, and an expression of ecstasy appeared on its face. The gate has opened. Ha ha ha. There is always a way out after all. The Sword Essence Emperor chortled with glee. Spirit Maiden, have I already passed the trial with my outstanding performance? At this moment, a man in a flowing white robe made his way into the White Tiger trial area. He wore a pleasant smile on his face, and he spoke in a gentle voice. Your performance has been too exceptional. so the Spirit Maiden decided to throw a bonus trial at you. Boom! The White Tiger trial gate slammed shut once again. The flame of hope that had just been ignited was snuffed out once again. The Sword Essence Emperor's face turned deathly pale when it caught sight of who this white-robed man was. And Lin? That's right, it's me. Are you surprised? Are you overjoyed? And Lin drew his evil-slaying sword with battle intent surging from his body. I'm here to harvest your worthless life. The Sword Essence Emperor instantly began to panic upon seeing Lin. It frantically kept the Golden Soul swords at bay as it roared with rage. Spirit Maiden, I'm still taking this trial. How can you let Lin come here to disrupt me? Please evict him at once. And Lin chuckled coldly as he made his way over to the Sword Essence Emperor. Stop struggling. The Spirit Maiden was the one who let me in. Do you think she'll evict me? What a joke. The Sword Essence Emperor shuddered upon hearing this, and an expression of despair appeared on its face. The gate was now closed, so there was no way it could escape. After unleashing its buff mystic technique, there was a chance that it could complete this trial, but with Lin here in conjunction with the attacks being unleashed by the trial, even 3 Sword Essence Emperors wouldn't be able to survive here. What can I do? The Sword Essence Emperor gritted its teeth, and a few more massive holes were punctured into its body by the soul swords during its deliberation. It was now in its buff state with a body several thousand feet tall, giving it the appearance of a ferocious, bloodthirsty god fiend. But there were already tens of thousands of puncture wounds all over its body. Furthermore, even though it had been regenerating throughout this entire process, there were still tens of thousands of puncture wounds on its body that had yet to heal, thereby indicating just how much damage it had sustained during this trial. If things continued like this, it was going to die for sure. Am I going to die here after all? A sense of chilling despair welled up in the Sword Essence Emperor's heart. And Lin strode toward the Sword Essence Emperor with an expression of assured victory on his face. However, right at this moment, all of the Golden Soul swords suddenly came to a standstill in midair. The trial space suddenly fell silent. The Sword Essence Emperor was baffled, and as was Lin. They then saw all of the countless Golden Soul swords in the air turn their pointy ends toward Lin. In that instant, Lin felt like he was being scrutinized by a death god. A hint of unease suddenly welled up in Lin's heart. The Spirit Maiden suddenly appeared in the air above the White Tiger trial space. Her blue dress was flapping around her, and her translucent bare feet stood in midair as an excited and cruel expression appeared on her beautiful features. Sword Essence Emperor, don't you want to kill Lin? I'll help you. All of my attacks will target Lin from now on, so this is your best and final chance. Make sure you don't squander it. The Sword Essence Emperor drew a sharp intake of breath. The tide had finally turned in its favor, and Lin was shocked. I'm helping you get rid of the enemy you detest, and this is how you repay me? You're too powerful, so I can only try to eliminate you by using the full power of this trial and turning the Sword Essence Emperor on you. Both of you must die here. The Spirit Maiden was honest to a fault as usual. Ha ha ha. And Lin, weren't you just acting cocky a moment ago? The Sword Essence Emperor waved a hand through the air, and 18 golden celestial swords hovered around him. You'll get a taste of just how terrifying this trial is very soon. My power in conjunction with the trial's power will show you what true despair looks like. The Sword Essence Emperor had been forced into an impossibly dire situation, but the tables had finally turned. There was a new enemy being targeted, and it was a wonderful feeling to finally not be targeted. This was the beginning of its counterattack. The Spirit Maiden was also extremely elated. What a foolish human. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape the fate of death by my hand. Oh ho ho ho. All of a sudden, countless Golden Soul swords hurtled through the air toward Lin, and the extreme sharpness emanating from them struck Lin's skin and consciousness with a sharp pain even before any of the swords had actually reached him. Not only were these swords imbued with an extremely terrifying power of metal, but they also contained the Spirit Patriarch's true intent observation toward the Sword Tao and also a hint of the God of Creation stage power. These soul swords were very powerful. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Things are getting interesting. Looks like I'll have to get a little serious as well. A black divine halo suddenly appeared above his head, from which a paramount aura exploded forth. From this moment forth, he was the ruler of all metals, and all metal-type powers were under his control. Power of metal activate. Whoosh! Invisible ripples instantly proliferated throughout heaven and earth. The golden soul sword hurtling toward Enlin suddenly froze in midair. Enlin tore through space, passed by countless stationary golden soul swords, and charged toward the Sword Essence Emperor at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a layer of inky black divine light enshrouded his evil-slaying sword, further enhancing its extreme sharpness. The power of metal had been activated to its maximal extent. He had become the one in control over the power of paramount laws. The Spirit Maiden was dumbstruck once again. The Sword Essence Emperor was also completely bamboozled. The White Tiger trial was supposed to help it fight Enlin, but all of the soul swords were frozen on the spot now. In reality, Enlin could even immobilize the Sword Essence Emperor's swords as well, but he decided to allow the Sword Essence Emperor to die with some dignity. Enlin hurtled toward it in the blink of an eye. However, the Sword Essence Emperor's vast battle experience kicked in after an extremely brief period of stunned inactivity. Its 18 golden celestial swords were already rushing toward Enlin with devastating power. In its current buff state, it could unleash power comparable to that of a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Enlin swept his evil-slaying sword through the air toward the 18 golden celestial swords, and 18 bursts of crisp ringing sounded, upon which all of the celestial swords were sliced in half. What terrifying power! Unadulterated shock surged through the Sword Essence Emperor's heart upon seeing Enlin slice through all of its celestial swords with a single sword strike. At this moment, Enlin unleashed a second sword strike. Swish! The crimson protective soul power materialized around the Sword Essence Emperor's body was sliced apart, as was its entire body, and blood began to gush into the air. Thump! The two halves of its body crashed to the ground and continued to be ravaged by the remaining sword intent. Not bad. You were able to make me swing my sword twice. Enlin sheathed his sword with a calm expression. The Sword Essence Emperor, our Void Spirit tribe has still massively underestimated your combat prowess. The Sword Essence Emperor had temporarily attained power comparable to the Tao integration pinnacle stage after unleashing its buff mystic technique, but it was still unable to defend itself from Enlin's attack. A sly smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked down at the Sword Essence Emperor. Seeing as you tried to use the power of the White Tiger trial to kill me, let me return the favor by using the power of the Vermilion Bird trial on you. What? The Sword Essence Emperor's body shuddered. At this moment, a golden sun appeared high in the sky, twisting the space around it. The supreme holy flame was here. The Sword Essence Emperor was struck by a sense of horror once again. In particular, its consciousness was already trembling uncontrollably. This is the power of the Vermilion Bird trial? You've already passed the Vermilion Bird trial? What do you think? Enlin snapped his fingers. The sun behind him crashed toward the Sword Essence Emperor. Arg! The Sword Essence Emperor howled in agony as terrifying flames scorched its body. It had thought that it would be able to launch a counterattack, but its power and the White Tiger trial's power were completely no match for Enlin. Enlin's overwhelming power had well and truly plunged it into despair. The supreme holy flame latched onto its consciousness, and it wouldn't rest until the entirety of its consciousness was scorched into nothingness. Finally, the Sword Essence Emperor was destroyed by the terrifying supreme holy flame. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored once again. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. Another one of the Void Spirit tribe's super mighty figures, the Sword Essence Emperor, had fallen. Up to this stage, all of the Void Spirit tribe's super mighty figures who had entered the Spirit Patriarch Palace had perished. The metal divine halo above Enlin's head lit up, and all of the stationary golden soul swords surged into his divine halo as if they were nurturing it. Soon, all of the golden soul swords were completely absorbed without being able to put up any resistance. Burp! Enlin let loose a loud burp in the empty White Tiger trial space. He turned toward the paralyzed spirit maiden in the air with a wide grin. "Thanks for the meal. Thanks for the meal." His words were like a heavy blow to the spirit maiden's heart. The spirit maiden wiped at her tears and sobbed. "I'm not trying to feed you. Give my soul power essence back to me. The soul power essence has completely fused together with my consciousness. I won't be able to expel it even if I take a dump." And Lin splayed his hands open with a helpless expression on his face. He was using those words to placate her again. The spirit maiden gritted her teeth, but she was unable to do anything. Her weapon was the power within the trials. Now that the soul power within the White Tiger trial had been taken by Lin, she couldn't do anything to him. "Master, I'm so sorry." The spirit maiden looked up into the sky with a disconsolate expression. "Why is it that the first being to enter the spirit patriarch palace so powerful? I've already tried so hard to kill him, but I can't do anything to him?" And Lin turned toward the spirit maiden with a curious expression. "Isn't that three-headed wolf the first being to come in here?" The spirit maiden burst into laughter. "That stupid dog didn't even dare to enter the soul power passageway. Only those who can pass through the soul power passageway are acknowledged as trial takers and have the right to be killed by me," the spirit maiden said with a proud expression. And Lin had no idea what she was so proud of. His consciousness was still digesting the soul power he had just absorbed. Once all of this soul power was digested, his consciousness would be vastly enhanced once again. "So I've completed the White Tiger trial now, right? Give me the inheritance." And Lin urged. The spirit maiden flew toward the Whitey Tiger statue with a resentful expression. Seeing as she couldn't kill Lin, she had to keep her promise and bestow upon him the core inheritance. She laid a hand upon the White Tiger's head, and the White Tiger statue began to crack open. Boom! The statue exploded. An extremely intimidating White Tiger projection appeared within the trial space. Roar! The White Tiger let loose an enraged roar. This was a huge white tiger with a pristine white body and a series of golden-veined patterns on its back. It turned to scrutinize Lin with a haughty expression in its eyes. A supreme ferocity and extremely pure power of metal emanated from the white tiger's body. Just its stare alone gave Lin a sense of extreme peril. "So you are the one who completed my trial?" The white tiger's voice erupted, sending overwhelming pressure crashing down upon Lin. "That's right." And Lin nodded. "Who would have thought that my trial would be completed by a human?" A mocking expression appeared on its face. "Are you a top-rate human mighty figure? It has been a long time since a truly powerful being has emerged from the human race. This is an inheritance meant for the Void Spirit tribe, but to think that a human got here first." And Lin knew what the White Tiger was thinking, but his smile lingered on his face. "What? The Spirit Patriarch didn't say that beings outside of the Void Spirit tribe couldn't take its inheritance. But I don't like humans," the White Tiger said in a cold voice. "This is the Spirit Patriarch Palace, so we play by the Spirit Patriarch's rules." And Lin said in a voice equally as cold and firm. "Ha ha ha ha." The White Tiger seemed to have heard something extremely hilarious, and it chortled with mirth. "This is indeed the Spirit Patriarch Palace, but this is my trial, so I make the rules here. Also," the White Tiger glared at Lin, and the divine symbol on its forehead shimmered as its body became more substantial. "Trash like you has no right to challenge my decision." And Lin was shocked. Did all ruins have so much personality these days? The spirit maiden was a psychopath, the vermilion bird tried to eat him, and now the White Tiger was refusing him its inheritance? Most importantly, it was flexing on him. Boom! The metal divine halo appeared above Lin's head again. The White Tiger suddenly felt a burst of boundless divine might crashing down upon it, as if it were being confronted by a paramount god. Its expression shifted drastically, and before it could even react, a black palm smashed its body into the ground, contorting its body into a horseshoe shape in the process. Boom! The earth tremored violently, and Lin stomped a firm foot upon the White Tiger's head. "Who do you think you are, you cocky little shit?" And Lin's eyes shimmered with a dangerous light as he spoke in a cold voice. Roar! The White Tiger exploded with rage. It had never been looked down on by another living being like this. Even though this was just a wisp of its divine intent, it refused to be humiliated like this. A series of golden soul swords appeared from thin air before hurtling toward Enlin. Enlin chuckled coldly. A dazzling black light shone from his divine halo as the power of paramount laws instantly enshrouded the golden soul swords, upon which they abruptly switched directions and punctured the white tiger's body. The white tiger howled in agony. Roar! How could this be? What power is this? Why are you able to control my power? The white tiger was completely astonished as it looked at Enlin. White tiger, are you really one of the 4 holy beasts? You haven't even heard of Sword Immortal Enlin. Enlin chuckled coldly. All those who flex on Sword Immortal Enlin must pay a price, and you are about to pay with your life. A massive, inky black soul power whale suddenly appeared behind him. It opened a disproportionately massive mouth as it dove toward the white tiger. No! The white tiger's expression shifted drastically as it roared with shock and horror. In the next instant, the soul power whale swallowed the massive white tiger divine intent in what seemed to be an efficient, rehearsed process. Burp! The soul power whale let loose a satisfied burp before disappearing. Thus, the white tiger's divine intent was also eaten by Enlin. I've already swallowed the vermilion bird anyway, so swallowing a white tiger now isn't an issue, right, Spirit Maiden? Enlin turned toward the stunned woman beside him. The Spirit Maiden's heart throbbed with pain as she clasped a hand over her chest. Again, you swallowed it again. I can accept you swallowing the soul power essence in the trial areas, but why won't you even spare the holy beast's divine intent? A resigned expression appeared on Enlin's face. I had no choice. They provoked me both times. I don't want to fight them either. The Spirit Maiden knew that Enlin was right. The holy beasts had provoked Enlin both times. The Spirit Maiden was actually quite excited when the 2 holy beasts attacked Enlin, hoping that they would tear this annoying man to shreds. But what was the result? Both of the holy beasts had been swallowed by him. Incredible. Terrifying. How could there be such a freak in this world? Boom! An enormous amount of information and true intent exploded in Enlin's mind. After using the little whale's engulfment spell technique to engulf the white tiger's divine intent, his powerful consciousness had already digested its divine intent. Now, he had already received the complete inheritance of the white tiger's unique soul power and its soul power golden sword spell technique. Not only that, but another change took place on his sea of vital energy. A white egg suddenly appeared on the surging sea of vital energy. Enlin was shocked upon seeing this. Why was there an egg floating on his sea of vital energy? How had another strange thing ended up in there? Enlin turned his attention toward the egg on the sea of vital energy. The egg was about the same height as in Kirin. It had an extremely smooth and pristine white surface. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that there were intricate golden patterns very faintly visible upon the surface of the egg. What is this egg? And why is it in my sea of vital energy? Enlin was perplexed. Could this be related to the white tiger somehow? After all, the egg had only appeared after he had swallowed the white tiger. Wait, if he obtained this egg after swallowing the white tiger, then why was there no egg when he swallowed the vermilion bird? Enlin could sense that there was a peculiar life form incubating within that egg. In order not to repeat the tragedy of their 4th brother, who was cooked by Xianxia, he immediately commanded in Kirin, the holy flame vermilion bird, and the little whale to get far away from the egg and prohibited them from hurting it. He heaved a faint sigh of relief after taking care of matters there before turning his attention to the Spirit Patriarch Palace. The Spirit Maiden wore a suicidal expression on her face and had fallen into severe self-doubt following the heavy blows Enlin had inflicted upon her. Spirit Maiden, there are still 2 trials left. Let's continue, Enlin suggested. The Spirit Maiden shuddered, and she turned toward Enlin with shock and horror in her eyes. You want to continue? Don't you want to kill me? I'm giving you more opportunities to do so. Enlin smiled. The Spirit Maiden felt like a sword had been stabbed into her heart, and her chest rose and fell as she clasped a hand over it. No, I don't want to kill you anymore. I'm afraid of you now. If things continue like this, you're gonna take the whole Spirit Patriarch Palace apart. I beg of you, please just get out of here." And Lin chuckled coldly. "I go wherever I want, and no one has the right to impede me. If you don't like that, then come kill me." The veins on the Spirit Maiden's forehead bulged, but she couldn't do anything. She had never hated anyone as much as she did now. A peculiar feeling of being conquered welled up in her heart, making her entire body tremble. "You can continue, but you have to promise me not to absorb any more soul power essence or holy beast divine intent. Is that all right?" The Spirit Maiden implored. "Nope," and Lin rejected in a firm voice. "You!" The Spirit Maiden's eyes widened. "You're going too far." "Am I? Well, why don't you come and kill me then?" And Lin laughed. The Spirit Maiden finally broke down in tears. What an unreasonable man. And Lin ignored her and made his way out of the White Tiger trial space before arriving at the Xianwu trial gate, where he yelled in a loud voice, "I want to challenge the Xianwu trial. Open the gate." "No, you can't do this. You're a horrible man." The Spirit Maiden shook her head to reject Lin's request, but her body moved of its own accord. That's right, she had no right to prevent a trial taker from undertaking a trial. That was the equivalent of betraying the Spirit Patriarch, and it was something she absolutely could not do. "I really want to kill you," the Spirit Maiden spat through gritted teeth, and Lin naturally had no patience for a psychopath artifact spirit who was always thinking about killing him. "Shut the fuck up. If you want to kill me, then open the gate and show me what you've got." The Spirit Maiden pursed her lips and waved a hand to open the Xianwu trial. Rumble. The Xianwu trial that had already slain 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures was activated. And Lin strode into the trial with a fearless expression. "Ha ha ha. Die die die. I'm going to kill you right here, right now." A crazed expression appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face. A boundless crushing force came crashing down. And Lin's body shuddered violently, and his bones creaked as boundless gravitational force pressed down upon him. If an ordinary return to void stage mighty figure were here, they would definitely have been crushed into mincemeat in an instant. Even Dao integration stage super mighty figures like the Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake were temporarily immobilized by this crushing force. However, this was only the beginning. The indestructible Xianwu shells began to fall from the sky at this moment. "I'm going to crush you." The Xianwu shells were covered in sharp divine spikes, and they crashed down from above with the weight to crush and flatten all things. "Interesting." And Lin smiled as an earthy yellow divine halo appeared above his head. Whoosh! A burst of paramount might began to proliferate forth. "Power of mountains, activate." And Lin pointed a finger into the air, and the paramount power of laws erupted forth. "Return to normal gravity." Peculiar ripples imbued with the power of paramount laws surged through the air, as if a heavenly decree were being delivered. The terrifying gravitational force instantly disappeared. The Spirit Maiden's insane expression froze on her face, and her mouth gaped open. "This again? What kind of power is this? What kind of freak is this man?" The Spirit Maiden could already envision what was going to happen next. Sure enough, and Lin launched a fist into the sky, and the terrifying power of mountains imbued with the will to destroy all things instantly shattered the soul power Xianwu shell. However, there was more than just one Xianwu shell in the Xianwu trial. The Spirit Maiden waved her hands frantically through the air to send one Xianwu shell after another crashing down upon Lin, each of which was smashed by Lin with a single punch with no exception. The Xianwu shells that were indestructible to Dao integration stage super mighty figures were like papier-mâché structures to Lin. The Spirit Maiden experienced what true despair was once again. At this moment, the mountain divine halo was absorbing the soul power essence in the trial space again. And Lin's soul power energy increased drastically again, and part of it flowed into his sea of vital energy to nurture that strange egg. Soon, all of the Xianwu shells had been pulverized and absorbed by Lin. The Xianwu trial space was completely empty. "How disappointing, Spirit Maiden, you failed again. But that's all right, you still have one more chance." And Lin spoke with a buoyant smile. "However, before that, It's time to give me my Xianwu inheritance. The spirit maiden gritted her teeth. Before I activate the Xianwu inheritance, can you explain to me why you've already summoned your whale? Haha. Enlin looked at the soul power black whale behind him with its massive mouth open, and he gave a slightly awkward smile. I'm worried that Xianwu is going to attack me like the other two holy beasts, so I've summoned the whale for self-defense purposes. Self-defense? Fuck off. He clearly wanted to swallow Xianwu. The spirit maiden's breathing accelerated, but she still calmed herself down and forced a smile onto her face. Then promise me that you won't attack Xianwu unless it attacks you first. And Lin immediately shook his head upon hearing this. I can't do that. Why do I have to wait for the holy beasts to attack me before I retaliate? I've already been pushed around by two holy beasts, and I can't let the tragedy repeat again. Attack is the best defense, and I'm going to take the initiative and attack this time. The spirit maiden? The spirit maiden knew what was going on now, and Lin had been sent down by the heavens to punish her. What the fuck was this about a tragedy? When had tragedy ever befallen him? The two holy beasts were clearly the ones who had encountered tragic fates. How could he be shameless enough to say things like attack was the best defense? The spirit maiden had always thought that she was the most shameless one here. After all, she had to stoop to all types of lows in order to kill the trial takers here. However, never would she have thought that there would be a man even more shameless than her. He stooped to even lower lows in order to swallow the holy beasts here. She wanted to kill him so badly, but she couldn't do anything to him. She could only watch as Enlin skipped about, deriving joy from wreaking havoc everywhere he went. The despair, the powerlessness. Hurry up. Where's my Xianwu inheritance? Enlin urged. The spirit maiden turned to him with a sour expression. You can't do this. What you're doing is not right. Let me ask you this. Did the spirit patriarch stipulate that the soul power essence here could not be eaten? Enlin asked. The honest spirit maiden shook her head. Then let me ask you again. Did the spirit patriarch stipulate that the holy beast's divine intent could not be eaten? Enlin asked again. The spirit maiden was on the verge of tears as she shook her head again. Enlin splayed his hands open. The spirit patriarch hasn't said anything. So what are you spouting nonsense for? The spirit maiden broke down. You're bullying me. Well, come kill me then. Enlin responded with an infuriating, cocky grin. The spirit maiden wanted to die. Slap. She pressed her hand to the turtle head. The Xianwu statue exploded. A gargantuan Xianwu appeared where the statue was. Its snake head was enshrouded in dark water, giving it an eerie, sinister look. A green divine light shone from its mountainous and seemingly indestructible shell. When it swayed its tail lightly, a stick of golden candlelight lit up, illuminating heaven and earth. So you are the one who has completed my trial? Xianwu's lantern-like eyes stared at Enlin. Indeed, senior. Enlin cupped his fists in a show of respect. The spirit maiden was very anxious and was petrified about what could happen next. Senior Xianwu. This Enlin is an extraordinarily talented cultivator, and is more deserving of your inheritance than anyone else in this world. The hidden meaning behind the spirit maiden's words was very apparent. Stop wasting time and hurry up with the inheritance. Please don't walk the same path as the white tiger and the vermilion bird. To her surprise, Xianwu was just about to impart its inheritance, but it stopped instead upon hearing the spirit maiden's words. It then appraised Enlin with intrigue. Oh, to think that you would receive such glowing praise from the spirit maiden. I'm getting a little curious about your power now. How about you show me what you're made of, and I'll bestow upon you the core inheritance once I'm satisfied with you. Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Enlin smiled. The spirit maiden immediately extended a hand with a horrified expression. No! At this moment, the whale behind Enlin opened its massive mouth and pounced toward Xianwu. There was a dark vortex within its mouth, and it dragged Xianwu's body into the air with its astonishing suction force. Howl? Impudence! Never would Xianwu have thought that Enlin would dare to attack it. It opened its mouth as well, and a stream of dark water shot forth like the darkest black ink in this world. Everything that came into contact with it would be transformed into absolutely dark and lifeless water. However, when the dark water shot into the whale's mouth, it disappeared into the dark vortex within. Xianwu was given a fright upon seeing this, and a set of shiny, green, translucent soul power armor appeared over its body. Xianwu soul armor. The moment the armor appeared, Xianwu's body managed to stabilize itself in mid-air. This armor looks very interesting. To think that just a wisp of divine intent could use this armor to block my most powerful engulfment spell technique. And Lin's eyes lit up, but he had no intention of stopping. His soul power surged forth and erupted with even greater force. The suction force emanating from within the black whale's mouth became even more fearsome. Crack, crack, crack. The Xianwu soul armor was pulverized by the terrifying soul power in the end. The massive Xianwu howled with anguish and hurled enraged abuse at Lin before being swallowed by the black whale. Lightning had struck thrice. Burp! The soul power whale's satisfied burp sounded once again. And Lin looked around at the empty trial space with a smile on his face. Was Senior Xianwu satisfied with my display? Of course, there was no one there to answer him. Only the spirit maiden stood beside him with sheer and utter despair on her face. Swallowed. Xianwu was swallowed as well. Humph! I already passed the trial, and it was still acting all high and mighty, asking me to show my skills like I'm some sort of circus performer. Does it really think it's the big daddy here? And Lin pursed his lips. You're the daddy. You're the big daddy here. The spirit maiden clasped a hand over her heart with a heartbroken expression. At this moment, Lin's mind had exploded again as an enormous amount of information and true intent surged into his mind like a river. His consciousness had clearly already digested Xianwu's divine intent and absorbed the inheritance within. And Lin received another holy beast core inheritance, the Xianwu soul armor. This was an indestructible suit of armor materialized from one's consciousness, and was one of holy beast Xianwu's core defensive spell techniques. At the same time, change suddenly struck in his sea of vital energy. Another egg suddenly surfaced from the bottom of his sea of vital energy, and it also seemed to be incubating life within. This egg was the same size as the previous one and was green in color with intricate, black patterns on the surface, creating an extremely beautiful sight. And Lin was dumbstruck. He knew now that these eggs really did have something to do with the holy beasts. So what would these eggs hatch to become? And Lin was curious, but he was also feeling a little uneasy. Hopefully, nothing strange was going to hatch from them. Wait. No, 2 eggs appearing in one sea of vital energy was already strange enough. Let's go, Spirit Maiden. Onward to the Azure Dragon inheritance. And Lin urged. The Spirit Maiden descended beside him, and a beseeching expression appeared on her face. And Lin, you've vented your rage already. Can you please leave something for the palace and spare the Azure Dragon's life? Air? And Lin was rooted to the spot by surprise as he looked at the submissive woman before him. So the Spirit Maiden had already been ravaged to such an extent? To think that she had such a meek and docile side. And Lin thought about it for a moment and decided that always swallowing the holy beasts made him seem like a brainless foodie, which belied his image, so he nodded. All right. I won't attack unless the holy beast Azure Dragon provokes me. The Spirit Maiden's heart settled upon hearing this. She was going to quickly finish this trial, then send this walking curse on his way. The Spirit Maiden opened the gate to the Azure Dragon trial. And Lin swaggered in casually. I'm going to start the trial now, okay? The Spirit Maiden said quietly. And Lin, this is a fake Spirit Maiden, right? Where is her killing intent? Where is her fury? All right, let's start. And Lin answered solemnly. Immediately afterward, a dark soul dragon suddenly appeared and let out a deafening roar as it lunged toward Lin. And Lin excitedly swatted his hand toward the dragon. Boom! The dark soul dragon was instantly pulverized by Lin's palm. Congratulations, Lin. You've successfully passed the trial. There was a dainty smile on the Spirit Maiden's face. And Lin? Hang on. What on earth is going on? I passed just like that. And Lin still hadn't used his full strength yet. In fact, he had barely done anything. He passed just like that? That's right, you've already passed the trial. The spirit maiden nodded. In any case, she wasn't able to kill Lin. Thus, rather than allowing him to absorb all of the Dark Soul Dragon's soul power, it would be a better choice to let him breeze through the trial. That way, he could accept the inheritances and quickly fuck off. And Lin quickly became aware of the spirit maiden's thoughts. I've only surprised you 3 times, yet you're already backing down like a coward? The artifact spirit of the Spirit Patriarch Palace is this weak and easily bullied. And Lin sighed in feigned disappointment. You're a disgrace to the Spirit Patriarch. The spirit maiden took a deep breath and forced a smile onto her face. Do you want the inheritance or not? Just give me an answer. Yes, of course I do. And Lin immediately nodded after realizing that his attempt at goading the spirit maiden had failed. The spirit maiden flew over and patted the head of the azure dragon statue. The statue fractured and erupted with a loud explosion. An azure-colored eastern dragon that was coiled in a helix shape materialized in the void. Its body was covered in a dense pattern of divine light and lustrous scales, and its 9 claws were all glowing with a boundless and radiant might. Moreover, its pair of golden eyes contained a torrential dragon might. When one saw the azure divine seal on its forehead, they would also be instilled with a sense of uncontrollable apprehension. At the same time, a regal aura unique to holy beasts also started to suffuse through the surroundings. Roar! This howl, which contained a boundless dragon might, appeared otherworldly and ethereal. The Tao intent that it possessed was also lofty, and it fully displayed the domineering nature of the azure dragon. For some reason, Lin felt a strange sense of familiarity when he looked at the azure dragon and experienced its unique aura. You're the human who passed my trial? Interesting, very interesting. The azure dragon's 2 dragon whiskers floated up slightly as it peered down at Lin. Then, it cracked into a smile and started chortling heartily. The Spirit Patriarch's inheritance, as well as my spell technique, has actually been obtained by a human? Just thinking about this is interesting. And Lin blinked in surprise. This holy beast appeared to be much more cordial. Come, human. Since you've successfully summoned me, I'll help you fulfill your desires. An azure-colored light of inheritance started to glow on one of the azure dragon's claws. The spirit maiden heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. A relaxed smile appeared across her face. Success, I've finally succeeded this time. I've finally prevented the dreadful fate of the Spirit Patriarch Palace being emptied out. And Lin made his way forward. He was curious to find out what it would feel like to accept an inheritance normally. Then, his divine sense started to surge and expand rapidly as a stabbing pain suddenly appeared in his mind. Immediately afterward, an ancient ring on his finger suddenly erupted with a boundless black light. An immensely large dragon head instantly appeared behind Lin. Then, it opened its gigantic, sun-like eyes. This scent? What a familiar scent! A deep and husky voice sounded from behind Lin. And Lin's hair all stood on end as this dragon voice reverberated around the palace. Even his breathing started to become quick and labored. The azure dragon's expression changed drastically. Why you're... It stammered in astonishment. The black-colored dragon behind Lin roared with laughter. I am you, foolish divine intent. It suddenly widened its jaws and lunged toward the azure dragon ferociously. There was a snapping sound as it quickly flashed before the azure dragon and bit down on its head. The black dragon swallowed the azure dragon's head, then its body and finally its tail. In the end, it swallowed the entirety of the azure dragon into its belly. I feel much better after swallowing my own divine intent. The day that I recover my full strength is drawing closer and closer. The black dragon smacked its lips happily. It seems like there's still some other soul power? It suddenly mused. The entire azure dragon trial space started to quake as the black-colored dragon opened its mouth once more. Countless traps were shattered, and a supreme dragon might that possessed a will of absoluteness swept through the trial ground. It seemed as if this overwhelming might could command all dragons. Then, under Enlin's stunned gaze, countless dark soul dragons were sucked out by the black dragon. It swallowed them all, and after sucking dry all of their soul power, it let out a satisfied burp. The black dragon turned its gaze toward Enlin. "Human lad, I've managed to reap a bountiful yield thanks to you. I owe you another favor now. I'll definitely return this favor in the future. Continue to work hard. I believe in you." Roar. The black dragon let out a joyous yet mysterious laugh. The ring on Enlin's finger flashed, and the black dragon once again transformed into a black light before funneling into Enlin's divine sense. Enlin was hit with a sudden realization. So, the black dragon truly was the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 holy beasts. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity when seeing the Azure Dragon's appearance. It was because it possessed the black dragon's scent and aura. As for why the Azure Dragon became black, he didn't find a chance to ask this question. Anyhow, it seemed like he needed to find an opportunity to deal with the matter of the Azure Dragon residing within his body. Initially, he had thought that it was merely a wisp of the black dragon's divine intent that was residing within his ring. However, the events that had occurred, crippling the dark sorcery ghost with a single roar, swallowing the gigantic blue dragon, swallowing a divine tool that was forged from the skeleton of a true dragon, all suggested otherwise. Now, the black dragon even personally admitted to being the Azure Dragon. Moreover, it had swallowed the Azure Dragon divine intent. If Enlin still thought that the black dragon was merely a wisp of divine intent after all of this, then he would truly be nothing but a dumb cunt. It was clear that the black dragon was the Azure Dragon, albeit in a peculiar form. It ate it. It actually ate it. A sulky and aggrieved voice suddenly sounded from beside Enlin. The spirit maiden gazed ahead vacantly as she slumped to the floor. Her eyes were gloomy and crestfallen. "It's gone, it's all gone. The soul powers of the 4 holy beast trials have all been absorbed. Even the divine intents of the holy beasts have been eaten. The spirit patriarch palace is lonely and empty. All that remains is the rampaging evil demon Enlin." Tears of remorse rolled down the spirit maiden's cheek. These tears were all drops of liquid form spiritual energy. She should have never opened the door for him. "Liar. You're a liar. You said that you wouldn't swallow them anymore. Yet you swallowed everything again." The spirit maiden wiped away her tears as she sat in a kneeling position on the floor. Her sobbing became louder and louder. "What should I do next? There isn't even a holy beast for me to chat with in the spirit patriarch palace anymore. Oi, you can't blame me this time. You saw it yourself. It was the Azure Dragon that swallowed itself. What's that got to do with me?" And Lin was also feeling a sense of despair. The Azure Dragon has been swallowed, so where on earth is my inheritance? Is it really okay for the black dragon to do this? Just as he was thinking this, a loud boom erupted in his mind. An extremely fundamental true intent started funneling into his mind. And Lin's eyes glimmered brighter and brighter. He had finally received the complete core inheritance of the Azure Dragon, Dark Soul Dragon. This was a spell technique that consumed one's divine sense. More importantly, it was a perfect combination of the divine sense enlightenments that the Spirit Patriarch and the Holy Beast Azure Dragon had obtained. Using this spell technique, one could summon innumerable dark soul dragons and command them to tear the enemies to death. In addition to receiving this spell technique, a black-colored egg had also appeared in Enlin's sea of vital energy. There were exquisite red patterns running along its surface, and it looked extremely mysterious and beautiful. This trip was definitely worth it, and Lin had already become accustomed to having eggs materialize in his sea of vital energy. If there was already one egg, then why couldn't there be two? Or even three? Having an extra egg in his sea of vital energy wouldn't affect anything. He could just leave them to slowly hatch by themselves. The Spirit Maiden's sense of failure was amplified even more when she saw Lin's elated and satisfied smile. She felt weak, pitiful, and absolutely helpless. The Spirit Patriarch's inheritances were all lost on the first day of opening up the Spirit Patriarch Palace. Oh, how much pain and self-questioning this caused the Spirit Maiden. At this moment, A warm hand suddenly landed on the spirit maiden's head and caressed her gently. What entered the spirit maiden's eyes was Lin's warm and gentle smile. Spirit maiden, it's not that you're incompetent, and it's not that you're weak either, Lin consoled gently. It's simply because I'm too strong. This isn't your fault. The spirit maiden pursed her lips tightly. You're consoling me right now, yet you still didn't forget to flex? Are there any other trials in this spirit patriarch palace? Lin asked hopefully. The spirit maiden suddenly stood up. Were the 4 holy beasts not enough to satisfy you? She wailed in grief and indignation as she asked, do you plan on taking me as well? Lin's eyes lit up. Sure, spirit maiden. You're way out of your league, the spirit maiden huffed angrily. Can someone who's way out of their league crush the 4 holy beast trials and obtain all the inheritances of the spirit patriarch palace? Lin retorted. The spirit maiden's face flushed red. In any case, even if I die, or even if I have to live in loneliness in this spirit patriarch palace for all eternity, I won't accept you as my master. The spirit maiden fumed in anger as she pointed at Lin's face. Lin blinked as he listened to this. Why does this sound so familiar? Right at this moment, the air around them suddenly began to tremble. A gate of light suddenly appeared in the center of the spacious palace. Immediately afterward, a magnificent and soul-stirring voice traveled into their ears. Congratulations, trial taker. You've successfully obtained the core inheritances of all 4 holy beast trials. Now activating the hidden trial of the spirit patriarch. Trial taker, welcome to this hidden trial. Lin was astonished upon hearing this. Had he just completed a hidden achievement and unlocked a special mission? The spirit maiden was rooted to the spot in shock. Spirit patriarch. This is the spirit patriarch's voice. Who would have thought that he would leave a hidden trial here? The spirit maiden was extremely excited. It was as if she had just discovered a new continent. Lin stepped into the gate of light without any hesitation. Hey, wait for me! The spirit maiden followed behind Lin and also flew into the gate of light. A burst of powerful spatial energy acted upon their bodies. Lin came to a sudden realization. This was a small mystic realm that existed within the spirit patriarch palace. In no time, the void before them distorted, and they arrived in a new realm. A peculiar land that was filled with jagged rocks and brimming with colorful soul power appeared before their eyes. Harmless spiritual beings hovered all around this realm. All of them looked Lin up and down curiously. Once the spirit maiden appeared, they all flew toward her affectionately. There was a 2-handed creature that had a lower body that looked like a piece of fried dough and an upper body that looked like a mushroom. As it opened its hands, a bouquet of roses materialized before it. This creature was openly expressing its love for the spirit maiden. A white, ball-like spiritual being even tried to sneak over and kiss the spirit maiden's cheek. However, it was mercilessly swatted aside by her. Lin found this all very interesting. It looked like the spirit maiden was a goddess-like being in the Void Spirit tribe. Moreover, it seemed like members of the Void Spirit tribe didn't care about appearances when choosing Tao partners. The only thing that they cared about was the attributes of other spiritual beings. This was also why the Sword Essence Emperor and Chaotic Demon Ball had still become euphoric when the spirit maiden had transformed into the form of a sinister ghost. With this in mind, it seemed like the Void Spirit tribe was the most romantic and least appearance-focused tribe. That's right, when choosing Tao partners, they only considered internal qualities. They would only judge you by how interesting your soul was. As for external appearances, sorry, but members of the Void Spirit tribe didn't have a standard form. If there were 10,000 Void Spirit tribe members, then there would be 10,000 strange and peculiar external appearances. The attributes of the spirit maiden's spirit body were most likely very good. Right now, all of the spiritual beings in the mystic realm were surging toward her and boldly expressing their love for her. A short while later, however, these members of the Void Spirit tribe were all intimidated by her rough and violent temperament. Thus, they became much more controlled and restrained. There are so many weak Void Spirit tribe members here. There's also quite a lot of rolling hills. However, The layout of this place is extremely chaotic and a complete mess. Where on earth is the spirit patriarch located? And where on earth is the trial located? There was a look of confusion on Enlin's face. The spirit maiden shut her eyes lightly. When she opened them again, she raised her slender arm and pointed in some direction. I can sense the spirit patriarch's aura. It's over in that direction. And Lin immediately started moving upon hearing this. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, he finally arrived before an ugly-looking cave that was located within an ugly-looking mountain. The powerful and supreme spirit patriarch actually buried himself in such a place? And Lin finally sensed an unusual aura after arriving at this cave. It was extremely faint, yet it was unable to be ignored. The reason for this was simple. The faint soul power that drifted out of the cave caused Enlin's divine sense to tremble involuntarily. How can someone like you understand my master's low-key nature? The spirit maiden tilted her chin upward as she said this. And Lin rolled his eyes. What's with her expression? Is this something to be proud of? Master regarded riches and fame as nothing more than shit and dirt, and he dedicated his entire life to researching and experimenting with spirit bodies. He's the undisputed #1 individual of the Void Spirit tribe. He forged a path of hope that led directly to the Great Tao, an action that benefited millions, even billions, of Void Spirit tribe cultivators. It's impossible to find a second Void Spirit tribe being who is so great. There was a look of immense reverence and yearning in the Spirit Maiden's eyes as she spoke about the Spirit Patriarch. How did such a mighty and non-materialistic being pass away? And Lin asked the question that had been weighing on his mind this entire time. The Spirit Maiden faltered slightly upon hearing this. Then, an expression of grief appeared on her face. I can't tell you, she said while shaking her head. The Spirit Patriarch personally asked this of me. He said that only he could speak of the true reason behind his death. Speak of the reason by himself? The Spirit Patriarch is already dead. How is he going to explain it? And Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He walked into the cave and continued forward for hundreds of meters. Then, he saw a red barrier that defended and blocked out all matter of the external world. The rank of this barrier was extremely high. Moreover, it seemed like this red barrier could perform a scan of Enlin's body. After confirming that Enlin's divine sense possessed the necessary unique aura, the barrier rumbled open and expressed its welcome. And Lin walked in. What entered his sight was a gigantic research laboratory. There were all kinds of strange and peculiar instruments in this laboratory. Some of these instruments were also extremely high-tech, cutting and stripping, reconstituting life, particle collisions, space reformation. The instruments in this laboratory were capable of performing all kinds of functions. It was much like the scene that existed within Bai Ling's personal laboratory. Meanwhile, some of the instruments in this laboratory were also very unusual. There were some that looked like ancient tripods, and there were also some that looked like chains or ghost-painted pillars. Some of the instruments were even painted with countless incantations and possessed extremely peculiar energies. And Lin also saw numerous strange spiritual beings that were stored in transparent vessels. They were shrouded in some special energy, and they still showed the unique signs of life. It was just that they were stuck in a deep slumber. He also saw the Spirit Patriarch's remains. This was a skeleton with finely chiseled features. This skeleton was around the size of a child, and it had a dragon skull as well as a pair of phoenix wings. Meanwhile, its torso was that of a human. Judging by the bone structure, its 4 arms and 2 legs were also human body parts. As for why Lin knew that this was the Spirit Patriarch, that was because the soul power released by this small skeleton caused him to feel a deep sense of apprehension. The Spirit Patriarch was dead, yet his remnant powers still remained. The Spirit Patriarch was silently sitting on a laboratory chair. Before him was a simple work desk. Looking at this scene, it appeared as if the Spirit Patriarch was shouting in an ancient voice, "Even if I die, I'm going to die in my laboratory," as expected of a manic researcher. He definitely lived up to his reputation. When they died, which supreme being didn't carve a domineering statue and create a grand and tremendous tomb? However, this spirit patriarch was unique in his ways. His corpse sat silently in his laboratory, simple and plain. It was as if time had been frozen at this instant, the instant after he died. This scene also told a vivid story about the aspirations and pursuits of his life. And Lin was touched by this, but most of his attention was still focused on the spirit patriarch's inheritance. He turned his gaze toward a jet-black stone slab that stood beside the spirit patriarch. Written on it was a dense slab of white words. And Lin was instantly dazed when he read the large words written at the top of the stone slab. The large words were, "Do you want to receive my inheritance? Do you want to receive riches, fame, and power? Then come and answer some questions. If you correctly answer all of the 100 questions below, then I'll give you everything." And Lin would have never imagined that the hidden trial in the Spirit Patriarch Palace would be answering questions. However, he wasn't flustered by this. Instead, he was very surprised and delighted. When it came to tests of knowledge, and Lin was very confident. No matter what the questions were, he was prepared to answer all of them. Thereupon, Lin looked down toward the 100 questions. Question 1. Enroki oxide is extracted from a blade of dark soul grass and mixed with the foolish dragon grass based on the spirit void constant. How many points of condensed spirit shock can it raise the yellow origin mini-spirit by? 202b, 281c, 396d. 438 and Lin, air. And Lin took a deep breath and looked toward the next question. Question 2. A demon soul mini-general of the spirit-nurturing pinnacle stage ingests 89 milligrams of essence soul grass, 23 spirit grams of wind spirit flower, and 1,108 milligrams of demonic pupil powder. How many degrees of sensitivity can it increase its divine sense by? 909 degrees B, 8,648 degrees Celsius, 430 degrees D. No increase in Lin, air. And Lin felt his head go numb as he looked toward the third question. Question 3. A high-energy spirit dimension particle collides with a soul particle at 180,000 meters per second and creates a Gaudang three-dimensional 8-door flat plane space. What magnitude particle quake can it trigger? Level 3B, Level 5C, Level 9D. No quake triggered in Lin, air. Question 4. A soul-spiked Alita demon attacks the Mars-sparse rock combination at a speed faster than the galaxial dashing dragon. After suffering 582,976 points of electromagnetic spirit soul damage, a soul-rising pump-decreasing event occurs at 99.789%. What kind of spirit soul dream floodshot phenomenon is caused? Avoy's fall B, Heavenly Fissure Dust C, Longmont's invasion d'In Shadow and Lin. He looked through the questions one by one. After a long time, Lin finally finished reading through all the questions. Then, he was shocked to discover that he couldn't even answer a single question. No, what he should have said was, he couldn't even understand a single one of the 100 questions. Holy Mother of God! What kind of freakish and demonic questions are these? He couldn't even answer one of these questions, let alone 100. Fortunately, these 100 questions were all multiple-choice questions. Thus, there was still a chance for him to guess them correctly. However, the probability of guessing these 100 questions correctly was 1/4 to the power of 100. Even if he used up the luck of all his past and future lives, he probably still wouldn't get them all correct. He had initially thought that the Spirit Patriarch's trial was very considerate and very cultured. Now, however, he felt that it was nothing but a horrible nightmare. And Lin took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the Spirit Maiden. These questions, do you know how to do them? The Spirit Maiden was also reading through the questions left by the Spirit Patriarch. There was a look of reminiscence on her face as she murmured in reply, all of these questions are actually based on the research results of the Spirit Patriarch. They're not the most high-level or high-difficulty questions, which means that you can complete them. And Lin asked in excitement, I can only do 8 of them, the Spirit Maiden replied honestly. And Lin, she was the powerful artifact spirit of the Spirit Patriarch Palace, yet she could only do 8 of the questions? As if reading Lin's thoughts, the Spirit Maiden explained, "The difficulty of these questions increases in a linear manner. Right now, I can guarantee my correctness in answering the first 8 questions. As for the remaining questions, they've already extended into numerous different research domains. Although I have a slight idea about them, that's all I have. If I follow my instincts and carefully perform some experiments, I might be able to calculate the right answers in a few dozen years." And Lin opened his mouth, yet he didn't know what to say. A few dozen years? He needed to fuck off back to the Taichu continent in a dozen or so days. He didn't have the luxury to stay here for a few dozen years. Once the gates to the spirit realm closed, who knew how long it would be until it reopened again? As though he had lost all hope, the expression in Lin's eyes became gloomy and dull. He finally experienced the dread of being assigned a freakishly hard question. The Spirit Maiden crossed her arms across her chest. Then, she delivered a killing blow to Lin's hopes. Anyway, one naturally has to rely on their own abilities to obtain the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance. Even if I know how to do them, I still won't tell you the answer. Don't have any delusional thoughts. Ha ha ha. And Lin became extremely angry as he listened to the Spirit Maiden's taunts. However, as a trashy student, his feeling of helplessness wouldn't be alleviated by his feeling of anger. In addition, he still had to endure the continual derisions from the high-achieving student, the Spirit Maiden. This was most likely the kind of powerless feeling that trash students experienced. And Lin scoured through the laboratory. He wanted to see if he could find any answer sheets. However, he came up empty-handed. Just as he was about to give up and fill the black stone slab with random answers, the storage ring on his finger suddenly lit up with a red glow, and Lin felt a powerful intent ooze from his storage ring. He didn't obstruct it. Instead, he allowed it to wander out at its own will. A ball of red light burst out from his storage ring. This was a sparkling red skeleton. The Spirit Maiden was given a fright. "What is that thing?" And Lin was also given a fright. "Shui Meng Meng. Why did you suddenly come out?" That's right. This skeleton was none other than the sentient corpse of the Blood Patriarch, Shui Meng Meng. There was a look of melancholy in Shui Meng Meng's eyes as it shuffled toward the Spirit Patriarch's body. I suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Who would have thought he still ended up dying? "You're acquainted with the Spirit Patriarch?" And Lin asked in astonishment. Shui Meng Meng nodded. "Not only were we acquainted, but we were also good friends too." And Lin drew in a sharp breath. The Spirit Maiden's slender body shuddered. Then, she shook her head furiously and exclaimed, "That's impossible! The Spirit Patriarch only had one good friend, the Blood Patriarch. How can you, Shui Meng Meng, be his good friend? What a load of nonsense!" Shui Meng Meng came to a sudden realization. It nodded and replied, "You're right. The Spirit Patriarch was good friends with the Blood Patriarch. What's that got to do with me?" Shui Meng Meng. A bold thought suddenly flashed through in Lin's mind. He patted Shui Meng Meng's round skull and pointed toward the black stone slab. "Do you know how to do those questions?" he asked. Asking a skeleton to do these questions. And Lin, are you really getting that desperate?" The Spirit Maiden couldn't help but chuckle aloud upon seeing Lin's desperation. Shui Meng Meng raised its head and looked toward the questions on the black stone slab. A dim red flame burst to life in its empty eye sockets. After a moment of silence, "These questions are really difficult," Shui Meng Meng remarked. Disappointment welled up in Lin's heart. The Spirit Maiden snickered scornfully. "It might take me a couple of minutes to complete all of them," Shui Meng Meng added. "Spirit Maiden?" And Lin, "Impossible. Are you taking me for a fool? How is it possible to complete these questions in a couple of minutes?" The Spirit Maiden instantly erupted in fury. There was a look of doubt and indignation on her face. She needed at least a few dozen years to complete all of these questions. However, this Shui Meng Meng, who had suddenly leaped out of nowhere, suddenly claimed that it could complete all of them in a few minutes? Wasn't this an insult to her intelligence? Wasn't this highlighting her to be a dumb cunt? Meanwhile, Lin had become extremely excited. "Then hurry up and do them," Xue Mengmeng really did start to pinch its fingers and perform mental calculations. 6 minutes later. I'm done, Xue Mengmeng stated. I can guarantee that all the answers are correct. And Lin was overjoyed. Xue Mengmeng is the best. Let's go and fill out the answers. The spirit maiden laughed scornfully upon seeing this. Heh! If you can truly get all of them correct, then I, the spirit maiden, will twist my head off and let you play with it. And Lin squinted his eyes as he looked toward the spirit maiden. You're the one making this offer, okay? If I can complete these 100 questions and get them all correct, then you've got to twist your head off and let me play with it. The spirit maiden straightened her slender body. I'm a woman of my words, she said with a fearless expression. It's something completely impossible anyway. What have I got to be afraid of? Anyway, what if you can't answer the 100 questions correctly? The spirit maiden chuckled eerily. If there's no repercussion if you lose, then this gamble is invalid. Fine, I'll also enter a stake. And Lin nodded. If I don't answer all 100 questions correctly, then Xue Mengmeng will twist its head off for you to play with. Xue Mengmeng? The spirit maiden was astounded. Such a shameless person actually existed in this world? However, looking at it closely, Xue Mengmeng's skull was indeed quite adorable. The spirit maiden genuinely did want to play around with it for a bit. Thus, she agreed to this gamble. In order to prevent its head from being twisted off, Xue Mengmeng's expression became even more serious. First question, B. Second question, C. Third question, C. Fourth question, A. Fifth question, C. Xue Mengmeng read out the answers one by one. And Lin condensed a pen using his soul power and started carving the answers out onto the black stone slab. The spirit maiden started to feel a little uneasy. She knew the answers to the first 8 questions, and the answers that Xue Mengmeng had read out were exactly the same as what she had in mind. Can't be, right? How is this possible? This can't be happening. The spirit maiden shook her head furiously as she watched Lin answer the questions at a frighteningly quick speed. Not only did her slender body start to tremble, but even her breathing started to become quick and labored. Suddenly, the dreadful feeling of being dominated by Lin welled up in her heart again. This kind of feeling was so painful yet so familiar. The 4 holy beasts hadn't been able to sanction Lin, and now, even the spirit patriarch was unable to sanction him. No, the questions become more and more difficult toward the end. He'll definitely make a mistake soon. After a short while, Lin completed the questions under Xue Mengmeng's guidance. Everything suddenly fell silent. Regardless of whether it was the spirit maiden, Xue Mengmeng, or Lin, all of them stared at the black stone slab intently. Whoosh! The black stone slab suddenly lit up. Immediately afterward, several large red words appeared on its surface. Congratulations, trial taker. You've successfully answered all of the questions correctly. Do you want to accept the spirit patriarch's inheritance? The vast and profound soul power exuded by the black stone slab proved that this was indeed the spirit patriarch's power. Similarly, the decision to leave this inheritance was indeed also the spirit patriarch's true intention. Ha ha ha! I really answered all of them correctly? Xue Mengmeng, you're awesome. Thank you so much. And Lin exclaimed in praise as he excitedly embraced the gem-red skeleton next to him. If Master really wants to thank me, then give me a few drops of your delicious blood. There was a look of craving on Xue Mengmeng's face as it smacked its lips in hope. This request is very reasonable. And Lin immediately cut his finger and let out a few drops of blood. There was a look of satisfaction on Xue Mengmeng's face. The spirit maiden stood in a daze beside them. She stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her. That's impossible, she continually muttered. How can this be? How can the spirit patriarch's questions be solved in such a short amount of time? Is there anything surprising about that? Xue Mengmeng retorted. The spirit patriarch discussed most of these problems with me before. Moreover, I participated in most of the experiments that he carried out. Isn't it only normal that I can solve all of these problems? Impossible, Apart from the Blood Patriarch, my master would never discuss his experiments in detail with anyone else. As she said this, the Spirit Maiden's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Her mouth gaped open as if she had thought of something, and she looked toward Shui Mengmeng with an expression of pure shock. Don't tell me that you're… No, I'm not the Blood Patriarch. I'm Shui Mengmeng. The Spirit Maiden was left speechless. She still hadn't said who this red skeleton was, had she? Forget about it. Seeing how shocked and pitiful you are right now, I'll give you an explanation. And Lin said, Shui Mengmeng was formed after the Blood Patriarch's remains developed a spirit. This spirit also gained a portion of the Blood Patriarch's power and memory. Even though the Spirit Maiden had suspicions in her mind still rang in shock as she heard this explanation. It's the Blood Patriarch. It's genuinely the Blood Patriarch. Shui Mengmeng is the Blood Patriarch. Everything makes sense now. No wonder the skeleton claimed to be a good friend of the Spirit Patriarch. No wonder the skeleton could complete all the questions in such a shockingly short amount of time. The more the Spirit Maiden thought about this, the more her face flushed red in embarrassment and shame. Not long ago, she praised the Blood Patriarch before the Blood Patriarch himself. At the same time, she had also belittled Shui Mengmeng. Thinking about that now, she felt utterly foolish and ashamed. I've lost to Lin once again. But who would have imagined that the once elegant and handsome male would end up becoming this strange and peculiar skeleton? Why are you looking at me with that weird expression? I repeat, I'm Shui Mengmeng, not the Blood Patriarch. As if feeling discriminated against, Shui Mengmeng huffed in anger. Oh! The Spirit Maiden answered unenthusiastically. It was evident that she didn't believe Shui Mengmeng. That's right. Spirit Maiden, do you still remember our gamble? And Lin chuckled. The Spirit Maiden's slender body shuddered upon hearing this, and tears instantly brimmed in her eyes. She had lost the gamble, which meant that she had to twist her head off and let Lin play with it. This doesn't count. You clearly didn't rely on your own abilities to answer the questions. You used a surrogate exam taker. That's cheating. The Spirit Maiden resisted with all her strength. Even the Spirit Patriarch has recognized my results. And Lin pointed at the large red words on the black stone slab. Perhaps you're even more authoritative than the Spirit Patriarch? Could it be that you're trying to exceed the Spirit Patriarch's authority? No! The Spirit Maiden shook her head furiously as her heart and soul both trembled uncontrollably. It was clear that she had suffered a severe blow. It was a necessity for her to respect the Spirit Patriarch's decisions. Otherwise, she would be displaying great disrespect toward him. She was unable to endure this type of accusation. And Lin is my master, Shui Mengmeng added. So, my strength is my master's strength. Me answering the questions is the same as my master answering the questions. Damage to the Spirit Maiden ×2. And Lin placed his hands on his hips and continued. I relied on my own abilities to summon this surrogate exam taker. If you're able to, why don't you also summon a Blood Patriarch to do the questions for you? Are you able to? Damage to the Spirit Maiden ×3. The Spirit Maiden's HP bar had already decreased to 0, and her face was already covered in tears. Fine. I'll twist my head off. Play with it all you want. There was a look of humiliation on the Spirit Maiden's face as tears glimmered in her eyes. She used her hand as a blade and cleanly sliced her head off her slender neck. Take it, the Spirit Maiden said bitterly as she carried her own head, and Lin accepted the Spirit Maiden's spirit head. The Spirit Maiden's head felt cool to the touch, and her delicate and beautiful face also felt smooth and cool. There were still drops of spirit tears running down her cheeks, and Lin couldn't help but squeeze the Spirit Maiden's cheeks. It was extremely delicate and soft. After transforming into a physical form, the feel of spirit bodies was in fact quite nice. At least they felt more physical than jelly. There was a look of utter humiliation on the Spirit Maiden's face, and she couldn't stop the tears from trickling down her face. Just as she thought that Lin would play with her head like this for a long time, she suddenly found that her head had been placed back onto her neck. A warm and gentle hand patted her head. The handsome male tousled the spirit maiden's head and smiled. All right, I've finished playing with your head. I've returned it back to you now. Ha! The spirit maiden had thought that Enlin would continue toying around with her head for a long time. To her surprise, however, Enlin returned her head after an extremely short period of time. It seemed like he had merely squeezed her cheeks a bit and quickly allowed her to complete her gamble. The spirit maiden suddenly felt quite touched. Enlin was indeed an infuriating person. He had no integrity and no bottom line. However, the spirit maiden couldn't forget his warm and gentle smile when he placed her head back onto her body. In a time when she was suffering from an intense feeling of humiliation, that sight was like a ray of sunshine that shone into the deepest part of her heart. It was like a dazzling ray of sunshine that warmed up her entire body. Okay then, the spirit maiden said in a stiff voice. I've stood by my promise and completed my punishment now. The spirit maiden used her soul power to heal the cut wound on her neck. She glanced at Enlin, then quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. Of course. Enlin grinned and nodded. Spirit maiden. You're someone who keeps their promises. The spirit maiden pursed her lips and remained silent. Right now, Enlin didn't look so infuriating and detestable anymore. Enlin turned his gaze back to the black stone slab. He picked up his soul power pen and carved out a yes under the question, do you want to accept the spirit patriarch's inheritance? Rumble. The black stone slab suddenly started to tremble violently. Then, an orb of blue light suddenly drifted out from the skull of the silently seated spirit patriarch. This orb of blue light fused into the black stone slab and caused it to immediately shatter and explode. Enlin felt a terrifying might sweep over him. A creature that had a dragon head, a human torso, 4 arms, 2 legs, and a pair of phoenix wings suddenly appeared where the black stone slab had exploded. Its entire body was dim blue, and it appeared as if it possessed an infinite amount of soul power. It was clear that this creature was none other than the most supreme divine being of the void spirit realm, the spirit patriarch. Congratulations, trial taker. You've successfully passed my trial. You now have the right to inherit my most important legacies. The spirit patriarch sounded like a male who had just woken from his sleep. His speech was languid, and every syllable that he spoke sounded long and dragged out. Moreover, there wasn't a hint of emotion in his voice. Junior Enlin thanks the spirit patriarch. Enlin saluted respectfully as he said this. He knew that the spirit body before him was a wisp of the spirit patriarch's divine intent. This spirit body possessed a consciousness, yet this consciousness merely existed to pass the spirit patriarch's inheritances on to a suitable successor. Master. The spirit maiden became extremely emotional upon seeing this figure. Tears started to form in her eyes. Spirit maiden, you've successfully completed your final task. You've helped me find a suitable successor. From this day onward, you're free. The spirit patriarch's expression finally became much gentler as he looked toward the spirit maiden. The spirit maiden wiped her tears away as she nodded. Then the spirit patriarch turned his gaze toward Shui Mengmeng. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Brother Blood, you've ended up transforming into such a state. Dead, yet not dead. Shui Mengmeng scratched its skull as it looked at the remains of the spirit patriarch, which had also become nothing but a skeleton. Brother Spirit, don't mention it. Shui Mengmeng also sighed. At least I'm better off than you. My old bag of bones can still move. However, you're already unable to move. The spirit patriarch shot a glare at Shui Mengmeng. Why do I suddenly feel like hitting someone? Do you want to debate for one last time? Shui Mengmeng asked eagerly. This is our last chance. A bright glimmer flashed across the spirit patriarch's eyes. However, this glimmer disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Forget about it. In the past, we debated for tens of thousands of years over whether the divine sense or blood was the most important essence of life. Have we not debated enough already? I still need to leave some energy to pass on my inheritance. That's also fine by me. Shui Mengmeng nodded. Say, did you help him complete my questions? The spirit patriarch suddenly asked. The expressions of Shui Mengmeng and Enlin both changed slightly. They couldn't help but feel tense. It was as if they had been caught cheating by an examiner. Haha, don't be nervous. The spirit patriarch looked toward Enlin mysteriously. You were able to have Brother Blood voluntarily help you answer the questions. This precisely proves your extraordinary nature. This is also a destiny between you and me, which has been determined by the mystical nature of fate. So, I'm actually extremely happy that you're able to accept my inheritance. And Lin and Shui Mengmeng both heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The spirit maiden was also completely convinced. The core view of the spirit patriarch's utterances was, surprisingly, exactly the same as in Lin's shameless claims. And Lin also formed an extremely good impression of the spirit patriarch. After all, this divine being was fairly reasonable and understanding. Moreover, he didn't have any of the transcendent nature or aloof feel that ordinary supreme beings possessed. Instead, he seemed very unpretentious and cordial. He was like a diligent researcher, and even his smile appeared especially pure and rustic. Oh, that's right. My inheritance is separated into two types. The first type is my research results of the divine sense. I dare say, no one in the Taichu continent can exceed me in this field of research. The spirit patriarch finally displayed a sense of pride when talking about his research of the divine sense. The second type is the power of the divine sense that I left here. Once you absorb it, the power of your divine sense will undergo a true metamorphosis. Moreover, you'll be able to peer into the true heavenly great Tao of the divine sense. And Lin couldn't help but drool and nod furiously as he listened to this. He knew that this was definitely an inheritance that all the beings of the Void Spirit tribe dreamed of receiving. However, I have an unreasonable request to ask of you, the spirit patriarch continued. Please do tell me your request. And Lin said respectfully. And Lin, you're not a soul-type cultivator, and it's not a pressing need for you to obtain my research into the divine sense. However, Brother Blood is different. Currently, he only has a physical body and his consciousness. However, he doesn't have a true divine sense. I want to give this inheritance to the Blood Patriarch so that he can use my knowledge to reconstruct his flesh body and divine sense. That way, he can become a genuine life form. And Lin was extremely startled. He never imagined that the Spirit Patriarch would ask such a request of him. Brother Spirit, Shui Mingming's mouth was agape, yet it didn't know what to say. Okay, I agree. And Lin didn't think about it for long and immediately agreed to the Spirit Patriarch's request. Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Maiden, Shui Mengmeng, or the Spirit Patriarch, all of them were dazed by Enlin's reply. They were extremely surprised by how quickly Enlin had agreed to it. Ha ha ha. Brother Blood, you've managed to do something correctly. You've followed the right person. The Spirit Patriarch appeared to be very happy, and there was a relaxed and carefree smile on his face. Of course I followed the right person, and Lin is the most perfect life form that I've ever seen. Shui Mengmeng licked its lips as it said this. Oh, how unexpected. You're actually giving another being such a high evaluation. There was a look of surprise on the Spirit Patriarch's face. He glanced at Enlin intently, yet he couldn't discern anything unusual. He tapped a finger toward Enlin and said, Come, accept my power. The passing down of inheritance officially began, and Lin felt an overwhelming soul power surge through his forehead and into his divine sense. Its vast nature was indescribable, and its purity was also indescribable. This burst of soul power was the most powerful and purest soul power in the world. And Lin saw an unprecedented Tao appear before him. One's divine sense could also form a Tao. One's divine sense could also create a perfect life form. One's divine sense could also become immensely powerful. And Lin's divine sense trembled violently as it ferociously engulfed the power that was funneling toward it. Oh? Your divine sense was already very powerful to begin with. The Spirit Patriarch's eyes lit up. Moreover, it's in a stage of metamorphosis. In fact, it might have already completed its metamorphosis. So be it. I'll help you reach an even higher level. Boom! And Lin's body shuddered. Then, a semi-transparent Enlin was slapped out of his body by the Spirit Patriarch. and Lin was slapped into two Lins. One of them was extremely realistic. This, of course, was his original body. The other Lin was a blue, semi-transparent divine sense body. Right now, it was hovering about in the void. The two Lins were both immensely shocked. This was a very peculiar kind of feeling. It was as though he possessed two bodies at the same time. He was clearly a single person, but right now, he possessed two sets of independent visions and senses. And Lin's physical body was still in its original place. His five senses were unchanged, and his strength was also unaffected. However, his divine sense had already flown out of his body. This wasn't as simple as his divine sense proliferating outward. Rather, his divine sense had truly left his body. At the same time, this divine sense also possessed its own unique vision. The physical Lin was almost exactly the same as the ordinary Lin. It was just that he couldn't use any divine sense-reliant spell techniques anymore. In other words, it was equivalent to his divine sense falling into a deep slumber. Anyhow, his combat capability was barely affected. Meanwhile, the divine sense Lin was in a very peculiar state. His feel for spiritual energy and soul power was extremely sensitive, and his sense for the auras of other living beings was also extremely sensitive. In addition, he felt free and unrestrained as he drifted through the air. It was as though he had broken free of all shackles and was now transcendent above all matter. The world that he saw also became different. It became more vivid and colorful. The divine sense Lin easily penetrated through the cave wall. He flew into the sky and gazed down at the mystic realm. Initially, this mystic realm had seemed particularly strange and extremely inharmonious. Now, however, it appeared as beautiful as an immortal paradise. In the void, there were countless strands of silk-like spiritual energies intertwining and fluttering with the wind. They were vibrant and full of brilliance, and they were like celestial maidens who were dancing through the sky. The divine senses of all kinds of living beings sparkled like the most beautiful stars, and Lin felt as if he were swimming through a dazzling and mysterious sea of celestial bodies. The surroundings were harmonious and beautiful. However, there was something even more amazing than this. That was, the divine sense Lin felt full of power right now. And Lin realized that under his current state, he could use the power of his divine sense to easily obliterate the divine sense of any void spirit tribe beings below him. It felt like he was the ruler of all divine senses. It felt like he was the ruler of this entire world. The power possessed by the divine sense Lin was extremely formidable. Moreover, the divine sense Lin was almost just as powerful as the physical Lin, albeit in a different sense. After all, the types of powers that these two bodies possessed were starkly different. What did this mean? This meant that Lin could wield twice the amount of power compared to before. In fact, if the physical Lin and divine sense Lin teamed up, they could unleash an even more devastating power. And Lin was extremely thrilled. The reward that he had received this time was far greater than what he had imagined. This was a genuine transformation on the fundamental level of life. Spirit and flesh were separated, his senses were multiplied into two, and both his bodies could cooperate in perfect harmony. This was truly a majestic transformation. After drifting around the sky for a while, the divine sense Lin returned back to the cave. Then, the divine sense Lin carefully fused back into one body with the physical Lin. After experiencing a momentary hum in his mind, Lin became the original Lin once more. Phew! Lin panted heavily, and there was a look of excitement and exhaustion in his eyes. It was clear that he had just experienced an extremely unique cultivation adventure. The spirit patriarch chuckled upon seeing this. Don't worry, this always happens after the first time. Although it feels amazing, separating into two bodies is also extremely taxing. In the future, remember to adjust your posture and breathing pattern when you release your divine sense body. After a few times, you'll grow accustomed to it. The spirit patriarch's tips were simple and easy to understand, and Lin saluted respectfully upon hearing them. Spirit patriarch, thank you for blessing me with your inheritance. For as long as I live, I'll never forget the great kindness that you've shown me. All right, the spirit patriarch replied as he waved his hands. No need to be so formal with me. All I ask for is for you to take care of the spirit maiden and my brother blood in the future. Have Lin take care of me? The spirit maiden huffed. Does it look like I need him to look after me? Stop kidding around. The inheritances have all been successfully passed down now. You're free from now on. The spirit patriarch chuckled. And Lin, the spirit maiden will still need some help from you after returning to the Tai Chu continent. Spirit maiden, you can recognize Lin as your master, or you can also find another being to become your master. In any case, do look after yourself. Master. The spirit maiden's eyes reddened when she realized that the spirit patriarch was going to disappear forever. However, it seemed as though the spirit patriarch wasn't very accustomed to this kind of parting. Bursts of white glow flashed across his fingers as he turned his gaze toward the skeleton. Brother Blood, he said with a smile. You never expected this, did you? In the end, you still need to rely on my knowledge for your rebirth. Shui Mengmeng clacked its teeth and humphed. Look how smug you are. It's still not certain whether your knowledge is useful or not. The spirit patriarch smiled and remained silent. Then, he flapped his phoenix wings lightly and started to drift toward Shui Mengmeng. A brilliant white glow erupted from the spirit patriarch's fingertip as he tapped it toward Shui Mengmeng's forehead. Here you go. Here's my knowledge. Here's my everything. Boom! A colossal amount of information was enveloped within a soul power casing and forcibly funneled into Shui Mengmeng's body. The brilliant white glow in that instant was peerless and unparalleled by anything in the world. And Lin and the spirit maiden were both dazed by this brilliance. They were also conquered by the supreme soul power that erupted in that instant. This passing of inheritance began suddenly, and it also ended suddenly. After a short while, the brilliant white glow had completely died down and vanished. Meanwhile, the spirit patriarch's body was also becoming increasingly transparent and illusory. Shui Mengmeng's expression was still a bit dazed. It was as if it still hadn't recovered from receiving the colossal amounts of knowledge. In fact, it was familiar with most of the knowledge that it had received. After all, a large portion of this knowledge had been discovered by it and the spirit patriarch together. For some reason, it suddenly recalled the days when the two of them worked in the laboratory together. They would argue over experiments for days on end, and they would also revel in the joy of discovering something for long periods of time. They had once drunk and chatted about the future, and they had also once become depressed for a long time after an experiment they were conducting ended up in failure. It had always been especially tranquil when they were together. There were no magnificent experiences, yet everything was pure and enjoyable. Like a stream of water, those days flowed on for a long time. Eventually, those days flowed into an eternal river, one that had become an integral part of their lives. Every time the blood patriarch thought back these days, he would involuntarily smile understandingly. How is it? Has my knowledge given you any inspiration? The spirit patriarch chuckled. Shui Mengmeng smiled and nodded. A lot of inspirations. This is the first time that you've appeared so reliable. The spirit patriarch's body became more and more transparent. In fact, his body had become almost invisible to the naked eye. His soul power was also like a dying flame that was about to go out at any second and completely vanish from the world. Shui Mengmeng wanted to open its mouth to express its gratitude, yet it eventually swallowed the words that had already formed at the tip of its tongue. With a relationship such as theirs, there was already no need to speak words of thanks. My dear friend, this is the last thing that I can do for you. I wish you success in reconstructing your body and divine sense, and I wish you success in attaining a new life. The spirit patriarch's voice was soft and barely discernible. Shui Mengmeng nodded. Goodbye, my dear friend. Goodbye. The two of them exchanged a smile. It was as though they had returned to a long-gone past. The dragon-headed youth opened his sleepy eyes and suddenly discovered that the white-clothed youth had painted his face full of blood. Moreover, there was an evil smile on the white-clothed youth's face. The dragon-headed youth was extremely furious, and he picked up a bottle of solution and started smashing it toward the white-clothed youth as he chased after him. The two of them ran all the way from the laboratory to the Spirit Realm Mountain, and they joked and argued as they quarreled and played. They appeared extremely vigorous and youthful, and it was as if the future before them held endless possibilities. Looking back after a lifetime, he who woke up was still a youth. The spirit patriarch vanished from the world. Or rather, he had died once and for all. Shui Mengmeng walked toward the lifeless skeleton that was still sitting before the work desk. It was just about to retrieve the spirit patriarch's remains when its hand suddenly froze in midair. It suddenly abandoned the thought in its mind. So be it, Shui Mengmeng said with a smile. Staying here like this is also quite good. Shui Mengmeng returned back into Enlin's storage ring. It needed time to process and digest the spirit patriarch's knowledge. Enlin didn't disturb it either. Shui Mengmeng was the blood patriarch, yet it wasn't the blood patriarch either. It kept on insisting that it was a completely new individual. However, its karma with the blood patriarch was tangled and unable to be separated. Moreover, when it had been talking to the spirit patriarch, it had completely put itself in the blood patriarch's shoes. Under such circumstances, only a fool would believe Shui Mengmeng when it said that it was independent of the blood patriarch. When Shui Mengmeng reconstructed its body and divine sense, perhaps it would be reborn as a new blood patriarch. However, Enlin didn't mind this. No matter what Shui Mengmeng became, he was confident that it wouldn't leave his side. Spirit Maiden, let's go, Enlin said. Let's leave this place. The spirit maiden bowed deeply toward the spirit patriarch. Only then did she fly toward the exit with Enlin. What are your future plans? Enlin asked. What are my future plans? The spirit maiden was momentarily dazed. Only now did she suddenly come to a realization. She had already completed her final task. All of the inheritances in the spirit patriarch palace had already been obtained by Enlin. In other words, she was jobless now. She had officially become an unemployed wanderer. The 4 holy beasts were gone, and the spirit patriarch had also disappeared. All that was left was an empty palace and her, a being who would potentially live here in loneliness for all of eternity. Didn't the spirit patriarch say? You can return to the Taichu continent now. If you don't have anywhere to go, then you can join my 4-9 Immortal sect. I'm the sect leader there. If you want to come, then all you need is one word from me. What's the point of me going there? I don't know anyone there. The spirit maiden frowned slightly. She appeared dejected and downcast. Heh! And Lin smacked the back of the spirit maiden's head lightly. Don't you know me? I'm the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. I'm the highest ranked official in the entire sect. Isn't it enough for you to know the most influential member? Someone like you is able to elicit admiration from others and become the sect leader? The spirit maiden scoffed. I became the sect leader due to my charisma. And Lin extended a hand and pinched the spirit maiden's cheek. Then, he smiled and continued. How does it sound? Do you want to consider it? Accommodation is free, and water and electricity are all provided. All you need to do is pack your bags and move in. When the spirit maiden saw Lin's smiling face, the image of him smiling and returning her head flashed through into her mind again. She immediately swatted his stinky hand aside. Then, she smiled casually and replied, Sure, I want to see what kind of sect allows someone like you to become their leader. And so, the spirit maiden accepted Lin's invitation just like that. The two of them walked out of the spirit patriarch palace and stood before its entrance. Upon seeing Lin reappear, the powerful beings of the Void Spirit tribe who had been secretly observing the spirit patriarch palace all fled in fear. The spirit maiden waved a slender hand as she gazed at the colossal, beast-like palace before her. The spirit patriarch palace trembled violently. Then it suddenly began to shrink. The speed at which it shrunk was extremely rapid. In the blink of an eye, the enormous spirit patriarch palace shrunk to the size of a palm and landed in the spirit maiden's slender hand. Here, this is the spirit patriarch palace. Please take good care of it. The spirit maiden handed the palm-sized spirit patriarch palace to Lin. And Lin couldn't help but feel astonished when he sensed that the aura from the spirit patriarch palace was on the same level as pinnacle rank divine tools. He nodded earnestly as he accepted the spirit patriarch palace. Rest assured, If the palace lives, then I live. If the palace dies, then I'll already be dead. The spirit maiden's lips twitched slightly. What a joker! Immediately afterward, she transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared into the small yet exquisite spirit patriarch palace. She was the artifact spirit, and for her it was indeed true that she lived with the palace and died with the palace. And Lin was also aware that the spirit maiden was placing a great deal of trust in him by handing him the palace. The 4-9 Immortal sect has gained another large-scale mystic realm. This is just the right thing to use to train the disciples' divine senses. I trust that Bai Ling and the spirit maiden will find many common things to talk about. The corners of Lin's mouth curled up into a slight smile as he envisioned the scene of the meeting. A look of anticipation appeared across his face. Meanwhile, atop some mountain, several supreme beings of the Return to Void stage trembled in fear as they gazed at the distant Lin. So scary. Lin is far too terrifying. He's actually able to directly take the Spirit Patriarch Palace away. He even managed to take the artifact spirit. How is he doing this? We need to report this to the emperors immediately. We can't allow him to leave this place. That's right. If we kill him, then we'll be able to snatch the Spirit Patriarch Palace back. This will be a supreme honor. The hiding Return to Void stage supreme beings were especially worked up. Oh? What are you guys discussing? All of you seem so happy. A voice that carried a hint of mockery suddenly sounded above the Return to Void stage supreme beings' heads. As they raised their heads, they were greeted by a nightmarish sight. A blue, semi-transparent Lin was currently smiling mysteriously as it hovered above them. Lin? It's actually a spirit body state Lin? How is this possible? These supreme beings of the Void Spirit tribe were all in a spirit body state. However, Lin, someone who wasn't a member of the Void Spirit tribe, was also in a spirit body state right now. This was bizarre beyond imagination. A faint smile appeared on the divine sense Lin's face. Rest in peace. He snapped his fingers, and countless golden soul swords suddenly materialized beside his body. The absolutely devastating soul power that they possessed and the overwhelmingly piercing aura that they exuded all caused the present Return to Void stage supreme beings to nearly pass out from suffocation. This was the White Tiger Holy Beast's most powerful offensive divine sense spell technique, Soul Power Golden Sword. Even the Sword Essence Emperor wasn't able to withstand this strike. How would supreme beings of the Return to Void stage be able to withstand it? Instantly, flashes of sword projections rained down. The tormented wails of the Return to Void stage supreme beings reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Within a few seconds, all of them became lifeless corpses. A short while later, the divine sense Lin drifted back to his physical body. Phew, releasing my divine sense for the second time felt much better. Lin gazed at the vast heaven and earth as he stretched his body. I need to hurry up and find Xiaolan and the others, he muttered to himself. I need to head toward where the battle is the most intense. Which direction should I head toward? He started to release his vast and powerful divine sense. He didn't aim for precision but instead aimed for covering a larger range. Then, he started to sense the energy fluctuations in the surrounding heaven and earth. In no time, Lin turned his gaze toward some direction. He tore open the void and immediately started to rush over. In the spirit realm's blazing cemetery, at the center of this blazing expanse of land, there was a crystal skull that was burning with a black flame. This flame radiated with a boundless might. Judging by its rich energy fluctuations, this crystal skull was clearly a divine rank material. Next to it, a semi-transparent skeleton that had a black divine halo above its head was currently battling against a three-headed dragon. Meanwhile, a female who was dressed in a blue and pink sailor dress was hiding next to a silvery fire tree in the distance. Her mesmerizing purple eyes were wide open as she watched the battle anxiously. She appeared to be quite worked up, and her slender and delicate hands had already sunken into the trunk of the silvery fire tree unknowingly. Moreover, her slender and shapely body was trembling slightly. I found you. I finally found you. The Return to Void Pinnacle Stage Black Crystal Void Spirit King. one of my mother's murderers. Lu Qinhuan would never be able to forget the scene of Qiuhong being run through by the Holy Death Spear. She would never be able to forget the expression that her mother had worn as she held her in her dying arms. Lu Qinhuan had sworn that she would definitely take revenge one day. Now that the human tribe was on the verge of an existential catastrophe, however, there was almost no opportunity left for Lu Qinhuan to take revenge. Thus, when she learned that the spirit realm had opened, she secretly made her way over and snuck in. Right now, I'm only at the return to void intermediate stage. However, I possess the ancient sword Dao physique, and I'm also capable of releasing a peerless sword Dao true intent. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to finish off the severely injured Black Crystal Void Spirit King. There was a piercing glimmer in Lu Qianhuan's eyes. The weapon in her hand was not a six-feathered staff. It was a sword. This sword was currently releasing bursts of frosty air, and it seemed as if it was ready to release a devastating attack at any moment. The battle between the three-headed dragon beast and the Black Crystal Void Spirit King had already reached an intense climax. The shock waves of their battle shook heaven and earth, and the expanse of land within a 50-kilometer radius of them had already become a forbidden land of death. When the Black Crystal Void Spirit King released its ghost mists, even the boundless flames burning through the blazing cemetery were suppressed. A burst of soul power erupted from the three-headed dragon beast and ripped apart the Spirit King's ghost mists. Then, the three-headed dragon beast spat a terrifying breath of energy, severely wounding the Black Crystal Void Spirit King and causing it to stumble back in retreat. Lu Qianhuan felt a strong urge to rush out when she saw this. She was afraid that the Black Crystal Void Spirit King would die by the three-headed dragon beast's hands instead of by her hands. When attempting to deal a killing blow, it was necessary for her to find the perfect opportunity. If she misjudged the situation, then there was a possibility that the three-headed dragon beast would steal her kill. In the next instant, however, the Black Crystal Void Spirit King condensed a dark black vine spear and viciously launched it forward, puncturing one of the three-headed dragon's three heads. The three-headed dragon screamed in agony. Lu Qianhuan shuddered. This was the Holy Death Spear, the spear which had killed her mother. Holy Death Spear. This spear was formed from the ancient infernal vines, which grew in the most deathly region of the Yellow Spring Divine Mountain. Once it was thrown out, any enemy who was of a lower rank than the thrower would definitely be hit. Once one was hit, they would definitely die. The cultivation base of the three-headed dragon and the Black Crystal Void Spirit King were almost identical, so the Holy Death Spear was unable to insta-kill the three-headed dragon. The battle between the two of them continued to rage on as they fought over the divine rank material. Although they were evenly matched, it was inevitable that one of them would emerge victorious while the other would be defeated. In the end, all three of the three-headed dragon's heads were obliterated by the Black Crystal Void Spirit King's Holy Death Spear. The Black Crystal Void Spirit King had emerged victorious. This dark god skeleton is mine now. With this dark god skeleton, I'm even more confident of breaking through to the Dao integration stage now. A delighted smile stretched across the Black Crystal Void Spirit King's face. The Black Crystal Void Spirit King's spirit body was full of cracks and fractures. Yet it still gripped onto its Holy Death Spear and sliced the three-headed dragon's corpse into dozens of pieces. Then, it started to slowly place these pieces into its storage ring. Behind the silvery flame tree, Lu Qianhuan had already begun to move. One of her hands was tightly gripped onto her sword sheath, and the other was already resting on her sword hilt. However, her aura still remained suppressed. Although the Black Crystal Void Spirit King was extremely debilitated, now was still not the time to make a move. A streak of black suddenly burst over from the distance. This figure dashed toward the flaming crystal skull in the center of the blazing cemetery at a terrifying speed. Trying to steal my treasure? Dream on! The Black Crystal Void Spirit King chortled aloud and immediately launched the Holy Death Spear in its hand. The shockwaves caused by its battle with the three-headed dragon had been immense, so the Spirit King had already anticipated being targeted by other powerful beings. Now, a supreme being of the Return to Void stage was trying to pick its pockets. Well, it seemed that this supreme being was out of luck this time. because it would be the chicken that the Black Crystal Void Spirit King used to warn the monkeys one. The Holy Death Spear cut through the void and instantly pierced through the Supreme Being who was trying to steal from the Spirit King. A wretched wail resounded through the air as a tiger-shaped Void Spirit Tribe Supreme Being collapsed to the ground. The Holy Death Spear quickly sucked at its vitality as it thrashed about violently. This Supreme Being was, without a doubt, going to die. Now's my chance. Like a pouncing leopard, Lu Qianhuan instantly shot toward the Spirit King. A blue halo that possessed an overwhelmingly frosty power proliferated outward and immediately washed away the flames that were burning through the blazing cemetery. In fact, even the lava-caked ground was covered in a sheet of ice. Snow and ice swirled through the sky. The Black Crystal Void Spirit King was already enveloped within Lu Qianhuan's Sword Dao domain. The Spirit King's expression changed drastically when it sensed the formidable sword intent bearing down upon it. It wanted to move, yet it discovered that its body had become sluggish after being trapped in its enemy's Sword Dao domain. A bright blue sword intent soared into the sky. Great Ice Sword. This was the sword that her mother, Qiu Hong, had forged for her. This sword could stabilize the overly powerful and violent aura of her ancient Sword Dao physique. In order to forge this sword, Qiu Hong had paid with her life. Lu Qianhuan had a love-hate relationship with this sword. This was also the reason why she chose to become a young sorceress even though she possessed a supreme Sword Dao aptitude. A long time had already passed, yet she still couldn't overcome the barrier in her own mind. The Great Ice Sword had been an immortal sword when it was just forged. Now, however, it had already been nourished into a formidable divine sword. Moreover, it was a divine sword that was in complete harmony with her Sword Dao. In its haste, the Black Crystal Void Spirit King only had time to release a divine Dao Black Mist protection barrier. However, that dazzling sword projection that robbed heaven and earth of their luster sliced through this black mist like a hot knife through butter. Lu Qianhuan was already at the return to void intermediate stage. Right now, she had also drawn on the full power of her ancient Sword Dao physique and raised her power to a peak level. Moreover, her power was buffed by her peerless Sword Dao, as well as her formidable divine sword. Thus, even a healthy Black Crystal Void Spirit King would have trouble defending against the strike, let alone a severely debilitated Black Crystal Void Spirit King. The Great Ice Sword tore through the black mist and slashed into the Black Crystal Void Spirit King's extremely hard spirit body skull. A high-pitched tearing sound, as well as an agonized wail, reverberated through the air. After ripping through the Spirit King's skull, the divine sword continued through its body and ruthlessly sliced it into two halves. Lu Qianhuan gracefully sheathed her sword. Right now, the enemy who had once instilled a great sense of despair within her was already lying on the ground in two pieces. "Why, you're Lu Qianhuan?" The Black Crystal Void Spirit King stammered with great difficulty. "You came here to seek revenge? Heh, so you still remember what you once did?" A wide grin stretched across Lu Qianhuan's face. However, the expression in her eyes was cold and full of hate. There was a bitter expression on the Black Crystal Void Spirit King's face. How could it forget what it had done? Because of that event, it cowered in the Void Spirit realm for a long, long time. To the Black Crystal Void Spirit King's surprise, however, its enemy still managed to find it in the spirit realm. Lu Qianhuan made a grabbing motion toward the distant void. The Holy Death Spear trembled slightly. It then unlatched itself from the dead three-headed dragon and flew into her hand. After receiving it, Lu Qianhuan crudely refined the spear. "At that time, you used this very spear to kill my mom. Now, I'll also let you taste the power of this Holy Death Spear." After saying this, Lu Qianhuan viciously stabbed the spear into the Black Crystal Void Spirit King's body. The Black Crystal Void Spirit King screamed in pain, yet a sinister laugh played across its lips. "Ha ha ha, the Holy Death Spear can only insta-kill enemies who are of a lower rank than its wielder. However, my cultivation base is higher than you." Lu Qianhuan's expression remained extremely cold. "That's perfect then. I also don't want you to die too quickly. This way, I can stab you a few more times and also have you experience the feeling of death a few more times. This is much better." The black crystal void spirit king's expression faltered. Then, an expression of terror started to materialize on its face. Right at this moment, the holy death spear was pulled out of its body before being plunged back in again. Ah! The black crystal void spirit king's agonized scream echoed throughout the icy land. Lu Qianhuan expressionlessly pulled the spear out. Then, she plunged it back down once again. Anguished wails reverberated around the blazing cemetery for a long, long time. The holy death spear plunged into the black crystal void spirit king's body time and time again. It was cold and it was also callous. Eventually, the black crystal void spirit king was mercilessly stabbed to death by Lu Qianhuan. The female gripped the dark black vine spear tightly as she stood in the snowy land and gazed toward the sky. It was as though her eyes could penetrate through time and see that warm and gentle smile. "Mom, I've helped avenge your death," she whispered softly. Lu Qianhuan felt as if a heavy burden had been removed from her shoulders as she gazed at the dead black crystal void spirit king. However, her journey of vengeance was far from over. She still had an even stronger enemy, the Infernal Abyss Emperor. Currently, the Infernal Abyss Emperor was already a super mighty being of the Dao integration stage. Trying to kill such a being as a sword immortal of the Return to Void stage was as hard as trying to ascend the heavens. However, Lu Qianhuan was different. Her aptitude in the sword Dao was extraordinary and unparalleled. Her stunning sword techniques could raise her combat capability immensely, and with the buff provided by her ancient sword Dao physique, her strength could vaguely cross that invisible gulf. If I seize the right moment to land a killing blow, then perhaps it won't be an overly difficult task. There was a glimmer of hope in Lu Qianhuan's eyes as she exhaled a heavy breath. Then, as if pumping herself up, she murmured, "And Lin is also only at the Return to Void stage, yet he can already slay super mighty beings of the Dao integration pinnacle stage. I'm not as freakish as him, but it's not too outlandish for me to slay a super mighty being of the Dao integration initial stage. Is it?" She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Then, she turned her gaze toward the center of the blazing cemetery. Resting there was a divine rank material, the Dark God Skeleton. Two supreme beings of the Return to Void final stage had both risked their lives to fight over this item. From this, it could be seen that this skeleton was an extremely valuable treasure. Although Lu Qianhuan's aim was to exact revenge, there was no reason for her to ignore a treasure that had fallen by her feet. Lu Qianhuan placed the Holy Death Spear into her storage ring as she walked toward the Dark God Skeleton. She knew that there were still several pairs of eyes peering at her from a distance away. These beings were itching to snatch the treasure, yet they didn't dare to show their faces. Her action of slaying the Black Crystal Void Spirit King had already frightened these hiding enemies. And so, without any external resistance, Lu Qianhuan placed the Dark God Skeleton into her storage ring. Then, just as she was about to leave, her expression suddenly changed drastically. She immediately suppressed her overwhelming aura and used her slender hands to tear open the void as she attempted to flee. "Ha ha ha! The Marshland Void Spirit King told me that there was a divine rank treasure here. How come it's gone?" An unbridled laugh traveled over from the distance. At the same time, the space within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was instantly sealed. Supreme beings trapped within the spatial seal would all be unable to use their spatial powers. The suppressive might of a Dao integration stage cultivator swept over from an extremely distant location. The beings who were within its range all felt a great sense of fear well up in their hearts. Lu Qianhuan's heart almost skipped a beat as well. A furious expression appeared on her face. Some supreme being had been too scared to fight her, yet they had sold her off to some other super mighty being? What a sly move. Not only do they avoid danger, but they also curry a favor. How detestable. Lu Qianhuan was unable to use her spatial powers, so she could only flee using sword kinesis flight. Her sword flew extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had already flown dozens of kilometers into the distance. She only needed 10 more seconds to escape the region affected by the super mighty being's spatial seal. However, the speed of the super mighty being behind her was evidently even quicker. In no time, the super mighty appeared in Lu Qianhuan's field of vision. This was a blood-red skeleton. Its head was especially large, and there was even a piercing crimson scythe in its hand. By the looks of it, this scythe was also a divine weapon. Currently, there was a taunting expression on the skeleton's face. Fufufu, isn't this the pavilion lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sex Sword Pavilion, Lu Qianhuan? What an esteemed guest. I've yet to taste the divine sense of such an extraordinarily talented sword immortal. Since you've come to the spirit realm, it looks like I'll finally have the fortune of tasting such a delicacy. The blood-red skeleton chuckled eerily as it spoke. The color drained from Lu Qianhuan's face, and she became even more frantic as she fled toward the distance. The skeleton chasing after her was a super mighty being of the Tao integration pinnacle stage, the god-engulfing skeleton. What kind of luck was this? The spirit realm was so large, yet she had just so happened to come across one of the void spirit tribe's most powerful individuals. Was her luck really that terrible? Or perhaps she had already used up all her luck by coming across the severely wounded Black Crystal Void Spirit King. Was this the misfortune that befell after an event of great fortune? Fufu, so it's Lu Qianhuan, huh? You were the one who killed the Black Crystal Void Spirit King just then. Am I correct? Another eerie laugh traveled over from behind her. Lu Qianhuan saw a figure which caused her blood to boil in anger. The Infernal Abyss Emperor. This was one of the two beings who had killed her mother. In other words, this was also the last of her enemies. Initially, she had planned to kill the Infernal Abyss Emperor after it became wounded in battle against other powerful beings. She had never imagined that the Infernal Abyss Emperor would appear before her in such an excellent condition. Not only that, but it even had a Tao integration pinnacle stage ally by its side. Sure enough, the events didn't unfold as she had envisioned in her mind. One misstep and she would risk eternal damnation. Infernal Abyss. I've heard about the matters between you guys. The god-engulfing skeleton chuckled and said, Qiu Hong was killed by you and Black Crystal, correct? In other words, Lu Qianhuan is here to seek revenge. Yes. The two-headed ghost nodded. Qiu Hong had foolishly barged into the void spirit realm, it said with a look of scorn. Who would have thought that her daughter would also be equally foolish, since she has barged into the spirit realm? She can't blame me for being ruthless and sending her to reunite with her mother. The two-headed ghost spread its arms in mockery as it gazed at the frantically fleeing Lu Qianhuan. Come, I'll give you a chance to avenge your mother. Come and stab me. Ha ha ha. Lu Qianhuan gritted her teeth as she continued to flee into the distance. Her body was already trembling with fury. Hee hee, Infernal Abyss? Aren't you bullying her by uttering such words? The god-engulfing skeleton chortled and said, After all, you're already at the Tao integration stage. Even if you stand here and let her attack you, there's still a large probability that she won't be able to injure you. The Infernal Abyss Emperor also roared with laughter. The two Tao integration stage super mighty beings drew closer and closer to Lu Qianhuan. I killed Qiu Hong, so you may as well leave Lu Qianhuan to me as well. Mother and daughter should both fall prey to the same person. A sinister expression flashed across the Infernal Abyss Emperor's face. The god-engulfing skeleton nodded in approval. The divine rank material belongs to me then. No problem. The Infernal Abyss Emperor replied. Her corpse is also mine. It'll be perfect for refining into a soul puppet. Before the battle had even begun, the two supermighty beings had already started to discuss how to distribute the spoils of battle. In the eyes of Tao integration stage supermighty beings, returned to void stage supreme beings who had yet to grasp the power of the divine Tao were merely a tad more powerful than ants. They didn't deserve to be held in high regard. Come, fufufu. Countless snake-like tentacles whipped toward the fleeing female as the Infernal Abyss Emperor transformed into a sinister black ghost. Lu Qianhuan, the enemy who killed your mother is here, it taunted. Hurry, come and attack me. Just as the Infernal Abyss Emperor was roaring with laughter, an indescribable chill suddenly enveloped its entire body. Whoosh! An astounding sword intent erupted from Lu Qianhuan's great ice sword. Like a dazzling burst of light, She turned around at an unimaginable speed and rapidly closed in on the Infernal Abyss Emperor. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was given a large fright. Its countless tentacles continued to snake toward Lu Qianhuan. However, under the effects of her Sword Dao Extreme Frost Domain, their speeds surprisingly began to slow down. Lu Qianhuan dodged the countless writhing tentacles as she pressed forward with an indomitable will. At the same time, the divine sword in her hand also slashed down. Amid the white sea of extreme cold, it appeared as if countless rays of brilliant lights were refracted. This was the ultimate death blow that Lu Qianhuan had prepared for the Infernal Abyss Emperor. At the same time, this was also a strike that consumed all of her powers. Falling radiance, ceasing snow, an indescribable sword projection ripped through heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the white, snow-like sword blade reflected a burst of fantastic colors. These colors were beautiful, like the magnificent radiance that could be seen after the ceasing of a snowstorm. Before the Infernal Abyss Emperor could even react, the immense power of the blade had already torn its body open. Then, its bleeding body was frozen by the extreme cold. A wail of anguish reverberated through the air. A sword-wielding female dashed over with a burst of wind and snow. There was a boundless fire of rage burning in her beautiful purple eyes. "Didn't you tell me to attack you? As you desire then. I'm here to kill you now." The Infernal Abyss Emperor was almost sliced into two by Lu Qianhuan's terrifying sword strike. A devastating chill emanated from its gigantic wound. The chill was trying to spread outward and freeze its entire body. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was stunned. However, when it heard Lu Qianhuan's death threats, it felt a burst of extreme humiliation well up in its heart. It was truly embarrassing for the Infernal Abyss Emperor, a super mighty being of the Dao integration stage, to be wounded by a mere supreme being of the return to void stage. Meanwhile, Lu Qianhuan was already charging toward the Infernal Abyss Emperor again. As her formidable sword intent and astounding killing intent fused together, the power that erupted from her sword became even more terrifying and mighty. For fuck's sake! How can a cultivator of the return to void stage unleash such a powerful sword strike? The Infernal Abyss Emperor's expression changed drastically as it attempted to launch a counterattack. However, it discovered that its body had become sluggish due to the debilitating effects of the previous sword strike's extreme cold. It was completely unable to defend against Lu Qianhuan's second attack. Lu Qianhuan was lightning quick, and she gave her opponent no opportunity to catch their breath. In the blink of an eye, her second attack had already arrived before her enemy. Initially, she had planned to unleash these powerful techniques when she found the severely wounded Infernal Abyss Emperor. Now, however, she clearly didn't have the luxury to do that anymore. She could only pray that the Infernal Abyss Emperor was weaker than she expected, and pray that she would be able to kill her last enemy before she herself was killed. With the god-engulfing skeleton present, Lu Qianhuan knew that she wouldn't be able to leave the spirit realm alive. Thus, right now, she had to draw on every last drop of her powers to kill her enemy. In this instant, she fully unleashed her ancient sword Dao physique without any consideration of the potential consequences. At the same time, the blood and vital energy in her body also reached a boiling point. As a result of her sacrifices, she was now in possession of a combat capability that was far beyond her ordinary level. "Die!" Lu Qianhuan roared. At this moment, she was like a peerless sword immortal who had unleashed the most powerful sword strike in her life. At this instant, her sword intent soared into the sky and pierced through the heavens. Her sword Dao domain proliferated throughout heaven and earth. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, icy cold snow drifted down toward the earth. It was as if the entire void had been plunged into an eternal state of frozen stillness. With this immense strike, Lu Qianhuan wanted to end the Infernal Abyss Emperor's life. A look of terror spread across the Infernal Abyss Emperor's face. Could feel a sense of fatal danger exuding from Lu Qianhuan's great ice sword. This return to void stage cultivator genuinely wanted to kill it, and she genuinely possessed the ability to kill it. Lu Qianhuan slashed her great ice sword toward the Infernal Abyss Emperor in fury. The Infernal Abyss Emperor hastily raised its tentacles to block this strike. However, its tentacles, which were extremely rich in soul power, were immediately torn to shreds by the devastating might of Lu Qianhuan's sword intent. Lu Qianhuan had put everything into this sword strike, and in terms of power it had already reached the Dao integration stage. The great ice sword radiated with an immense might, and it was just about to rip the infernal Abyss Emperor's body to shreds. Right at this moment, however, a blood-red scythe suddenly flashed before the infernal Abyss Emperor's body. The being who had spatial skipped over was none other than the god engulfing skeleton. There was a deafening clang as the blood-red scythe collided with the immensely powerful sword strike. The void within a radius of 50 kilometers tremored violently. Immediately afterward, the energy shockwaves of the powerful collision erupted out into the surroundings. In the center of the collision, it appeared as if there was a blue light orb furiously battling it out with a red light orb. The deadly sword intent, which seeped out from this battle, obliterated the earth, and the blood-red scythe intent, which exuded from this battle, dyed the sky crimson red in color. Beings who were unfamiliar with the battling pair all thought that this was a life-and-death battle between two supermighty beings of the Dao integration stage. The overwhelming sword intent forced the god engulfing skeleton back hundreds of meters. At the same time, however, Lu Qianhuan also spat blood and stumbled backward. In fact, she was almost unable to maintain her balance. I'm already at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Who would have thought that I'd be forced back by a sword strike from a youth who is at the return to void intermediate stage? There was an astonished expression on the god engulfing skeleton's face. Although it wasn't injured, the might of Lu Qianhuan's sword strike had already far exceeded its expectations. The infernal Abyss Emperor also felt a sense of lingering fear in its heart. If that attack had struck its body, then it would have been severely wounded or perhaps even killed. However, you're still too young and impatient. With such extraordinary talents, your chance of successfully avenging your mother would have increased dramatically had you cultivated to a higher rank. The look of contempt had already disappeared from the god engulfing skeleton's face. It's a pity that you're going to die by my hands today. Bahaha. Slaying a supremely talented sword immortal with my own hands. This is what excites me the most. As it said this, the god engulfing skeleton swung its blood-red scythe again. It appeared as if even the sky were going to be sliced into two as a dazzling radiance erupted from the blade of the scythe. Lu Qianhuan, who had almost no energy left already, feebly raised her sword to parry. However, this was all to no avail, and she was brutally smashed into the ground by the boundless divine might of the blood-red scythe. The force of her collision caused a gigantic crater to form in the ground. I was so close. Why does it have to end like this? Tears of grief and despair welled up in her eyes as she lay in the gigantic crater. If the god engulfing skeleton hadn't interfered, she genuinely had a chance to kill the infernal Abyss Emperor by taking advantage of its underestimation of her. However, the heavens were not on her side. It was clearly she who was challenging an enemy of a higher rank. It was clearly she who was in a position of absolute disadvantage. Yet standing behind her enemy who possessed all the advantages, there was actually a being who was even more powerful and terrifying. Fate had truly played a cruel joke on her. Lu Qianhuan gripped her great ice sword tightly as she lay in a fetal position on the ground. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and her pink-blue sailor skirt had already been sliced open down the middle. The blood from her wounds dyed her clothes a vivid red. Even standing back up would be extremely difficult for her. Am I going to die here after all? She wasn't afraid of death. She was merely disappointed that she wasn't able to fully avenge her mother's death. Let me kill this fucking bitch, the infernal Abyss Emperor sneered coldly. This bitch actually dared to wound me. I'm going to extract her divine sense and make her suffer the most excruciating tortures. Then, I'll kill her, slowly and painfully. Its body, which had been torn open by the great ice sword, had already fully recovered. However, the expression on its face was even frostier than before. Countless writhing tentacles transformed into swords, sabers, and spears as they shot toward the defenseless female who lay collapsed in the crater. Fufufu. This strike of mine doesn't affect the physical body. it only obliterates one's divine sense. After all, I still need to use your body to refine a soul puppet. Now, I'll let you taste the feeling of extreme agony. Pitch-black tentacle blades rained down from the sky and stabbed toward the female who was curled up in the crater. There was a bitter smile on Lu Qianhuan's face as she glanced at the pitch-black blades that were raining down toward her. Her feelings at this moment were indescribable. There was a sense of vexation, yet this feeling gradually shifted to one of melancholy and a reluctance to leave this world. Right at this moment, however, a white figure suddenly appeared before her. They stood there silently, and their white robe fluttered elegantly in the wind. Everything in the surroundings fell silent at this instant. Faced with the terrifying rain of pitch-black blades, the male swung his sword lightly. Then, just like that, a white sword projection annihilated all of the soul power attacks. In fact, even the powerful infernal Abyss Emperor was struck and sent reeling back in pain. "Who dares to attack my little Huan?" The male's charming voice echoed around the void. He stood before the female's body like an unmovable mountain as he glared at the two nearby Dao integration stage super mighty beings. Lu Qianhuan was dazed as she stared at the familiar figure who stood before her. She felt a sense of disbelief, yet the rims of her eyes had already reddened involuntarily. She opened her mouth to speak, yet the words that were lodged in her throat wouldn't come out no matter what. Eventually, however, she still managed to utter that one word, which she hadn't said for many years. "Father." The white-robed figure was none other than Lu Qianhuan's father, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Lu Mingxian. Lu Qianhuan had never imagined that her father would appear before her at such a time. However, once he arrived, she already knew what his aim for coming here was. In fact, both of them had the same aim in mind. They were both here to seek revenge. Roar! Lu Mingxian, who would have thought? As an esteemed sect leader, you actually dare to place yourself in perilous danger by entering the spirit realm. A hint of fear and trepidation appeared on the infernal Abyss Emperor's face. Ha ha ha! Isn't this the perfect opportunity? He's merely a sword immortal of the Dao integration intermediate stage. Why should we be afraid of him? Both father and daughter are here now. Why don't we dispose of them in one fell swoop? The god-engulfing skeleton's aura billowed violently as a cruel and bloodthirsty smile stretched across its face. As one of the most powerful individuals of the Void Spirit tribe, the god-engulfing skeleton naturally possessed the ability and right to look down upon Lu Mingxian. In fact, it wouldn't be afraid even if two Lu Mingxians had come, let alone one. Lu Mingxian retrieved a pill from his storage ring. Once this pill appeared, a green divine light instantly surged through the void. All matter recovered, and the obliterated terrain was instantly filled with newly grown grass and flowers. A supremely rich divine fluctuation swept outward, astonishing all the beings who were present on this battlefield. There was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly an extremely valuable divine pill. Lu Mingxian shoved this divine pill into Lu Qianhuan's mouth without any hesitation. "I don't pitch." Lu Qianhuan wanted to refuse this divine pill, yet it was forcibly shoved into her mouth by Lu Mingxian. A vast divine power and healing power swept through Lu Qianhuan's body, healing her wounds at an extraordinary speed. At the same time, her strength was also being replenished at an astonishing rate. "You shouldn't have come here," Lu Mingxian sighed. "Why can't I come? If I can't avenge Mom's death now, then perhaps I'll never get another opportunity to." Lu Qianhuan's eyes became red as she screamed emotionally. "I'll avenge Qiu Hong's death," Lu Mingxian said. "You leave." Lu Qianhuan was momentarily dazed as she gazed at the lofty male before her. "Trying to flee? None of you can leave." The god-engulfing skeleton swung its blood-red scythe as it lunged toward Lu Mingxian. Like a divine sword piercing through the sky, an astonishing sword intent erupted from Lu Mingxian's body. The earth within a 50-kilometer radius was instantly pulverized by the devastating sword intent. Lu Mingxian swung his ancient sword, which was radiating with a blinding golden glow, toward the sky. Countless bursts of golden sword intent soared into the sky. Like raging dragons, These bursts of sword intent cut the void that lay in their path into innumerable pieces of disjointed space. The spectacle that they created was magnificent and breathtaking, and the entire sky was illuminated by their dazzling golden color. Every burst of sword intent possessed the aura of the fundamental sword Dao, and they could easily penetrate through the defenses of a Dao integration stage cultivator. The god-engulfing skeleton was about to shatter these bursts of sword intent with its blood-red scythe. At this instant, however, Lu Mingxian suddenly flipped his ancient sword. Shift formation. Just a moment ago, the bursts of dazzling sword intent had all been raging with devastating killing intent. Upon Lu Mingxuan's shout, however, all of them suddenly unleashed extremely powerful rays of sealing light. These rays of light transformed into countless golden shards, which instantly surrounded and enveloped the god-engulfing skeleton. What? The god-engulfing skeleton's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, its body also faltered momentarily as it was trapped by the countless net-like threads, which were spat out by the golden shards of light. The vast might of the sword Dao crushed down like tens of thousands of lofty divine mountains, causing its bones to groan and creak under stress. Lu Mingxian turned toward Lu Qianhuan. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and escape. Lu Qianhuan crawled up from the ground. The power of the divine pill was still coursing through her body. Not only were her injuries almost fully healed, but even her strength had been fully replenished. There was a complicated expression on her face as she looked at the male who was risking his life to protect her. I won't leave. If I leave, you'll also die. Lu Qianhuan slowly drew her sword. As she looked up toward the god-engulfing skeleton, who was trapped within the field of golden shards, she activated the full power of her ancient sword Dao physique once again. At this moment, a black figure dashed over from the distance. Countless tentacles transformed into a thick swarm of terrifying black divine weapons and ruthlessly slashed toward Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian, I'm going to kill you! The Infernal Abyss Emperor chortled arrogantly. Lu Mingxian, who was using all his powers to restrain the god-engulfing skeleton, had no way of defending against an attack from another Dao integration stage supermighty being. As the Infernal Abyss Emperor entered its striking range, a familiar chill suddenly enveloped its entire body. All of the Infernal Abyss Emperor's movement started to become slow and sluggish. How dare you? You actually didn't escape. The Infernal Abyss Emperor had already suffered at the hands of Lu Qianhuan once. Thus, it now knew how to deal with her unusual powers. It instantly formed a high-density dark blade before its body, then slashed it down toward the space before itself. Speed, density, and power, a harmonious combination of these three qualities, was the key to defeating Lu Qianhuan's sword Dao domain. A loud screech erupted from the pitch-black sword blade as it tore through the space that had been frozen by the extreme chill of Lu Qianhuan's domain. At this instant, the great ice sword and the pitch-black sword blade collided together. Boom! The void tremored as a huge amount of energy exploded outward. A violent and unrestrained sword intent pulverized the earth within a radius of a few dozen kilometers. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was smashed back by this devastating sword intent, and a web of cracks and fractures ran through the pitch-black sword blade in its hand. Lu Qianhuan calmly stabilized her body as she drifted backward gracefully. There was a dash of unnatural red on her pale cheeks. Perhaps it was due to the effects of the divine pill. But Lu Qianhuan didn't pause to recover her strength before lunging toward the Infernal Abyss Emperor again. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was furious. However, all it could do was hold in its anger and hastily defend against Lu Qianhuan's relentless attacks. It realized that the energy coursing through Lu Qianhuan's body had seemingly become boundless after she took the pill. More surprisingly, her combat capability had vaguely climbed to a level that surpassed it. Shit! I'm actually being suppressed by a return to Void Stage Sword Cultivator. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was feeling extremely frustrated. Not only am I going to suppress you, but I'm also going to kill you. Waves of killing intent radiated from Lu Qianhuan's body as she bore down toward the Infernal Abyss Emperor. Right now, the division of labor was especially clear. Lu Mingxian was responsible for keeping the god-engulfing skeleton at bay, and Lu Qianhuan was responsible for killing the Infernal Abyss Emperor. If all of this was left to Lu Mingxian alone, then it was very possible that he would be unable to exact revenge. Not only that, but it was also very likely that he would lose his life here. This was also the reason why Lu Qianhuan chose to stay. Lu Mingxian was left in a vague trance when he saw that Lu Qianhuan could actually suppress the Infernal Abyss Emperor. 100 years had flashed by, and he had never realized that his daughter had already grown to such a level. In fact, a period of 100 years couldn't be considered a long time in the eyes of Dao integration stage cultivators. Moreover, the fact that Lu Qianhuan was able to reach such a level in 100 years was already far, far beyond Lu Mingxuan's expectations. An ear-splitting explosion ripped through the sky. A dark red power annihilated the golden shards that were surrounding the God-engulfing skeleton. The God-engulfing skeleton appeared in the sky again. Lu Mingxian, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your death wish. As it tossed its divine scythe toward the sky, a power of death instantly started billowing into the surroundings. At the same time, the sky was dyed blood red. Two dark red streams that stretched for as far as the eye could see overlapped to form a cross. The intersection of the cross was located exactly where Lu Mingxian stood. As Lu Mingxian looked up from the ground, he could see that there were countless beings wailing in anguish and experiencing death within the dark red stream. The torrential sea of death aura and killing intent was thick enough to strip all living beings of their life forces before corroding and swallowing them. Within a radius of 500 kilometers, all living beings became deathly still as their life forces were sucked from them. Countless plants wilted and died, and some even crumbled into deathly gray dust. This was all due to the two dark red streams in the sky. I'll destroy you with this strike, the God-engulfing skeleton said indifferently. It extended its skeletal hand and pressed downward. Star-engulfing heavenly river of death. The two intersecting streams descended from the sky. At the same time, a dark red divine Dao light illuminated the entire space. It was as if the boundless killing intent and death aura could really engulf the entire world. At this moment, Lu Mingxian was already being targeted by the two streams. No matter where he fled, these streams would still be able to engulf him. These were heavenly rivers that could even engulf stars. How could a mere ant escape? Countless golden divine patterns materialized on the surface of Lu Mingxuan's ancient sword. Each of these golden divine patterns represented a supreme sword Dao that had been cultivated to their peak. Indeed, Lu Mingxian had already explored and reached the pinnacle of countless different sword Dao. The countless sword Dao transformed into a billowing sword Dao true intent and imbued itself onto Lu Mingxuan's ancient sword. This true intent was like a boundless river, and it appeared even more majestic and grand than the river of death in the sky. An extraordinary sharpness burst forth from the ancient sword. Then, the sword cultivator silently slashed his ancient sword upward. A golden stream materialized in the sky. In the beginning, this stream wasn't very big. As it rose higher and higher into the sky, however, it started to grow larger and larger. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. The piercing sharpness exuded by the stream caused even the God-engulfing skeleton's heart to palpitate in fear. Eventually, the dark red river of death clashed together with the immense golden sword strike. The river of death was like an avaricious demon, and it furiously tore at and engulfed the gigantic golden sword intent. Meanwhile, the golden sword intent was like a transcendent existence that was so pure and profound that it could slice through all matter. In the beginning, the two colliding powers were very evenly matched. Eventually, however, the golden sword intent actually managed to overcome the river of death and slice it into two. The God-engulfing skeleton's expression changed drastically. It was just about to move, yet a golden sword projection had already pierced through the void and slashed into its body. The God-engulfing skeleton's Dao physique burst apart as it was blasted back dozens of kilometers. PFFF? Lu Mingxian swayed slightly before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The strike just then had already consumed an exorbitant amount of his blood essence. Before he could even catch his breath, several red clouds had already materialized above his head and begun to crush down toward him once more. As expected of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the #1 slaughter sect in the Kingdom of the Nine States. Very well done, sect leader Lu. You were actually able to severely wound me. The god-engulfing skeleton flew back to the battlefield. Its ribs were all fractured, and there was an extremely thick sword mark running across its body. Moreover, there were still sparks of golden sword intent wreaking havoc in its wounds, releasing bursts of sword might that had yet to be fully depleted of their energy. However, in order to block my river of death, you've already poured all of your energy into that previous sword strike. Am I correct? Fufufu, how foolish. If you had abandoned that stupid girl, you would have been fully capable of fleeing from this place. However, you were hellbent on staying here to fight to the death with me. And what now? Your daughter is unable to escape, and you're also about to die here. There was a taunting smile on the god-engulfing skeleton's face. If Lu Mingxian, a sword cultivator of the Dao integration stage, chose to unleash all of his powers in a single instant, then even the god-engulfing skeleton wouldn't be able to defend against it. However, this didn't matter. The god-engulfing skeleton was extremely thick-skinned, and if it wasn't insta-killed, then what awaited its enemy would be death. Let me see. How should I torture you? You're a sword immortal of the Dao integration stage. I've truly never slaughtered such an interesting enemy before. The dark red skeleton cracked a wide grin. Then, it slashed its scythe through the empty void. Lu Mingxian hastily raised his sword to parry. A red scythe projection suddenly appeared before him and stabbed toward his chest. However, this was blocked by Lu Mingxuan's ancient sword in a timely manner. As sparks flew, Lu Mingxuan's body was relentlessly pushed back by the overwhelming power contained within the scythe projection. Another dark red power burst out from the god-engulfing skeleton's scythe. Reaping life. SSST. Blood sprayed through the air. A black, scythe-like blade had penetrated through Lu Mingxuan's chest and protruded out from his back. Blood gushed from the wound and quickly dyed his white robe red. Like a dark and deadly cobweb-shaped blade, the sharp scythe started to expand outward as it ripped apart the bones and flesh in Lu Mingxuan's chest. Once this blade spread throughout his entire body, it would be able to dice his body into numerous tiny chunks of flesh. Enjoy the splendid experience of having your life slowly drain away, said the god-engulfing skeleton as it chuckled eerily. Regardless of whether we're in the void spirit realm or spirit realm, I'm still a supreme god. The only fate that awaits those who dare to challenge me is death. Lu Qianhuan turned to look at the severely wounded male as she pushed the infernal abyss emperor back with a sword slash. Her heart almost skipped a beat, and a look of incredulity spread across her face. Right now, the life force of the male who she had viewed as indomitable and invincible was rapidly draining away. Blood had already dyed his entire white robe red. Lu Mingxian was also gazing at the distant female silently. It was as if he was looking at her for one last time. The face of the female was reflected in his tired eyes, and as if breaking through the barriers of time, this face overlapped with that of another female. My incompetence already caused me to lose Qiu Hong. I can't afford to watch you die here as well. A faint smile appeared on Lu Mingxuan's face. Then he retrieved a small, crystal-clear sword from his storage ring. This sword radiated with astonishing energy fluctuations, and there were also numerous complicated blood patterns engraved onto its surface. Lu Mingxian started murmuring in a soft whisper, "Feed the sword with my blood essence, divine sense, power, and every sword Dao." The energy fluctuations of the small sword started to become increasingly terrifying. As if becoming aware of something, Lu Qianhuan's expression changed drastically. Her eye rims instantly became red. She shook her head furiously and murmured, "Don't do this?" The small, crystal-clear sword in Lu Mingxuan's hand became a vivid red as his aura declined rapidly. There was also a sheen of golden light wrapped around the small sword. Lu Qianhuan knew that this was her father's blood essence, as well as the last manifestations of his sword Dao true intent. "Forgive me, little Huan. You must live on." There was a resolute expression on the male's face as he said this. The small sword in his hand also shot out at this moment. The small sword penetrated through Lu Qianhuan's body. However, instead of wounding her, it released an extremely powerful sword radiance. This radiance caused Lu Qianhuan to shoot toward the distance at an unimaginable speed. Haha! Trying to escape? In your dreams! The infernal abyss emperor summoned countless dark black blades as it flew over to block Lu Qianhuan's path. However, before it could even launch an attack, the small, crystal-clear blade had already neared its body. A golden radiance rammed into the infernal abyss emperor and tore its body into two halves. Ah! The infernal abyss emperor howled in anguish. The god-engulfing skeleton shot a glance toward the infernal abyss emperor. Dumb cunt. Although the small sword looked to be relatively ordinary, it possessed the final manifestations of Lu Mingxuan's sword intent. This wasn't something that a supermighty being of the Dao integration initial stage could handle. In fact, even the god-engulfing skeleton wouldn't dare to block such a strike. Under the effects of the small sword, Lu Qianhuan was sent away from the battlefield at an extremely quick speed. Dad! As she flew further and further away from that figure, she was already unable to see his face clearly. She would never be able to see his face again. The tears that were welled up in her eyes finally poured out at this instant. She started to sob uncontrollably. She didn't like her father. Ever since her mother had died, she had become deeply estranged from her father. When her father remarried, this estrangement gradually started to become a sense of alienation. As a result, they barely talked to each other these past 100 years. At this moment, however, this person whom she detested immensely was sacrificing his own life in order to save her. This scene was identical to when her mother had sacrificed herself to save her 100 years ago. Why did it become like this? Lu Qianhuan's eyes had already become red from crying. I clearly detest you so much, and I've clearly already distanced myself from you. Why are you still sacrificing yourself to save me? No one answered her question. The only reply that she got was the shrill whistle of the biting wind. On the scar-ridden battlefield, Lu Mingxian had already lost the ability to resist. His aura was frail and listless, yet his body remained standing and upright. Nothing could cause his body or will to bend. Sect leader Lu is so virtuous and fatherly. The god-engulfing skeleton chuckled. Now that you've saved your daughter, you can also die with no regrets. It swung its scythe down as it looked to inflict the killing blow. A frosty wind screamed past. Meanwhile, an immense killing intent crushed down from the sky. Lu Mingxian gripped his sword tightly as he stared at the nearing god-engulfing skeleton. Although he couldn't block the god-engulfing skeleton's strike, he was still hellbent on performing the last sword strike of his life. The reason that I, Lu Mingxian, am dying here today is not because of you. Rather, it's because of Lu Mingxian suddenly screamed in fright. His waist had been grabbed by someone, and he was violently jerked toward another direction. The red scythe slashed down at this instant. However, all it hit was empty air and earth. In fact, the ground was split into two by the tremendous force of the strike. Lu Mingxian saw the person who had grabbed him. His face was handsome, and his eyes were piercing and profound. Like Lu Mingxian, he was also dressed in a white robe. This person was extremely similar to him. However, he possessed a uniquely different aura. Lu Mingxian was a bit dazed. Why you're? He stammered in disbelief. Enough with the nonsense. If it weren't for Lu Qianhuan, I would have never bothered saving you. There was a look of irritation on the handsome male's face. This male was none other than An Lin, who had rushed over here after detecting the shockwaves of a battle. He had initially wanted to pick off wounded enemies. However, much to his surprise, what entered his vision was an extremely terrifying scene. The god-engulfing skeleton was attempting to kill Lu Mingxian. Although he didn't like Lu Mingxian, Lu Qianhuan would probably be really sad if he died, right? Moreover, Lu Qianhuan was a main force of the Kingdom of the Nine States in their war against the heavenly human tribe. They couldn't afford to lose such a powerful warrior, and Lin had barely hesitated before deciding to rescue Lu Mingxian. He fled several hundred kilometers from the battlefield before letting go of Lu Mingxian. As he let go, there was a clear look of disdain on his face. Afterward, A bright flash radiated from his storage ring. Then a crystal formation disk appeared in his hands. Xiao Fu, set up the Karma Star Protection Formation and protect this annoying male, and Lin instructed. While you're at it, heal his wounds as well. The adorable Loli blinked in confusion as she leaped out from the formation disk. She couldn't understand why Lin called this male annoying, yet he still wanted to protect and heal him. 3 seconds later, Xiao Fu finally understood. "Leave it to me," she replied excitedly. A powerful spell formation was instantly constructed around Lu Mingxuan's body. Lu Mingxian wore a complicated expression as he looked toward the white-robed male before him. "And Lin, I owe you one. However, this spirit realm is full of powerful beings from the Void Spirit tribe. It's best if we retreat first." "Stop spouting nonsense. You can't even defeat a mere god engulfing skeleton. Stay put and enjoy my performance." There was a look of impatience on Lin's face as he dismissively waved Lu Mingxuan's suggestions aside. "You!" Lu Mingxuan's chest tightened in anger. At this moment, the red cloud in the distance was already drawing closer and closer. Next to it, there were also several clouds of black mists. "Ha ha ha! And I was wondering who it was. Aren't you the mice who escaped from me a short while ago?" There was a mocking look on the god engulfing skeleton's face. "Why are you coming back to seek death after fleeing with so much difficulty? Has your brain been fried?" The severely wounded Infernal Abyss Emperor also started to taunt Lin. The image of Lin fleeing in panic was already deeply imprinted into the two supermighty beings' minds. Now that their prey had reappeared, they were understandably feeling both surprised and delighted. Now was the perfect opportunity to wash away their previous humiliation. "And Lin, you can't escape this time. Accept your death." The god engulfing skeleton charged toward Lin ferociously. Lin stepped out of the Karma Star Protection Formation. "Escape?" he snickered coldly. He slowly unsheathed his evil-slaying sword. "My apologies. The reason for my return is to slay you too." "Slay us?" The god engulfing skeleton and Infernal Abyss Emperor were both momentarily dazed. Then, they immediately started to roar with laughter. "Ha ha ha! Am I hearing this correctly? Little mice and Lin wants to kill us." The Infernal Abyss Emperor clutched its pitch-black stomach as it bent over in laughter. Has he already forgotten how disheveled he was when he fled from us not too long ago? The god engulfing skeleton sneered. "I don't mind teaching him another deep and soul-reaching lesson." And Lin remained silent. Then he stamped his feet, and his body instantly tore through the void and appeared before the god engulfing skeleton. A brilliant, sun-like radiance erupted from his fists. "What? So quick?" The god engulfing skeleton was startled. However, the scythe in its hand sliced through the void at an even quicker speed as it drew a deadly arc toward Lin. And Lin's eyes had already become pure white. Everything before him appeared to slow down. He leaned forward slightly and dodged the scythe attack with an agile movement technique. At the same time, his fist also smashed down. Boom! A golden divine power surged out, and the formidable power contained within Lin's fist even caused the nearby Infernal Abyss Emperor to be thrown off its feet. Meanwhile, the god engulfing skeleton howled in agony as it tumbled down from the sky. "How is this possible? How can you be so powerful?" The god engulfing skeleton sensed that Lin's power had already reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage. "No, I must have been too careless just then." At this moment, a piercingly cold sword intent swept through the void. 99 white celestial swords materialized in the void and released a boundless sword might. The entire space was then illuminated by the boundless sword might. A black divine halo that was radiating with a supreme divine might appeared above Lin's head. The power of metal was imbued into each and every celestial sword, causing them all to develop an invincible might. 6 strikes of the war god 100 sword technique. Streaks of brilliant sword projections pierced down from the sky. The god engulfing skeleton could feel a life-threatening danger oozing from the descending sword projections. It hastily swung its blood-red scythe toward the swords that were stabbing down toward it. However, each sword weighed several million tons. and it was as if their descent could never be stopped. Eventually, they collided with the god engulfing skeleton's scythe explosively. Its bones shuddered violently, and it almost lost its grip on the scythe in its hand. What kind of devastating power is this? How is Enlin able to wield such power? The god engulfing skeleton knew that Enlin could wield powers similar to the heavenly god powers. However, wasn't there a strict limit on how many times he could unleash such a power? Why was he unleashing this power so unrestrainedly? Eventually, the celestial swords tore through the god engulfing skeleton's defenses and stabbed into its body. As the extremely sharp blades collided into its bones, its strong, immortal tool-like Dao bones were instantly torn apart. Ah! The god engulfing skeleton's agonized howl rang through the air once more. Boom! 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 Bursts of sword intent exploded outward as shattered bones flew everywhere. The 99 celestial swords had all stabbed down at the same instant. The god engulfing skeleton had been run through by the celestial swords, and its injury-riddled body was now laying on the floor listlessly. The evil-slaying sword emitted an extremely dazzling radiance as it transformed into the last sword of the 100-sword technique. It descended from the sky and pierced through the god engulfing skeleton's chest, pinning it to the ground. And Lin descended from the sky and placed a foot on the god engulfing skeleton's head. Is that all you've got as one of the strongest super mighty beings of the Void Spirit tribe? Little Mice and Lin has barely warmed up yet. There was a vacant look in the god engulfing skeleton's eyes as it coughed out a few shards of obliterated bone. How is this possible? Why have your aura and strength suddenly become so much more powerful? You're clearly stronger than me. So why did you flee before? The god engulfing skeleton couldn't link the panicked Enlin from before to the unbelievably powerful Enlin of present. As for the infernal Abyss Emperor, its entire body was trembling in terror as it lay collapsed in the distance. It was clear that it had already been scared out of its wits. The male before it clearly wasn't Little Mice and Lin. He was Papa Enlin. Lu Mingxian knew full well how powerful the god engulfing skeleton was. Indeed, it had once pushed him to the brink of death. However, he had never expected that such a powerful being would be trampled under Enlin's feet in the mere blink of an eye. Even if the god engulfing skeleton was severely wounded, and even if it had just experienced a taxing battle, it still wasn't a being who could be easily defeated. The only plausible explanation was that Enlin was too strong. In other words, Enlin was significantly more powerful than the god engulfing skeleton. Enlin, if I hadn't been severely wounded by Lu Mingxian in my previous battle, you definitely wouldn't have been able to. Bam! A fist pummeled down, cracking the god engulfing skeleton's thick bones. Immediately afterward, a golden energy shockwave erupted outward and fractured the ground within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Ah! The god engulfing skeleton howled in pain, and Lin pummeled it with another fist. Who gave you permission to speak? Boom! Ah! What the fuck are you screaming about? Bam! Oof! The surrounding earth was pulverized by the relentlessly erupting golden energy shockwaves, and Lin activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill and continually smashed his fists down. Before long, the god engulfing skeleton had already been beaten beyond recognition. The infernal Abyss Emperor was immensely startled as it watched on. It tried to suppress its aura and sneak away quietly. At this moment, a feeling of death suddenly enveloped its entire body. Little Ant Infernal Abyss, if you dare to take one more step, then I'll kill you first. And Lin's calm and emotionless voice drifted into the infernal Abyss Emperor's ears. It immediately froze to the spot in fright. At the same time, at someplace far, far away from Enlin's battlefield, the energy of the small sword that carried Lu Qianhuan away finally dissipated fully. She was still immersed in the pain of losing her father. At this moment, it appeared as if some explosive energy had erupted in the distant horizon. The radiance released by this explosion was like a dazzling golden galaxy. Although Lu Qianhuan couldn't sense its might, she could still guess that the battle in the distance was an earth-shattering one. This direction, Lu Qianhuan's heart almost skipped a beat. She realized that the location of the explosion was none other than where Lu Mingxian was. But didn't he already expend all of his energy in order to save me? How can he still engage in such an explosive battle? Lu Qianhuan gritted her teeth as she gazed at the direction of the battle. Then, without any hesitation, she immediately leaped onto her sword and started rushing back to the location of the battle. Although there was little hope, what if Lu Mingxian was still alive? She wasn't willing to give up any shred of hope, even if it would cost her her life. The speed of Lu Qianhuan's sword kinesis flight was extremely quick. In no time, she had already arrived back at the battlefield. Then, she saw the most bizarre and unfathomable scene in her life. Her father, Lu Mingxian, was currently sitting safe and sound within a gigantic protective and healing spell formation. Elsewhere, Lin was furiously striking the god-engulfing skeleton with his two fists. The once domineering god-engulfing skeleton was now like a defenseless sheep who had been pushed to the brink of death. It frantically released the power of its divine Tao as it tried to block Lin's overwhelming attacks. However, it was still pummeled beyond recognition. This is for chasing after me. Boom, boom, boom. This is for taunting me. Slap, slap, slap. Didn't you call me little mice? Now you're being beaten and ridden on by a little mice. What does that make you? Bam, bam, bam. And Lin felt extremely refreshed as he beat the god-engulfing skeleton. Then he suddenly detected a presence nearing him. He looked up and saw the astonished female in the distance. My God! Sister Lu, how come you're also here? And Lin exclaimed in delight. And Lin, it really is you. There was a slight quiver in Lu Qianhuan's voice. It's me indeed. And Lin chuckled and said, I'm here to exact revenge. While I was at it, I also managed to rescue your father. No need to thank me. This is what a friend should do. You're also here to exact revenge? Lu Qianhuan was astonished. What a coincidence. I'm also here to exact revenge. And Lin was also astonished. My target is the god-engulfing skeleton. Who's your target? Lu Qianhuan swept her gaze across the battlefield. Then, she extended a slender finger and pointed toward a pitch-black, double-headed ghost who was too afraid to move. My target is the infernal abyss emperor. It killed my mom. And Lin sucked in a deep breath. These void spirit tribe cultivators, do they really enjoy killing people's parents that much? Su Xiaolan's parents were killed by the super mighty beings of the void spirit tribe. Lu Qianhuan's mother was also killed by the super mighty beings of the void spirit tribe. In fact, even her father was almost killed by them. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning pierced through the void. Before it could even react, the infernal abyss emperor was run through by the dashing bolt of lightning. Ah! It hurts! A large hole had been blasted into its spirit body. Meanwhile, arcs of golden lightning were still flowing over its body and relentlessly destroying its flesh and bones. The arcs of golden lightning on Lin's fingertip disappeared. He turned toward Lu Qianhuan and said, Sister Lu, your target is already on the brink of death. You can deal the killing blow now. The white-robed male's grinning face was reflected in Lu Qianhuan's beautiful purple eyes. Thanks for helping, brethren. You're so considerate. She then turned her gaze toward Lu Mingxian, who was still recovering in the distance. Do you want to kill it together? Lu Mingxian sighed with emotion as he looked at his daughter, who had left and then returned. After experiencing a life-and-death parting, he had already become much more open-minded. It's fine, he smiled and said. You can perform a sword strike on my behalf. Lu Qianhuan nodded. Her eyes became extremely cold as she flew toward the infernal abyss emperor with her great ice sword in hand. Howl! You can't kill me like this. You achieved victory through unfair means. If you're capable, then fight against me fair and square. The infernal abyss emperor thrashed about on the ground as it furiously tried to heal the wounds on its body. Fight against you fair and square? Lu Qianhuan chuckled coldly. If we fought fair and square, then you would have already been killed by me in our previous battle. The infernal abyss emperor faltered. It had no reply. Thinking back to their previous battle, It would have indeed died at the hands of Lu Qianhuan's splendid counterattack had it not been for the god-engulfing skeleton's interference. Strands of black shadows stabbed toward Lu Qianhuan. Lu Qianhuan slashed her divine sword and instantly obliterated all of the shadowy attacks. The infernal Abyss Emperor was already extremely feeble. Thus, the attacks that it launched now posed absolutely no threat to Lu Qianhuan. Just like that, Lu Qianhuan obliterated all of the infernal Abyss Emperor's attacks as she slowly walked before it. Then, she stabbed her sword into one of the two-headed ghost's heads. Ah! The infernal Abyss Emperor's body shuddered violently as a devastating chill started to wreak havoc in its body. Do you still remember this sword? Back then, it was in order to forge the sword that my mother... Lu Qianhuan murmured to herself as she pulled the great ice sword out. Then, she plunged it into the two-headed ghost's second head. An anguished wail tore through the air. This is probably karma. Because of this sword, my mother was killed by you. And now, I'm using this sword to kill you in revenge. Lu Qianhuan pulled the great ice sword out. Then, she continued to plunge it into the body before her. A piercingly cold power continued to devastate the infernal Abyss Emperor's body. At the same time, its divine sense was slowly cut apart and then frozen. It was forced to suffer the most agonizing death by extreme cold. Lu Qianhuan plunged her sword into the infernal Abyss Emperor several hundred times. Then, in a moment of disregard, she accidentally ended its life. Boom! Following the death of a Dao integration stage cultivator, heaven and earth also started to wail in mourning. Perhaps due to the effects of heaven and earth, or perhaps due to some other reason, two streams of tears flowed down Lu Qianhuan's cheeks as she gazed at the lifeless body of the infernal Abyss Emperor. She gripped her sword as she stood rooted to the spot. The events of the past flashed through her mind. It's finished. Little Huan has avenged you. Lu Qianhuan's eyes became increasingly pure and clear as she looked up toward the sky. And Lin, who was currently knuckling the god-engulfing skeleton's head into the ground, suddenly realized that the surrounding earth had become a vast expanse of icy land. In fact, the terrifying power of the extreme cold had even started to spread into the god-engulfing skeleton's body. Boom! A column of blue light soared into the sky. The land within a radius of 50 kilometers was instantly transformed into an extremely chilly ice plain. It was as though the power of the divine Tao wanted to freeze the entire heaven and earth. And Lin sucked in a deep breath as he looked toward the female in the center of the light column. Has Sister Lu grasped the divine Tao? Qiuhong's death had always been an insurmountable barrier in Lu Qianhuan's mind. Because of her mother's death, she was unable to accept the Sword Tao wholeheartedly, even though she possessed the ancient Sword Tao physique. As a result, her development in the Sword Tao was somewhat restricted. Now, however, everything had changed. She had successfully avenged her mother by killing her mother's murderers. Moreover, seeing Lu Mingxian willingly sacrifice himself in order to save her also allowed her to understand many things. Everything in the past had already been resolved. Lu Qianhuan's Tao heart had never been as pure and as transparent as it was at this moment. Right now, she could finally face the true desires that had lain dormant at the bottom of her heart. There was a radiant smile on the female's beautiful face as she lightly stroked the bright blue divine sword. As expected, I still like using swords the most. It's also time for the young sorceress to grow up. From now on, I'm the peerless swordswoman. Boom! A sword-intent soared into the sky and shook the highest heavens. Even Lu Mingxian and An Lin, who both had extremely comprehensive grasps of the Sword Tao, were surprised, even shocked, by the fundamental Sword Tao true intent that was reverberating through the void. Strands of blue, silk-like sword intent swam around the female's body. They appeared especially agile and lively. Before Lu Qianhuan knew it, a blue sword intent robe had already materialized over her body. There was also a silk ribbon tied around her slender waist, and this billowed in the wind and fluttered around her long and shapely legs. At this moment, she appeared especially graceful and elegant. Both her aura and disposition were climbing in leaps and bounds. And Lin felt delighted when he saw the transforming Lu Qianhuan. She had finally broken free from her shackles. She could finally be her true self, The phenomenon caused by Lu Qianhuan's breakthrough lasted for a full 15 minutes. After grasping the power of the divine Tao, her cultivation base finally stabilized at the rank of the return to void final stage. In the kingdom of the 9 states, such a cultivation base could already be considered as among the upper echelons. At the same time, a supreme being with such a cultivation base could also be considered as a pillar of the kingdom of the 9 states united army. Little Huan, you've done extremely well, Lu Mingxian congratulated sincerely. At this moment, a smile appeared on his normally cold and unsmiling face. Even his eyes had started to become a little teary. Lu Qianhuan was dazed as she looked at the emotional male. Congratulations, Senior Lu. Anlin expressed his congratulations as he continued to pummel the god-engulfing skeleton. The corners of Lu Qianhuan's mouth curled up into a beautiful smile as she looked toward the nearby male. It's all thanks to your assistance, Anlin. She took a step, and a fragrant scent immediately wafted toward Anlin. Lu Qianhuan's beautiful face appeared before Anlin's eyes. She had a smooth jawline, mesmerizing purple eyes, and delicate pink lips. Anlin's heart almost skipped a beat. Her mesmerizing beauty was complemented perfectly by her aloofness as a sword immortal. The female shuffled closer to Anlin. Junior, how do you want this sister to repay you? The god-engulfing skeleton roared in fury upon realizing that it was being ignored by Anlin and Lu Qianhuan. You two are seeking... Boom! A golden energy hammered down. The god-engulfing skeleton was punched into the ground by Anlin once more. Lu Qianhuan stabbed her great ice sword into the god-engulfing skeleton's chest. As the frosty power of the sword froze and sealed away the god-engulfing skeleton's powers, it also stripped it of its ability to talk. Senior, it was nothing much. There's no need for you to repay me. Is that so? Lu Qianhuan giggled softly as she continued to stare at Anlin. Her gaze was extremely passionate, and her beautiful slender legs bent slightly. Then, she said in a giddy and mellow voice, "But this sister has a daring thought in mind." Anlin was dazed upon hearing this. At this moment, the female before him had already walked right in front of him. She rested her chin on his shoulder and pressed her shapely figure into his body. Then, she wrapped her arms around his waist and started to hug him tightly. This wasn't a quick and gentle embrace. Rather, it was a strong and extremely forceful embrace. It was as if she wanted to pour all of her emotions out through this embrace. Thank you for saving me during my tribulation at the Immortal Spirit Tower. Thank you for giving me a home after I graduated. Thank you for saving my father. And thank you for helping me successfully avenge my mother. Thank you for allowing me to rediscover myself. The female whispered softly into Anlin's ears. What should I do? It seems like I'm owing you more and more favors. I'll never be able to repay them all. Right now, Anlin could feel her slender fingers digging into his back slightly. The sword Immortal, who had been aloof and emotionless just a moment ago, was as warm and as gentle as a body of spring water now. Could it be that you want me to say, I have nothing to repay you with but for my body? Lu Mingxuan's eyelids twitched. The god-engulfing skeleton was completely dumbfounded. Anlin's heart jolted. At this moment, however, he felt the slightly hot sensation on his chest suddenly disappear. All that remained was a unique fragrance. Lu Qianhuan took 2 steps back. She stood in front of Anlin and grinned sheepishly. Forget about it. I have no way of repaying you for all the things that you've done for me. I can only repay your kindness in my next life. Anlin rolled his eyes. No need to repay me in your next life. I'll be happy as long as Sword Immortal Lu can enjoy her present life. When you become successful in the future, don't forget to look after the 4-9 Immortal sect. The two of them exchanged a smile. At this moment, an overwhelming red glow suddenly erupted from the god-engulfing skeleton's body. It then ejected the evil-slaying sword and great ice sword into the air. Then it crawled up from the ground. It was just about to flee when Anlin immediately extended an arm and slammed it back into the ground. Lu Qianhuan stabbed her great ice sword into the god-engulfing skeleton's chest. The frosty power of her sword restricted the god-engulfing skeleton's powers as it swept through its body once more. Let's deal with this god-engulfing skeleton first, and Lin suggested. There was a slight shade of red on Lu Qianhuan's beautiful face. She nodded and replied, "Okay," and Lin felt that the god-engulfing skeleton was too much of a hassle. Thus, he made a decision on the spot and placed the skeleton into a suit of an oily green turtle shell. That's right, this was none other than the intermediate-rank divine tool, the Xianwu heaven-sealing shell. After charging it with energy, this divine tool could be worn as a protective suit of armor. When worn onto an enemy's body, however, it could act as a seal that suppressed and restricted the enemy's powers. The god-engulfing skeleton was already severely wounded. Now, it was also being suppressed by a divine tool. In addition, Lin and Lu Qianhuan continued to pummel it into the ground. Thus, the chance of the god-engulfing skeleton pulling off an escape was essentially zero. The agonized scream of the god-engulfing skeleton reverberated around the battlefield once more. One had to admit, the god-engulfing skeleton truly was thick-skinned. After being pummeled by Lin for so long, it was still holding onto dear life. Lin, why aren't you finishing it off with your sword? You're capable of killing it in one strike, aren't you? Lu Qianhuan slashed the god-engulfing skeleton several times with her sword before asking this. "I'm waiting for someone," Lin replied. "We agreed to find each other by causing the greatest amount of commotion that we possibly could. I hope she can make her way here after detecting the commotion that we've created. It's more meaningful if she can come over here and personally kill the god-engulfing skeleton. But we might also end up attracting other enemies from the Void Spirit tribe, right?" Lu Qianhuan asked anxiously. "No worries. If they come, then I'll kill them all." Lin's expression remained indifferent. In no time, Lu Qianhuan realized that she had jinxed themselves. 3 extremely powerful auras charged over from the distance. It looks like the lightning mouse was correct. There are indeed super mighty beings skirmishing in this location. Isn't that the god-engulfing skeleton? This emperor is coming to rescue you. Ha ha ha. How embarrassing. It's actually being sat on by Lin. If the 3 of us team up, we can definitely slay Lin. Die! A massive, icy planet-like being laughed in an extremely crazed and eerie manner as it flew over from the distance. Its entire body was blue, and there were 2 blood-red eyes on its body. Looking at its diameter alone, this planet-like being measured at least 300 kilometers long. It blotted out heaven and earth, and everywhere it passed ended up being covered in a layer of icy cold snow. If it hurtled down, it could definitely obliterate a large city. This was a Dao integration intermediate stage super mighty being of the Void Spirit tribe, the demonic Frost Star. I can smell the scent of powerful beings. They're going to become my most delicious prey. An extremely tiny being giggled excitedly as it spoke. This being was around the same size as Tina. It held a black trident in its hands, and there was also a dense layer of golden horns on its head. As it flew, beams of extremely holy golden light descended from the sky and enveloped its body. The brilliant beams of golden light made it seem as if this were the most eye-catching being in the entire world. This being was even more impressive than the demonic Frost Star. It was one of the Void Spirit tribe's Dao integration pinnacle stage cultivators, the Soul Light Martial Emperor. God-engulfing skeleton, you're in such sore straits. If we arrived any later, perhaps you would have already been killed. A gray, monkey-like being flew over with a sea of boundless crimson holy flames blazing under its feet. Its body was skinny and short, and it held a skeletal staff in its hands. There was a frosty glint in its eyes as it chuckled and said, "However, we'll take over from here. We'll help you exact revenge." And Lin sucked in a sharp breath when he saw the last super mighty being. This was a super mighty being of the Dao integration pinnacle stage Ember. The 2 beings who had killed Su Xiaolan's parents, the god-engulfing skeleton and Ember, had both appeared now. He had to admit, the heavens were truly on his side. And Lin's expression gradually darkened. "Follow me." He grabbed the half-dead god engulfing skeleton with one hand and grabbed Lu Qianhuan's slender waist with his other. Then, he took a massive stride and dashed back into the Karma Star protection formation. The god engulfing skeleton was tossed into the center of the spell formation. Lu Mingxuan's expression was extremely solemn. Two of our enemies are of the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and one of them is of the Dao integration intermediate stage. In addition, there's also the Dao integration pinnacle stage god engulfing skeleton. Half of the Void Spirit Tribe's top echelon cultivators are gathered here. I think it's best if we retreat first. Xiao Fu, focus your suppressive power onto the god engulfing skeleton, and Lin instructed. Lu Mingxian was slightly dazed. Ha! Rest assured, master. Leave it to me. Xiao Fu smiled happily as she flew around and kicked 7 gigantic stars. These gigantic stars flew over to the god engulfing skeleton and pinned it down onto the ground. Lu Mingxian, Lu Qianhuan, I'll leave the god engulfing skeleton to you guys. As long as you don't kill it, you can torture it in any way you like. Leave it to me. Lu Qianhuan licked her lips in eagerness as a powerful aura burst out from her great ice sword. She had just grasped the power of the divine Tao and was thus in need of a target to experiment on. Why, you're not fleeing? Lu Mingxuan's eyes widened in shock. Flee? Why should I flee? And Lin turned around to gaze at the 3 hostile Tao integration stage supermighty beings. Then, he said in an indifferent voice, Don't you see? See what? There was a confused look on Lu Mingxuan's face. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Lin's body. His mouth curled up into a smile, and he chuckled as he said, The 3 of them have already been surrounded by me. Lu Mingxian. There was a glimmer in Lu Qianhuan's beautiful eyes. How domineering! And Lin unfurled his wings of wind as he leaped into the air and dashed toward the 3 supermighty beings. Ha ha ha! And Lin, you've already been surrounded by us. There's nowhere you can run. The demonic frost star let out a booming laugh as it spoke. However, before it had finished laughing, it was suddenly given a fright. Holy fuck! He's actually attacking us? Has he gone mad? Ember chuckled. The Soul Light Martial Emperor's eyes were full of battle intent as it raised its mini black trident. You've got balls! It shouted excitedly. I shall grant you a dignified death. And Lin's enemies consisted of 2 cultivators of the Dao integration pinnacle stage and 1 cultivator of the Dao integration intermediate stage. In the Void Spirit realm, such a group could easily rule the roost. As long as no god of creation was present, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even if Lin was extremely powerful, was he as powerful as a god of creation? Since he wasn't, the only fate that awaited him was being pummeled to death. And Lin immediately activated his maxed-out Earth Lotus Supreme skill. His fist was imbued with the boundless power of the earth as it smashed toward his enemies. I'll deal with it. In my eyes, all fists are the same as trash. The demonic frost star carried a boundless momentum as it hurtled toward Lin. With a single collision, the demonic frost star was capable of unleashing apocalyptic damage. At the same time, the demonic frost star's body also possessed the power of extreme frost. Before colliding with its enemy, it could use this power to continually freeze and slow the power of its enemy's attacks. However, this frosty power was pushed aside by a barrier that enveloped Lin. Boom! And Lin's fist crashed down. A golden, ring-shaped shockwave exploded outward. It was as though a meteorite had struck a planet. The terrifying earthen power of Lin's fist instantly swept over the demonic frost star's titanic body. Ah! Pain shot through the demonic frost star's entire body. Its gigantic, ball-shaped body was blasted back by Lin's fist, and Lin was also pushed back by the devastating collision. Before he could stabilize himself, however, a streak of golden light had already shot over from afar. Immediately afterward, a black, ordinary-appearing trident penetrated through the void and stabbed toward his waist. Extreme Spirit Body, Final Soul Spark. The Soul Light Martial Emperor also made its move. The attacking speed of its black trident was extremely quick. Out of all the Tao integration stage supermighty beings that Enlin had fought, it could be said that this was the quickest attack that he had ever faced. In fact, it was so quick that even he wasn't able to keep up with it. Spirit bodies were inherently unpredictable as they were free from the restrictions posed by physical bodies. Moreover, Enlin's opponent was a spirit body of the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Thus, it wouldn't be wrong to claim that the Soul Light Martial Emperor's speed was unparalleled under the God of Creation stage. Once it unleashed all its strength, its attacks would definitely be impossible to guard against. Bright red blood sprayed through the void as Enlin's body of the war god was punctured by the black trident. At the same time, countless jet-black incantations started to spread out from his wound. This black trident, which pulsated with the energy of a divine tool, possessed an extremely harrowing ability to curse its victim, and Lin discovered that his wound was being continually decomposed by a raging energy. Moreover, not only did his evergreen technique not heal the wound, but it even ended up worsening the effects of the raging energy. Heaven-shaking holy meteorite flame, Ember raised its skeletal staff as it completed casting its spell. A crimson-red holy flame hurtled down from the sky like a falling meteorite. It traveled at a speed of 100,000 meters per second, and it instantly smashed into Enlin's body. A devastating explosion erupted as Enlin was crushed into the ground by the holy meteorite flame. Clouds of extremely hot crimson flames blasted into the air. The earth within a radius of 50 kilometers was instantly incinerated, and even the air in the surroundings was distorted in a hellish manner. Fufufu. This is the most powerful flame technique that I can cast. Ember chuckled coldly. Holy flames are a level above divine flames, and they're capable of instantly obliterating even the divine Tao. Enjoy being incinerated into thin air by my holy meteorite flame. Right at this moment, an empty void suddenly appeared amid the crimson holy flames. It was as though Ember's holy flame was being pushed back by another holy flame. Ember's expression changed slightly. You merely possess one holy flame. Why are you acting so smug? And Lin raised his head, and several different flames instantly materialized around his body. Each of these flames emitted an origin energy, which caused the supermighty being's hearts to palpitate in fear. As he waved his hands, the boundless holy flames instantly spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. I'll show you how to play with fire. Appear, my 7 holy flames. Ember witnessed something that it would never forget. Several holy flames of different attributes were released into the air. The sky was their cauldron, and they blazed with ferocious vigor and intensity. Under these holy flames' attacks, Ember's holy meteorite flame was already on the verge of dispersing and extinguishing. What were holy flames? These were flames that were a level above the divine flames. They possessed the origin energy of fire, and they were so pure that they didn't contain a single blemish. Holy flames stood at the pinnacle among the millions of types of flames in existence. Super mighty beings could be proud of themselves if they possessed just a single such flame. But Enlin, he possessed a whopping 7 holy flames. Regardless of whether it was his enemies or his allies, everyone was given a fright when they saw Enlin release his 7 holy flames at the same time. Holy Vermilion Flame, Setting Moon Holy Flame, Supreme Holy Flame, Blood Phoenix Holy Flame, Golden Dragon Holy Flame, Heavenly Void Holy Flame, Demonic Star Holy Flame, 7 holy flames, which represented a different attribute each, hovered in the air around Enlin. It was as if these 7 holy flames encapsulated the unique characteristics of all the flames in the world. A thought suddenly occurred to all the present beings. If there was someone in the world who could be regarded as the ruler of flames, then that person would definitely be Enlin. Ember was still in a state of shock. At this moment, a formless power suddenly appeared in the void before Ember. This power was shapeless and formless, and it was also noiseless and auraless. However, it could incinerate everything that it touched into nothingness. Ember's expression changed drastically. A light blue divine light shield instantly formed before it as it tapped its skeletal staff toward some location in the void. Rumble. A collision suddenly erupted at this instant. The formless power continued lashing at the void, and as if it were a block of ice before a sea of scorching flames, the divine light shield started to rapidly melt away and shrink in size. This was the power of the heavenly void flame. Ember sucked in a deep breath. Is that all? I still haven't. Before it could finish its sentence, the roar of a divine dragon suddenly ripped through the air. A golden divine dragon pounced toward Ember's side, bringing with it a boundless killing intent. A blood-colored phoenix pounced toward Ember's other side. Behind it, there was a pure white holy flame vermilion bird charging over. A power of supreme yang and supreme purity radiated from the vermilion bird's body. Even above it, a gigantic golden sun had suddenly appeared and was now hurtling down toward it. Ember, right now, it was being surrounded by 5 holy flames and had nowhere to escape. Boom! Like the most dazzling display of fireworks, the 5 holy flames suddenly exploded in the sky. This scene was extremely spectacular, yet at the same time it was also extremely frightening. At this moment, a golden figure dashed through the sea of flames at an extremely quick speed. Its body radiated with a pitch-black glow of supreme killing intent. The Soul Light Martial Emperor was launching another assault. As most of his attention was still focused on controlling his holy flames to battle with Ember, and Lin's defenses were at their weakest right now, the Martial Emperor wanted to seize this opportunity to insta-kill Lin. However, a blue flame suddenly enveloped everything in the void as it drew within 1,000 meters of Lin. The power of the flame made it feel as though it was swimming through the deep sea. Not only did its speed decrease, but there was even an extremely frosty flame power that continually lashed at its body. And Lin also detected the Soul Light Martial Emperor at this instant. He chuckled softly as he turned around to gaze at it. You're a supreme spirit body, am I correct? You've already tempered your spirit body to the most supreme level. But do you know? There's a type of flame that can scorch one's divine sense. This flame never extinguishes until its target's divine sense is incinerated into nothingness. The extremely pure supreme holy flame suddenly materialized before the Soul Light Martial Emperor. The Soul Light Martial Emperor felt a searing pain shoot through its body as it accidentally came into contact with this holy flame. It seemed as though this holy flame possessed a power that could greatly suppress spirit bodies. The holy flame rapidly spread through the Martial Emperor's body and furiously decomposed its body. It would be extremely dangerous if it attempted to forcefully charge through this flame. The Soul Light Martial Emperor ground to a halt before starting to retreat hastily. Flames blazed over its entire body. The Supreme Holy Flame was itself a variant of the Holy Vermilion Flame. It was a variant that had become more suitable for attacking the divine sense. In fact, it could be regarded as the nemesis of the divine sense. I'll crush you to death. The demonic frost star crashed down once more. The extremely frosty power possessed by the gigantic, ball-shaped being dispersed the sea of flames that covered the entire sky. As a mini-planet, do you dare face my starry sky palm? And Lin's expression remained unchanging as he spoke. Purple flames flickered to life in his palm, and it appeared as if countless galaxies were sparkling within these flames. The flames were the universe, and the galaxies were the sky. It seemed as if there was a demonic intent oozing from Lin's palm of the demonic star Holy Flame, and Lin swung his palm toward the demonic frost star. Instantly, countless jets of purple holy flames burst out to form an insanely large flame palm. The color of the palm was profound and eerie, and there was a sea of countless galaxies floating over its surface. The holy flame palm released a relentless galactic energy. Boom! Another deafening collision rocked heaven and earth. The shockwaves caused by the collision burst out several hundred kilometers. The demonic frost star felt as if it had been struck by an infinite number of meteors. The power of their eruption could only be described as magnificent and earth-shattering. The gigantic, planet-like supermighty being howled in pain as it was swatted into the air by yet another palm strike. If it weren't for the elasticity of its body, it was very possible that this strike would have caused its body to explode into several pieces. Meanwhile, the firework-like explosion of the 5 holy flames had just begun to disperse. Rays of divine light oozed from Ember's skeletal staff as its body reappeared in the sky. It was clear that Ember had already unleashed its full powers. Clouds of white smoke wafted from its body as it gasped for breath. Taking advantage of the golden divine light that was raining down from the sky, the Soul Light Martial Emperor cleansed its body of Enlin's holy flames. Like Ember, it also appeared extremely disheveled at this moment. The father and daughter in the Karma Star Protection Formation were both stunned. Who would have thought that Enlin was so capable? He's suppressing 2 cultivators of the Dao Integration Pinnacle Stage and 1 cultivator of the Dao Integration Intermediate Stage all by himself. The rumors claiming that he's only capable of fighting against heavenly gods and ordinary super mighty beings are all bullshit. Lu Mingxian finally discovered just how terrifying Enlin truly was. He was a freak who couldn't be judged by normal standards. There was a bright glimmer in Lu Qianhuan's eyes as she gazed at the white-robed male in the distance. When Enlin speaks, he's never flexing. He truly is that freakishly capable. Xiao Fu didn't want to speak. She had already been slapped in the face by Enlin's freakish accomplishments several times. Enlin waved a hand as he gazed at the 3 apprehensive Dao Integration Stage super mighty beings in the air. Like several vibrant life forms, 7 holy flames instantly surged into the air before him. "Do you see this?" He chuckled softly. "This is what playing with fire should truly look like." "This cultivator is no easy prey," Ember said solemnly. "He's even more powerful than I imagined," the Soul Light Martial Emperor added. The demonic frost star trembled in fright as it finally managed to put out the flames that were burning on its body. "I think it's best if we flee. There's really no need for us to fight to the death against him." "I agree," the Soul Light Martial Emperor said. "The rewards don't justify the risks. If Enlin fights with his life on the line, then it's extremely likely that I'll be severely wounded. This simply isn't worth it." "But the god engulfing skeleton," Ember said hesitantly. Boom! Right at this moment, an extremely formidable aura erupted from the ground below them. "How hilarious! You 3 are discussing whether or not to flee right before my eyes. Have you all forgotten? I've already surrounded the 3 of you. None of you will be able to escape." There was a frosty look in Enlin's eyes as he raised his head to look at the 3 super mighty beings. "Ha ha ha! What a joke! If we want to flee, how are you going to stop us?" A look of contempt spread across Ember's face. "Disregarding the fact that we can flee in different directions, your speed is insufficient even if you only try to chase after me." The Soul Light Martial Emperor also wore a look of disdain. "Based on your strength, you're only capable of capturing me," the demonic frost star taunted. "Hang on." There appeared to be something that wasn't quite right. The demonic frost star instantly regretted its comment. "Fuck. In the end, it turns out that I'm the one in the most danger? If Enlin is hellbent on capturing one of us to vent his anger, then won't his best target be me?" The gigantic planet began to tremble in fear. The god engulfing skeleton instantly became panicked when it saw that they wanted to flee. "Don't flee. Even if it's not for me, you guys should still think about yourselves. If you don't kill Enlin now, then you'll be allowing a tiger to return to its den. Think about it. It has only been a few years. Yet Enlin has already become this powerful. If we allow him to continue developing..." The god engulfing skeleton's words instantly caused the 3 indecisive super mighty beings to come to a realization. Indeed, Enlin was already so freakishly powerful now. If they allowed him to develop for a while longer. Moreover, it was rumored that Enlin was a grudge-bearing individual who would stop at nothing to exact his revenge. This male was a terrifying prodigy. They definitely couldn't let him live. "I also think that we should fight," the demonic frost star said. "If you want to fight, then fight by yourself. I'll be taking my leave now." The Soul Light Martial Emperor felt a nagging sense of unease. When one reached a high enough cultivation base, they would be able to sense a mystical connection with life and death. Right now, this sensation was urging the Soul Light Martial Emperor to flee far away from this place. Demonic Frost Star. If the Soul Light Martial Emperor was hellbent on leaving, then how the hell was they supposed to fight? Say, Are you guys really treating my words as empty threats? And Lin sighed as he gazed at the three indecisive supermighty beings. You three have already been surrounded by me. Apart from fighting to the death, there truly is no other way out. The boundless holy flames, which were raging amid heaven and earth, suddenly surged toward Enlin and funneled back into his body. At the same time, Enlin's body also began to transform. His aura started to climb explosively as the extremely pure might of his holy flames flawlessly fused together with his meridians, flesh, and bones. The demonic frost star, ember, and soul light martial emperor's expressions all changed drastically. He's actually using a mystical enhancement technique? Gasp, this aura? A look of disbelief appeared in their eyes as they stared at the transforming Enlin. This was none other than his enhancement technique. Fire God mode. No, this couldn't be called the Fire God mode anymore. Rather, it had to be called the Fire Sage mode. The strength of this enhancement technique was directly correlated to the qualities of the flames within one's body. Before, Enlin merely possessed one holy flame and 6 divine flames. Now, however, his 6 divine flames had also ranked up to become holy flames. Thus, he possessed 7 holy flames. That's right, all of his flames were holy flames now, regardless of whether it was quality or quantity. The flames that Enlin possessed now were all leaps and bounds better than before. Even the eternal sun god, the being who had created this spell technique, had never witnessed such a situation before. It could be said that the transformation of this spell technique was without precedent. Indeed, Enlin had caused it to become far more powerful than before. With regards to how much power this transform technique could unleash, even Enlin himself was unsure. The 7 holy flames transformed into a dense network of veined patterns that covered his entire body. Meanwhile, a supreme sun hovered above his head. A setting moon hovered below his feet. The wings of a phoenix and the wings of a vermilion bird materialized behind his back, and several golden dragons coiled around his waist. Moreover, his eyes were like demonic stars, and there was even a formless void armor that enveloped his entire body. Enlin had activated the full power of his Fire Sage mode. The Soul Light Martial Emperor went numb with fear. Flee! If we flee in different directions, he won't be able to capture us. The demonic Frost Star was on the verge of tears. Boss, please take me with you. Your body is too large. I can't carry you. The Soul Light Martial Emperor replied indifferently. The demonic Frost Star fell even deeper into despair as it gazed at its own 300-kilometer-wide body. The 3 super mighty beings started to flee in different directions. Even though the demonic Frost Star was colossal in size, it still hurtled through the sky like an extremely quick meteorite after activating a mystic technique. Meanwhile, the Soul Light Martial Emperor was extremely confident in its own speed. If it wanted to escape, no one under the God of Creation stage would be able to stop it. This was, of course, until it saw a blue, semi-transparent Enlin dash in front of its body at an even quicker speed. The semi-transparent Enlin wore a mocking smile on his face. I've heard that your supreme spirit body is unparalleled throughout the entire void spirit realm? The divine sense Enlin chuckled. The Soul Light Martial Emperor shuddered. However, before it could even react, it saw a golden soul sword materialize in Enlin's hand. It felt as if this golden sword was capable of cutting through all souls. In fact, the Soul Light Martial Emperor even sensed a hint of transcendent aura radiating from the sword. This was a soul element spell technique that Enlin had inherited from the White Tiger Holy Beast Soul Power Golden Sword. The Soul Light Martial Emperor ferociously jabbed its mini black trident toward Enlin's golden sword. As it did this, it thought that this would be an evenly matched exchange. However, an unimaginable soul power traveled through its trident and instantly surged through its entire body. It felt as if the immense might of this soul power was trying to tear its body to shreds. Ah! The Soul Light Martial Emperor wailed in anguish as it was blasted back by Enlin's golden soul power sword. What on earth is this? Enlin, aren't you a human? Why do you possess such a powerful divine sense body? There was a look of immense shock on the Soul Light Martial Emperor's face. This was the first time that its soul power had been defeated by an enemy. Who said that humans couldn't possess powerful divine sense bodies? And Lin scoffed. You have to understand. I'm freakish in all aspects. The Soul Light Martial Emperor's supreme spirit body was indeed very powerful. In fact, it was so powerful that it was unparalleled among all the Tao integration stage super mighty beings. However, Lin's divine sense was even more inexplicable. He had first absorbed all of the demigod Holmium spirit butterfly's soul power essence. He then absorbed the wisps of the four holy beasts' origin divine intents, as well as an abundant amount of their soul power essences. Finally, he absorbed all of the spirit patriarch's soul power inheritance. As a result, his divine sense had transformed and entered an extremely mystical level. In terms of rank, his divine sense had already reached the God of Creation stage. With this in mind, the misfortune faced by the Soul Light Martial Emperor was easily understandable. It was only natural that it was crushed by the more powerful divine sense in Lin. Attempting to flee? That was simply impossible. It claimed that no one under the God of Creation stage would be able to stop it, and Lin immediately displayed a power that was on par with gods of creation. What could it do? Elsewhere on the battlefield, after releasing the divine sense in Lin, the physical in Lin was still fully capable of moving by himself. Not only that, but even his condition was just as impressive as before. In other words, his powers hadn't decreased by a single bit. How powerful was Lin under his Fire Sage mode? He genuinely didn't know. Coincidentally, he could test his powers on Ember. Flames burst out from under his feet as he traveled at an insanely quick speed and overtook Ember. Immediately after overtaking this skinny, monkey-like being, Lin threw a fist toward it. Lin's arms bulged as the 7 holy flames fused together and circulated around his body. As he drew upon his flame powers, the might of his fist was instantly pushed to a supreme height. Fire Sage Fist. Lin had put his full power behind this strike. He wanted to see just how powerful he had become. Ember waved its skeletal staff and summoned a mysterious, crystal-like barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered like brittle glass. Lin's fist contained an extremely explosive power as it smashed through the barrier and hammered into Ember's chest. Ember's chest started to cave in, and its back started to bulge out. Then, a devastating heat melted through its body and punctured through its chest. Lin had smashed a gaping hole into Ember's body with a single punch. PFFF? Ember spat out a mouthful of blood as it fell toward the ground. In the distance, the feeling demonic frost star wore a jubilant smile. Ha ha ha! As expected, I'm the most fortunate one. I had initially thought that Lin was going to chase after me. Who would have thought that the fool would chase after the Soul Light Martial Emperor and Ember? He's far too greedy. Who can stop Tao integration pinnacle stage beings who are hellbent on fleeing? He's far too conceited and arrogant. He definitely won't catch a single one of them. The demonic frost star observed the battles behind it as it fled giddily. In the very next instant, however, it saw the Soul Light Martial Emperor being crushed, as well as Ember being smashed into the ground by a single fist. These scenes were as haunting as nightmares. The demonic frost star was absolutely shocked. At this moment, the male who instilled a deep sense of fear into its mind suddenly turned his gaze over. If you continue to flee, then I'll kill you first, the male threatened. The demonic frost star knew that this male was not one to make empty threats. He would definitely stand by his words and kill it first if it tried to continue fleeing. Upon hearing this simple sentence, the demonic frost star, who had already fled very far from the battlefield, immediately stopped in its tracks. It was a super mighty being of the Tao integration stage, yet at this moment it didn't dare move a single inch. Lin smiled as he gestured with his hands. See, I was right, wasn't I? You 3 have genuinely been surrounded by me. The 3 super mighty beings remained deathly silent. Although it seemed absurd, they realized with a boundless sense of grief that the 3 of them truly were surrounded by Lin. Lin prevented the 3 super mighty beings from fleeing all by himself. Even if news of this spread, almost no one would believe it. To say nothing of others, Even Lu Qianhuan and Lu Mingxian found the scenes unfolding before them to be unfathomable. A single person had prevented 3 super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage from fleeing. Was this something that a human could do? How is this possible? Only a few days have passed since our previous battle. How did he suddenly become this powerful? A look of despair fell across the god-engulfing skeleton's face. It felt that its chance of surviving had already become 0. Right now, and Lin was pummeling the 3 Tao integration stage super mighty beings as he pleased. After he dealt with them, he would definitely come over to deal with itself. What can I do? What can I do? As death crept closer and closer, feelings of terror and remorse finally welled up in its heart. Why did I impulsively kill Su Xiaolin's parents back then? The regret. If I didn't kill them, it would have never come to this. Lu Qianhuan's expression became cold when she saw the look on the god-engulfing skeleton's face. She continued to violently plunge her great ice sword into its body. The god-engulfing skeleton's agonized screams rang through the battlefield. Lu Mingxian also started to plunge his sword into the god-engulfing skeleton's body. Since the battle situation had already settled down, it was high time for him to punish his enemies as much as possible as well. After all, this god-engulfing skeleton had almost killed both him and his daughter. He was no saint himself, so why wouldn't he beat a fallen enemy? The father and daughter felt quite satisfied as they tormented the god-engulfing skeleton. The god-engulfing skeleton's tormented wails reverberated through the battlefield. The remaining 3 Tao integration stage super mighty beings were barely better off themselves. Right now, the Soul Light Martial Emperor was being relentlessly pummeled by the unbelievably powerful divine sense in Lin. Soul Power Golden Sword. And Lin swung his golden sword at a peculiar angle and cut through the Soul Light Martial Emperor's defenses once more. His golden sword stabbed into the Soul Light Martial Emperor's chest. The Martial Emperor howled in pain. However, and Lin didn't stop there. Countless black-colored soul dragons surged from his body and viciously pounced toward the enemy before him. This was the Azure Dragon's strongest soul technique, Dark Soul Dragon. The black-colored soul dragons were extremely excited. In fact, they bit at the Soul Light Martial Emperor's body even more excitedly. In their eyes, the Soul Light Martial Emperor's body was like the most delicious food. The Soul Light Martial Emperor defended with all its strength. Yet there were always a few dragons that managed to slip through its defenses. Piece after piece of its spirit body was torn off by the voracious dragons. Moreover, the supreme holy flame, which was capable of burning forever, blanketed the entire void. If it wasn't careful, this flame would immediately spread over its entire body. When it finally found opportunities to counterattack, the divine sense in Lin would always summon his Shen Wu soul armor and easily mitigate any dangers. Despair. Could see absolutely no chance of attaining victory. The Soul Light Martial Emperor was resoundingly defeated by An Lin in the field that it was the proudest of. In fact, its situation was already relatively good. At the very least, it was capable of blocking a few of An Lin's attacks. Ember's situation was even worse. This was because it was reliving the god-engulfing skeleton's painful past. What was the god-engulfing skeleton's painful past? This entailed being crushed into the ground by An Lin and being mercilessly pummeled by An Lin. Under his Fire Sage mode, An Lin's combat capability was through the roof. In fact, each of his fists was powerful enough to crush the mountains and fracture the earth. After being pummeled into the ground by such devastating fists, Ember's entire body was already riddled with severe wounds. Right now, the demonic Frost Star was the least wounded out of the 4 Void Spirit Tribe super mighty beings. However, it could already envision its bleak and dismal future. Flee. I really want to flee. However, if I flee now, the person that's being pummeled into the ground by An Lin will immediately become me. What if I don't flee? Once An Lin is done with the 2 Tao integration pinnacle stage super mighty beings, will he allow me to go free? Should I gamble on the future, or should I risk death and escape now? This was an extremely difficult decision. Perhaps, other super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage will be attracted here by the huge commotion? One had to realize the Void Spirit Tribe had a whopping 18 Dao integration stage super mighty beings. Out of these 18 super mighty beings, at least 13 had entered the spirit realm. Right now, only 4 of them were present on this battlefield. Including the dead Infernal Abyss Emperor, that was still only 5. If a few of the remaining super mighty beings arrived here, would Lin still be able to take them on all by himself? So, regardless of whether the demonic frost star could escape or not, its chance of survival would increase significantly if it waited for reinforcements to arrive. After analyzing the pros and cons of its various options, the demonic frost star eventually decided to obediently stay where it was. This wasn't because it was cowardly. Rather, this was because doing so was the most beneficial to surviving. That's right, it had decided to wait for reinforcements. Meanwhile, in some expanse of sky in the spirit realm, 3 streaks of light, 1 white, 1 black, and 1 green shot through the air. They were none other than the white spirit snake, black spirit snake, and Su Xiaolin. The 3 Dao integration stage super mighty beings had already successfully met up with each other. Right now, they were searching for the most intense battle in the spirit realm. After all, the battling Buddha had said that they would meet wherever the battle was the most intense. However, they still hadn't located the battling Buddha's battle yet. Instead, the fiery black spirit snake's battle had attracted the white spirit snake and Su Xiaolin. After they met up, they started to fly around randomly as they searched for locations where intense battles were taking place. I can sense several extremely powerful auras coming from that direction. The white spirit snake, who possessed the strongest divine sense in the group, suddenly pointed toward some direction. Su Xiaolan and the black spirit snake immediately started flying toward that direction. They were finally able to glimpse the freakish power of the white spirit snake's divine sense. Even if there was a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers between them, the white spirit snake would still be able to sense the auras of other powerful beings. The black spirit snake and Su Xiaolan couldn't help but be in awe at her ability. "Can you discern those auras?" the black spirit snake asked. The white spirit snake replied with a serious expression. "There are 3 cultivators of the Dao integration pinnacle stage and 2 cultivators of the Dao integration intermediate stage. Moreover, apart from one of the Dao integration intermediate stage cultivators, the rest of them are all cultivators from the Void Spirit Tribe." The black spirit snake was startled. Half of the Void Spirit Tribe's top echelon cultivators are gathered there. Why are we still heading over? To seek punishment. I can also sense Senior and Lin's aura coming from that location, the white spirit snake replied. Black spirit snake. Su Xiaolan took a deep breath. "It looks like we need to hurry. I hope that Senior and Lin is all right." There was an anxious expression on the white spirit snake's face. Super mighty beings of the Dao integration pinnacle stage aren't just some random cannon fodder. Right now, there are 3 of them all gathered at the same place. In addition, there's still another super mighty being of the Dao integration intermediate stage. Let's hope that Lin can hang in there. The black spirit snake didn't make any tasteless remarks. In a time of life and death, she was still genuinely worried about Lin. They're still battling right now. This proves that he's still resisting. Su Xiaolin clenched her fists. "Faster. We need to travel faster. Senior and Lin, wait for me." The white spirit snake shouted. "I'm coming over to rescue you." Boom! At this moment, all 3 of them activated enhancement techniques to increase their speed. However, once they arrived at the battlefield, they were all left in a daze by what they saw. Could it be that they had hurried over here in an incorrect manner? Why was the battle situation completely different from what they had imagined? In their minds, Lin should have been pushed to the brink of death by the group of Void Spirit Tribe super mighty beings. Moreover, he should have been fighting as if his life depended on it right now. However, the scene that lay before them completely shattered their imaginations. Right now, Lu Qinhuan and Lu Mingxian were mercilessly stabbing the god-engulfing skeleton, who was trapped by both the Xianwu heaven-sealing shell and Xiao Fu. Its agonized screams reverberated across the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, a blue, semi-transparent Lin was relentlessly pummeling the Soul Light Martial Emperor. The Soul Light Martial Emperor had already been beaten beyond recognition. Elsewhere, a physical Enlin was raining punches down onto Ember's body while holding it down with his other hand. Ember's body reconstructed itself every time it was smashed into smithereens. Every time it reconstructed, however, it was quickly smashed into smithereens again. As for the 300-kilometer-wide demonic frost star, it was trembling in fear in the distance. There was a look of despair on its face, and it was as if it were waiting for its death. The super mighty beings of the Void Spirit tribe were all crushed by Senior and Lin. The white spirit snake widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. This brat? When did his combat capability suddenly increase so dramatically? The black spirit snake was also extremely shocked. A dazzling smile stretched across Su Xiaolan's face. Everything's fine as long as Enlin is okay. He's even pummeling several super mighty beings of the Void Spirit tribe at the same time. Enlin is the best. Meanwhile, the demonic frost star felt an immense sense of despair wash over its body. It initially planned on waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The result? 3 hostile super mighty beings of the Dao integration stage had come instead. A look of delight appeared on Enlin's face when he saw the 3 new arrivals. Xiaolan, you've come at just the right time. Look, I've restrained both the god-engulfing skeleton and Ember for you. I've been waiting for you to arrive, so that you can exact your revenge. Su Xiaolan nodded and chuckled. I had initially thought that I would still need to experience an intense battle. I didn't expect that my 2 nemeses would already be lying on the ground like dead dogs. She unsheathed her dragon sparrow sword and gracefully landed before Ember's body. Ember's body had already been scorched charcoal black. Moreover, its spirit body was in tatters, and its 4 limbs had also been crippled. It appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. A sword that contained both a holy flame and the power of lightning was placed onto Ember's neck. Ember, you're the murderer who killed both my parents, Su Guanyun and Zhu Yishuang. As their daughter, I'm here to avenge their deaths today. Ember was momentarily dazed. Then its body started to tremble violently. So that's how it is. No wonder Enlin didn't kill me this entire time. So it turns out that he was waiting for you to personally deal with this matter. Heh? Who would have thought? Su Guanyun and Zhu Yishuang truly gave birth to a good daughter. Ember gazed at the mighty female standing before it. Her 2 interconnected divine Daos were as profound as the deep sea. It knew that if it fought against Su Xiaolan, the victor would very likely still be Su Xiaolan. Go repent before my parents, Su Xiaolan said softly. After saying this, her dragon sparrow sword was just about to slash down. Wait! And Lin suddenly called for her to stop at this moment. Although Su Xiaolan was brimming with killing intent, she still forcibly stopped her slashing motion upon hearing Enlin's shout. She looked at Enlin in confusion. What's wrong? A flicker of hope burned in Ember's eyes. It'll be too lenient to let it die just like this, Enlin explained. I still have an extremely good way of tormenting it. I'll be able to punish it in a very fitting manner. Ember wanted to curse aloud upon hearing this. It had already been mercilessly pummeled by Enlin for such a long time. Was that not tormenting enough? Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. How are you going to torment it? Do you still remember my experience of turning into a blade of grass? Enlin asked. Of course. A look of heartache appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. She felt sorry for Enlin just thinking about what he had gone through. Right now, I can force Ember to experience that kind of suffering. Moreover, it'll be able to experience the pain 100%. I've perfected the Heavenly Ghost Palm, a palm technique that contains a supremely powerful power. It can ignore the opponent's divine sense defense and unleash the full damage of the extreme evil power. There was an expectant glimmer in Su Xiaolan's eyes. Fine, I'll leave it to you then. I also feel that it'll be too lenient to let it die just like this. What are you guys trying to do? My pain receptors have already become degraded. You'll never be able to torment me. A sense of foreboding welled up in Ember's heart. Is that right? And Lin chuckled as his palm suddenly became jet black. Then, he viciously slapped his palm onto Ember's forehead. Heavenly ghost palm. Bam! A black matter suddenly surged into Ember's body. Ember's eyes widened as its body suddenly began to convulse. Ah! Ah! Ember, who had just claimed that its pain receptors had already become degraded, immediately started to howl in extreme anguish. These anguished howls were at least 100 times more wretched than when it was being pummeled by Enlin. A harrowing chill welled up in the god-engulfing skeleton and the demonic frost star's hearts. Is Enlin a demon? What kind of pain is needed to make Ember howl in such an agonized manner? Even Su Xiaolan was stunned by this sight. She didn't expect for Enlin's spell technique to bring Ember such a humongous amount of suffering. Just listening to Ember's anguished wails was painful. However, it felt extremely satisfying. I beg you, please kill me now. Tears streamed down Ember's face as it wailed in anguish and begged Su Xiaolan to bring its suffering to an end. Su Xiaolan remained aloof and indifferent. However, she was feeling extremely delighted in her mind. Pain for her enemy was joy for her. She had already dreamed of avenging her parents' deaths numerous times. However, none of them had been as satisfying as this. Right now, her enemy was so tormented that it was actually begging her to end its life. One had to realize this was a super mighty being of the Tao integration pinnacle stage. What kind of monstrous suffering could cause it to beg for death? Su Xiaolan looked up at the sky and murmured, "Mom, Dad, do you see this? Our enemy is sprawled on the ground and begging me to kill it. Kill me, please kill me. I admit my crimes. Please just kill me." Ember's body convulsed violently as it decayed then healed, then decayed then healed. The most sinister pain in the world wreaked havoc in its body and allowed it to experience the true meaning of agony. Enlin and Su Xiaolan completely ignored Ember's pleas for death. Ah! Ember's eyes suddenly rolled into its head. Then, its mouth gaped unbelievably wide as its spirit body started to fracture and crumble. At the same time, its aura also started to wilt rapidly. Huh? What's going on? Su Xiaolan was momentarily dazed. Hurry! Enlin shouted frantically. Xiaolan, hurry up and kill it. Otherwise, it'll be killed by the agony induced by my spell technique. Su Xiaolan. The dragon sparrow sword whistled through the air. Ember, a Tao integration pinnacle stage cultivator who was well-renowned throughout the continent, was killed just like that. Following the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator, heaven and earth also started to wail in mourning. Phew! Su Xiaolan exhaled heavily before turning her gaze to the god-engulfing skeleton, who was currently sealed within the Karma Star Protection Formation. The god-engulfing skeleton shuddered in fright. It turned toward Lu Mingxian and Lu Qinhuan and pleaded, can you guys please kill me? Lu Qinhuan chuckled coldly. Heh! Lu Mingxian remained silent as he cast another escape prevention seal onto the god-engulfing skeleton. In no time, the god-engulfing skeleton's wretched wails rang through the battlefield once more. This was the first time that Enlin had used the perfected heavenly ghost palm, and its effects were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The god-engulfing skeleton, a being which was composed of only bones, cried like a baby under its effects. No, its agonized wails were far worse than a baby's cry. It seemed as if the god-engulfing skeleton was enduring the worst suffering in the entire world. This suffering made it regret being born into this world. Why did Mama give birth to me? Why do I have to suffer such inhumane pain? Just as it was about to die from the pain, Su Xiaolan swung her sword and ended its life. The mourning of heaven and earth swept through the surroundings once more. The green-robed female didn't feel any sense of mourning as she gazed at the phenomenon in the sky. Rather, she felt a sense of relief and clarity. Mom, Dad, your daughter has avenged your deaths. As though a thought had suddenly occurred to her, Su Xiaolan extended her arm and grabbed onto Enlin's hand. She looked toward the sky and introduced seriously, "Of course, I couldn't have done this without Enlin's help. This is who I'll be with in the future." A slight blush appeared on the female's beautiful face, and Lin was caught off guard by Su Xiaolan's sudden utterances. However, He quickly composed himself before smiling and waving at the sky. Mom, Dad, rest assured. I'll definitely take good care of Xiaolan. Tears of grief and indignation poured from the sky as Enlin and Su Xiaolan spoke toward it. After the death of two Dao integration pinnacle stage supermighty beings, heaven and earth had already mourned 2 times. Moreover, the remaining cultivators were also experiencing a sense of grief. Yet the 2 of them were acting all lovey-dovey with each other. I'm so envious of their relationship. A look of yearning flashed across Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes as she gazed at Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Little Huan, please forget your bold thought. Lu Mingxian sighed. I never said I liked him. Lu Qianhuan humphed. I only like the sword Dao. I'm even fine with being single for life. Are males as much fun as games? Lu Mingxian wanted to speak, yet he swallowed his words upon seeing his daughter's cheerful face. In the end, he heaved an exasperated sigh. When he looked at Enlin, it was as if he saw the past him. He was as dazzling as the sun, and there were countless female cultivators who admired and adored him. At the time, he had only loved the sword Dao and Qiu Hong. As a result, he naturally had to disappoint the countless females who loved and admired him. Enlin was even more brilliant than him. He was more talented, and he was also more dazzling. At the same time, the female cultivators who liked him were also more outstanding. Even his own daughter had fallen for Enlin's charisma. If Enlin was loyal to only one female, then it was very likely that the love life of the many outstanding females who adored him would end up in disappointment. If this didn't affect Lu Qianhuan, then Lu Mingxian would definitely stick his thumbs up and sing Enlin's praises. However, Lu Mingxian had a massive headache. I offer my soul as a tribute to speed. The fate of Ember and the god-engulfing skeleton had scared the Soul Light Martial Emperor out of its mind. It resolutely lit up its divine sense and even sliced off 1/2 of its body. It used these to fuel its speed as it frantically fled toward the distance. The Soul Light Martial Emperor was the only super mighty being who had fought against Enlin yet not been pressed into the ground and pummeled. Right now, it was using its final trump card as it fled into the distance. The divine sense Enlin swung his sword and sliced the Soul Light Martial Emperor into 2. To his surprise, the separated halves of the Soul Light Martial Emperor continued to flee into the distance. Enlin was as quick as lightning as he swung his sword several hundred more times. However, the Soul Light Martial Emperor didn't attempt to dodge any of these attacks. Instead, it poured all of its energy into increasing its speed even more. Its body was hacked into several hundred pieces, yet it still continued to flee into the distance. Shit! It's risking death in order to flee. And Lin realized that his opponent was using its own life force and cultivation base to fuel its frantic escape. This kind of escape method could grant the Soul Light Martial Emperor an unbelievable speed. However, the after effect of such a technique was that its cultivation base would plummet dramatically. In addition, a significant portion of its life force would also be consumed. If it pushed this technique past its limit, then there was even a possibility that it would die before it could even escape. After activating this extremely detrimental technique, the Soul Light Martial Emperor finally managed to escape from Enlin's demonic claws. Fuck! He's terrifying. Far too terrifying. The Soul Light Martial Emperor shuddered in fright as it thought back to Ember and the god-engulfing skeleton's wretched deaths. It didn't so much as take a single glance back as it continued fleeing into the distance. A look of disappointment spread across Divine Sense and Lin's face. The Soul Light Martial Emperor was too quick for him to capture. If he made some sacrifices, it was indeed possible for him to forcibly catch up to the Soul Light Martial Emperor. However, this would be extremely bad for his divine sense. Moreover, it wasn't worth sacrificing so much for a mere weakling. The two Enlins fused back together. Enlin, what technique is this? Su Xiaolin asked curiously. Why are you able to separate into 2 entities? Not only that, but the 2 entities are both so powerful. Because my divine sense is badass. Enlin replied smugly. Su Xiaolin. This isn't the explanation that I'm looking for. At this moment, the black spirit snake and white spirit snake flew over with an extremely frosty planet in their hands. Say, Senior and Lin, how are we going to deal with this massive ball? The white spirit snake asked. Why don't you use your heavenly ghost palm again? There was an excited glimmer in the black spirit snake's eyes. The demonic frost star immediately broke down in tears upon hearing this. Kill me now. It had already given up on all hope of living. All it desired now was a quick and painless death. And Lin stroked his chin as he mulled over how to deal with this gigantic ball. In all honesty, he held no enmity toward the demonic frost star. As such, it would be quite excessive for him to use his perfected heavenly ghost palm against this little planet. When the demonic frost star saw that Lin's killing intent toward it wasn't great, it immediately said, Sect leader Lin, if you spare my life, I'm willing to divulge an extremely important piece of information to you. And Lin's interest was instantly piqued. Oh? Go on. Tell me your information. If it's worthy, then I can consider sparing your life. You'll definitely be interested. There was a triumphant look on the demonic frost star's face. The region of the spirit realm that was unlocked this time was its most important core region. And I know the location of the spirit patriarch palace. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Spirit Patriarch Palace? Could this be the resting place of the Spirit Patriarch? There was an excited glow in the black spirit snake's eyes. Doesn't that place also hold the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance? Su Xiaolan was also eager with excitement. The demonic frost star instantly regained some confidence upon seeing everyone's interest. That's right, this is indeed the Spirit Patriarch's tomb. I've also only just received this information from my subordinate. I had initially wanted to travel there with Ember and the Soul Light Martial Emperor. However, anyway, that place contains inheritance that the entire Void Spirit tribe is crazy about. Do you guys want it? As long as you promise to release me, I can lead you all to that place. Their breathing all quickened in excitement. It was evident that they were all feeling a sense of extreme desire. That was the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance. That was the inheritance of a god of creation. Who didn't desire it? There was a strange expression on Lin's face as he silently retrieved an exquisite, palm-sized palace from his storage ring. This is the Spirit Patriarch Palace that you speak of? Am I correct? The surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone fell into an eerie silence. The exquisite palace suddenly expanded as Lin tossed it into the air. It grew extremely large, and it eventually became a colossal building that caused the ground to cave in under its weight. The ancient and desolate aura that radiated from it was a clear indication of its remarkable nature. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. As if they had witnessed something unfathomable, they all stared at the palace before them with a look of incredulity etched on their faces. The demonic frost star shuddered violently. In fact, the volcanoes on the surface of its body had already erupted in fear. No. How is this possible? This can't be real. You've already refined the Spirit Patriarch Palace? And Lin nodded in confirmation. Where else did you think I obtained my supremely powerful divine sense from? Everyone came to a sudden realization. Everything made sense now. And Lin's divine sense techniques had suddenly become so extraordinarily powerful was because he had obtained the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance. Boom! The demonic frost star suddenly crashed down into the earth. Couldn't help but kneel down to Lin. It had initially thought that this piece of information would be a bargaining chip that was capable of saving its life. To its horror, however, it discovered that Lin had already received the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance. Not only that, but he had even obtained the entire Spirit Patriarch Palace. The demonic frost star finally experienced what true despair felt like. Even the black spirit snake couldn't help but sigh with emotion. God knows what you've been up to, and Lin. While we were still searching for each other, you had already snuck off and obtained the entire Spirit Patriarch Palace. And Lin placed the palace back into his storage ring. Then he turned to the demonic frost star and chuckled. So, my adorable little ball, do you still have anything of value? Or any information of worth? The demonic frost star had already fallen into despair. To its surprise, however, Lin was still willing to give it another chance. It immediately fell deep into thought. After a while, it suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "I still have another piece of information. Moreover, it's also extremely valuable. All right, tell me what you've got. If your information is comparable in caliber to the information regarding the Spirit Patriarch Palace, then I'll let you go," and Lin said. The demonic frost star nodded, and the ground tremored as a result. "I discovered a very dangerous place where chaotic turbulence wreaks havoc and laws have crumbled. There are astonishing ravines, toppled mountains, rivers of blood, and unfathomably gargantuan remains of creatures that continue to exude peculiar energy fluctuations. I'm too big and bulky, so I found it quite difficult to evade the chaotic turbulence. During one of my exploration attempts, I was severely wounded and decided to give up." And Lin knew what it was saying. "You're saying that place was once a battlefield?" "That's right. And it must have been a very high-level battlefield." The demonic frost star nodded. "I'm quite powerful, right? But there was residual power there that could still hurt me." Everyone looked at the demonic frost star with a peculiar expression. The demonic frost star could tell that they were not convinced. It was feeling quite depressed as a result. "Are you all looking down on me?" And Lin didn't answer its question. "All right, then lead the way. If that place is satisfactory to me, then I'll let you go." He turned toward everyone else. "What do you all think? This is a rare opportunity. I think we should go and have a look." Black Spirit Snake offered her opinion. "I'll follow you." Lu Chenhuan smiled. Lu Mingxian heaved a resigned sigh. "I'll come as well." He simply didn't want to see his daughter get hurt. Su Xiaolan had already exacted her revenge, so she was happy to follow in Lin wherever he went. White Spirit Snake was a little hesitant. Didn't we say that we'd all meet up first? Haven't we all met up already?" Black Spirit Snake asked, and Lin suddenly came to his senses. "I think we're missing a monkey?" Black Spirit Snake and Su Xiaolan were also enlightened upon hearing this. He was right. Where was the battling Buddha? He was saying that he would trigger some battles to catch everyone's attention, thereby allowing everyone to find him and meet up. Now, the four of them had met up, but the battling Buddha was nowhere to be seen. An awkward expression appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face. "So, what do we do now? We've already completed our objective prior to meeting up, so it's not actually important whether we meet up or not. Furthermore, no one can hurt him in a place like this. Even if he can't win in a battle, he'll be able to escape with no problems." And Lin shrugged. That was a reasonable assumption. Thus, all of them stood on the demonic frost star and flew toward the black extreme. Elsewhere in the spirit realm, at a set of large ruins, the valiant and handsome Monkey King wielded his massive golden staff and stood at the gate to the ruins, keeping all Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings at bay. The battling Buddha was very confused. He had triggered several hundred battles already, among which there were even a few Dao integration stage battles, so why had none of his comrades noticed this place? Could it be that he wasn't causing enough of a commotion? That shouldn't be the case. He was feeling quite resigned as he turned toward the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings in the distance. "What? Are there no powerful beings in the Void Spirit Tribe? You think just a mere ice body emperor could break through my defenses? Hurry up and get a few Dao integration stage, super mighty figures over here." The Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings in the distance were on the brink of tears. Did he think Dao integration stage super mighty figures grew on trees? They looked at the intimidating monkey standing before the gate and the ice body emperor, who had been pummeled into an unrecognizable state, and all of them were very depressed. What was the point in what he was doing? He wasn't going into the ruins himself, so why was he just blocking the way? Was this monkey retarded? A blue star flashed through the sky at this moment. The battling Buddha also noticed this, and his pupils contracted slightly. "That's no ordinary star, that's a life form. Forget it, it's too far away." The battling Buddha shook his head. "I should just focus on causing a bigger commotion here so that they'll notice me." Meanwhile, at the black extreme, within an ancient battlefield that was fraught with chaos and peril, there was a massive, orange lake. Looking from one side of the lake to the other, One could only see orange water transition into the inky black sky with no land in sight. At the center of the orange lake was a small, white island emanating a faint light, as if it were a holy jewel situated between heaven and earth. A pristine, white centaur covered in sharp spikes looked out into the distance. The passageway leading to the continent has already opened. We can finally secure freedom? A woman completely covered in blood opened her crimson eyes and spoke in an ethereal voice. How many years has it been? Finally, our area has opened up. I want to live. I want more blood. Bam! A massive, inky black, blunt sword crashed down upon the island. Massive waves instantly swept throughout the orange lake. An inky black, muscle-bound humanoid male with crimson eyes and demon horns spoke with extremely powerful demonic energy wafting from his mouth. I've wasted countless years in this set of ruins. I wonder if the living beings on the continent will still remember the name of the ancient fiend celestial. Master, there are countless records of your revered name in history, so there must be countless living beings who remember you. A fawning expression appeared on the centaur's face. The ancient fiend celestial spoke in a husky voice. We've expended way too much and had to risk our lives to bring about the downfall of the spirit patriarch. However, the result was a good one. At the very least, I obtained the soul mantra I sorely yearned for and successfully managed to separate my soul from my body. I've completely 90% of my breakthrough, and as soon as I return to the Taichu continent, I can use the power of the heavenly Tao to completely progress to the God of Creation stage. The ancient fiend celestial's eyes shimmered with frosty light. Just you watch. This time, I'm going to wipe Cyril's name from history. Master's wishes will surely come true. The blood-stained woman bowed slightly. Master has already done away with a mortal body. Just a mere Cyril is no match for you. If one was to look down at the massive orange lake from a bird's-eye view, they would discover that this was only the stomach indentation of a gargantuan god-fiend vessel, where an immense amount of liquid had accumulated. Right at this moment, a star suddenly fell from the sky in the distance. The tremors triggered by this made even the place the ancient fiend celestial was situated quake slightly. I can smell fresh blood. The woman licked her lips. Demonic maiden, we only have 30 hours left, and there are Tao integration stage super mighty figures among them. If you plan to eat those ignorant fools, then I suggest you take the 9 holy demons with you. The ancient fiend celestial said in an indifferent voice. All right, I'll go have a meal with the 9 holy demon. Just 15 minutes will be enough for me to take care of them. The blood-stained woman chuckled before hurtling toward the distance as a crimson streak of light. The enormous star settled onto the ground and looked on ahead with an expression of fear on its face. This is the ancient battleground. I don't know what kind of battle could have reduced this place to such a devastating lethal realm. This was the black extreme where the entire environment should have been quite dark and dim, but there was boundless residual terrifying energy up ahead emanating light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth and exuding a sense of lethal peril. And Lin and the others jumped down from the star and inspected the environment up ahead with intrigue in their eyes. There were still many signs of the earth-shattering battle that took place here. There were mountains that had been split in half and massive, bottomless craters in the ground. There was also a huge spatial fissure that still hadn't completely healed over, from which boundless chaotic turbulence erupted. White Spirit Snake closed her eyes and carefully sensed the energy in the air before giving her analysis. There is an extremely potent soul power drifting up ahead, as well as the power of a true demon. Aside from that, there is a very unfamiliar and powerful energy that I've never seen before. So a battle between the Void Spirit tribe and the True Demon tribe, as well as an unfamiliar race took place here. Black Spirit Snake summarized. There's an unfamiliar race? That's interesting. And Lin was intrigued. Seeing as sect leader and Lin is quite pleased with this place, can I go now? The demonic frost star asked in a feeble voice. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? And Lin's eyebrows perked up. You can go after I reap some rewards in there. Stay behind me. I can't. I'm too big, so I'm very prone to sustaining damage from all sorts of residual energy and chaotic turbulence. Please just let me go. The demonic frost star pleaded. You're not a child anymore. You're a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Can't you shrink your body? And Lin spoke in a cold voice. If I shrink my body, my power will also decrease. The demonic frost star explained. That's not an issue. You shrink your body, and I'll protect you. And Lin responded. The demonic frost star. This terrifying man was going to protect it? He didn't sound very trustworthy. Are you going to shrink or not? And Lin's expression darkened slightly. The demonic frost star shuddered. Please don't hit me. I'll shrink. I'll shrink. Soon, the demonic frost star had transformed into a star about the size of a human head. At the same time, its cultivation base had fallen to the return to void initial stage, which was inferior even to Lin's. Everyone clicked their tongue in wonder upon seeing this. The demonic frost star explained with a pitiful expression. I cultivate in the Tao of stars, and I become more powerful the bigger I am. Now that you're forcing me to shrink, my cultivation base has also taken a massive hit. And Lin patted the blue star with a comforting expression. That's all right, you're still at the return to void stage. I'm only at the return to void intermediate stage, and I'm still going okay. The demonic frost star almost burst into tears. That's not the same thing. And Lin, as a return to void stage mighty figure, could beat the crap out of super mighty figures at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but in its current state, any Dao integration stage super mighty figures would be able to crush it. Everyone strode into the ancient battleground. Scathing blood winds swept toward them like sabers. These blood winds would be powerful enough to kill most living beings, but to them, it was merely a gentle breeze. Everyone continued onward, encountering all types of lethal realms, but all of them were broken by their absolute power and nothing could stop them. This place was indeed an ancient battleground where many mighty figures had fought. There was even some residual energy that struck fear into Lin's heart, but there were remarkably very few treasures here. Aside from a few carcasses that could be used as materials, there weren't even any spirit rank treasures, and this completely belied the caliber of this battleground. How about we split up? And Lin suggested. Su Xiaolin looked around at the vast expanse of murky gray land up ahead and agreed to this idea. This ancient battleground was way too big, and it would be a better idea to split up. That way, they could cover a few more areas, and there would be no altercation with regard to who received what. For example, if everyone stayed together and encountered one immortal herb, which one among the 6 of them should take it? This was a very difficult choice. If you encounter any danger or difficulties, use this to contact me. And Lin handed everyone a black ball each as he said, just inject your vital energy into this black ball, and as long as we're no more than 500,000 kilometers away from one another, everyone else with a black ball will immediately know your location. Lu Mingxian, Lu Qianhuan, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and Su Xiaolin all took one each. The demonic frost star didn't need one as Lin was protecting it. Lu Mingxian and Lu Qianhuan went one way, while everyone else went in different directions to explore. And Lin continued onward and carefully surveyed the environment around him. Most of the time, he was digging around corpses for treasures. Most of these corpses were the bodies of true demon tribe powerful beings, and there were also some broken spirit tools and immortal tool shards that could be sold for a decent price. And Lin rummaged through the carcass of a god fiend over 1,000 feet in height before stepping back with a resigned expression. Sigh. This place would be a paradise for a peasant, but why do I feel like I'm picking up trash? The demonic frost star shuddered upon hearing Lin's complaint, and it immediately spoke in a panicked voice. All of the good stuff must be located deeper in the battlefield. The demonic frost star was petrified that Lin would become dissatisfied and kill it. It wished more than anyone else that Lin could be happy and would find treasures that satisfied him. Only then would there be a chance of Lin letting it go. And Lin nodded. He simply couldn't bear to look at all of this trash anymore. He had picked up the storage rings of the Sword Essence Emperor, the Chaotic Demon Ball, the Dark Soul Emperor, the Bright Soul Snake, the Infernal Abyss Emperor, the God Engulfing Skeleton, and Ember, so his wealth had swelled considerably once again. As for all of these treasures strewn across the battlefield, it really was no different to trash in his eyes. And Lin continued onward, but there were no eye-catching treasures to be found. This doesn't feel quite right. It feels like other living beings have found this place first and already taken all of the valuable treasures here. And Lin was quite confused. The demonic frost star immediately retorted, "That's impossible. The spirit realm has only been open for a few days, and this area has only opened up for the first time in history. Furthermore, I was the one who found this place first. So how could anyone else have come here before us? Actually, he's right. We have taken all of the treasures here, and you're really just picking up trash." A seductive, enticing voice sounded from behind them. The demonic frost star was given a fright and immediately turned around to find a true demon tribe woman in crimson armor. She was holding a long spear while appraising them with an enticing smile. At this moment, a cold male voice sounded from up ahead. "Dark Spear Holy Demon, stop wasting time with these two return to void stage trash. Kill them so that we can go and help Mistress Demonic Maiden." A true demon tribe powerful being emerged and appraised in Lin with cold eyes. "Return to void stage trash. Are you referring to me?" And Lin blinked. The demonic frost star immediately exploded with rage. "You're trash. Your whole family is trash. These were just a Dao integration initial stage true demon and a true demon at the return to void pinnacle stage. How dare they call it trash when it was a Dao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure?" And Lin was not enraged by his words. Instead, he was appraising the two true demons with intrigue in his eyes. The male true demon's body was surging with killing intent and was clearly someone who had endured countless battles. Furthermore, he was a Dao integration initial stage super mighty figure. As for the woman behind him, she was a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage. Her figure was extremely seductive and explosive, and she wore a suit of crimson armor that managed to only reach her buttocks. Underneath that suit of crimson armor was a skirt constructed from straight metal structures, revealing her long, snowy white legs. From the gaps within the metallic skirt, one could even catch a glimpse of her crotch, so she was dressed in an extremely revealing manner. Both the male and female true demons gave off a peculiar air, as if they had been sealed by time. And Lin was a little curious. "So you were the ones who took the treasures? I sense an ancient aura from the two of you. Did you two come in after the spirit realm opened up? Or have you been here all along?" "Heh! I have no interest in talking to a dead person." The male true demon chuckled coldly. He stepped forward and transformed into a black shadow, which quickly hurtled toward Lin. At the same time, his hands transformed into inky black demonic claws that shimmered with dark divine Dao lights. "Die!" This was his signature technique, the Dark Shadow Demon Strike, which he had once used to wound a Dao integration initial stage holy demon he once sparred with. Both its speed and power were extremely terrifying, and it was far more than powerful enough to kill a return to void stage cultivator. However, right when his claws were about to close around Lin's neck, an unfathomable aura suddenly enshrouded his entire body, immediately following which his claws were caught in a vice-like grip. Before he had even figured out what had happened, another hand came crashing down upon his back. Slap! Boom! The male true demon's body was contorted into the shape of a horseshoe before being slammed viciously into the ground, creating a massive crater. Pwah! He threw up a mouthful of blood. He felt like his entire body had been shattered by that one slap. The return to void stage man that he had just looked down on was now looking down at him as he waved his hand with a disdainful expression. "Your skin is so hard. My hand has gone numb from slapping you." The male true demon. Lin leaned down and looked at the male true demon with a smile. "Can you answer my questions now?" The male true demon let loose an enraged roar as he sprang up from the ground and his claws pierced through space toward Lin's heart and head. "I won't reveal any information to you even if I die." Bam! And Lin punched the male true demon's head into oblivion. He was still frozen in a pouncing pose, but his head was already nowhere to be seen. Rumble! The great Tao of heaven and earth began to wail with grief. The phenomenon taking place indicated the fall of a supreme powerful being. "Oh? Looks like you really are a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. But you're so weak. Are there really Tao integration stage super mighty figures that are this weak?" And Lin turned toward the small star beside him with a confused expression. Air. This is probably because you're too powerful? The demonic frost star trembled uncontrollably. This was an insane freak who killed Dao integration stage super mighty figures as if he were killing chickens. And Lin shook his head with a resigned expression before turning to face the sexy female true demon behind him. The female true demon immediately tensed up and stared at Lin with an expression of shock and horror. Who are you? The male that had just fallen definitely ranked among the most powerful of the 9 holy demons. But he couldn't even survive just one of Lin's punches. This human was no return to Void Stage cultivator. He was definitely faking his cultivation base. Hey, I'm the one asking questions here. And Lin turned toward the female true demon with a cold expression. Tell me what's the deal with all of the true demons here. The female true demon gritted her teeth and pointed the tip of her spear at Lin without answering his question. And Lin was a little surprised. Oh? Looks like you have a bit of backbone. He could tell that this female true demon was absolutely petrified, but she still pointed her spear at Lin, knowing full well that she could quite possibly die. That was a fair enough assumption. And Lin had just killed the Dao integration stage male true demon with a single punch, so he could probably take care of this female true demon with half a punch. I admire your courage, but do you really not want to say anything? You can just tell me where you came from. You don't need to disclose too much. And Lin continued. The female true demon took a deep breath as she stared at Lin with her crimson eyes. You've made a big mistake by killing one of our 9 holy demons. Soon, the ancient fiend celestial will deliver judgment upon you, and you will rue everything you did today. And Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. There's a fiend celestial? What cultivation base is the fiend celestial at? The female true demon faltered slightly before an embarrassed and enraged blush appeared on her face, clearly realizing that she had misspoken. Red demon spear. The female true demon let loose an enraged cry, and a red divine Dao demonic energy enshrouded her spear, which she thrust toward Lin's head with extremely fearsome might. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh and casually evaded the spear by tilting his head to the side before stepping forward and unleashing a punch toward the female true demon's chest. Her crimson armor was punctured by his fist, and a massive hole appeared in her chest. The female true demon's eyes were still open, but her aura had completely faded, and she fell to the ground, where her body spasmed momentarily before falling completely still. And Lin picked up the storage rings belonging to these 2 true demons before refining them in the hope that he would be able to find some evidence from them. His eyes immediately lit up upon inspecting the contents of their storage rings. There are quite a lot of treasures in here. There were very few spirit stones in the storage rings, but a lot of treasures. There were ancient carcasses emanating powerful energy fluctuations, all types of spirit rank and immortal rank materials, exotic immortal rank plants, some immortal rank demonic weapons, as well as some divine tool fragments. It had to be said that the contents of these storage rings were countless times more bountiful than the trash that he had picked up before. To be able to pick up so many treasures already, looks like they've been here all along and did not come in like we did when the spirit realm opened up. And Lin murmured before turning toward the hovering blue star beside him. You're saying this is the first time this area has been opened up in the spirit realm? The demonic frost star shuddered and hurriedly nodded. That's right. And Lin rummaged through the 2 storage rings for a while before finally discovering something out of the ordinary. This was a scroll with a restriction placed upon it. And Lin was easily able to break through the restriction with the insane power of his consciousness. And he unfurled the scroll, upon which he was rooted to the spot by the large crimson characters that appeared before his eyes. Plan to slay the spirit patriarch. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing the characters on the scroll. He thought about the mysterious death of the spirit patriarch, then looked at the countless true demon tribe bodies and other mysterious bodies strewn across the ancient battleground, and countless thoughts rushed into his mind. And Lin continued to unfurl the scroll to find that it contained a plan detailing how the ancient fiend celestial of the true demon tribe had cooperated in secret with another certain spirit tribe outside of this realm in order to kill the spirit patriarch. However, this was a very general recount, and only the duties of the two true demons in Lin had just killed were elaborated on with specific details. The place where the plan was initiated was this battlefield. This battlefield was once a soul power magnetic field that could stimulate a void spirit tribe living being's spirit body to a great extent, and it was where the spirit patriarch carried out many of its important experiments. Back then, the ancient fiend celestial was preparing to progress to the god of creation stage, and his body was already peerlessly powerful. However, the power of his consciousness was extremely lacking. The spirit patriarch had a cultivation method called the spirit mantra that could drastically enhance one's consciousness. So the ancient fiend celestial began to plot against the spirit patriarch, and Lin was already astonished by this. A super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage was plotting against a god of creation? It had to be said that this was a very brave and very insane plan. Coincidentally, the ancient fiend celestial was acquaintances with a spirit tribe monarch from outside this realm who also wanted the spirit mantra. Thus, the two of them combined forces and visited the spirit patriarch under the guise of exchanging some treasures before setting up their trap in the soul power magnetic field. Neither the ancient fiend celestial nor the spirit tribe monarch was powerful enough to defeat the spirit patriarch, but they set up sealing and slaughter formations within the soul power magnetic field, and deployed a total of 16 Tao integration stage super mighty figures, as well as over 100 return to void stage mighty figures. Furthermore, they used 3 divine rank poisons, sacrificed 2 divine tools, and prepared a spear that had been created using a mysterious bone with extremely powerful properties. Their preparations had been extremely meticulous. They had even taken advantage of the spirit patriarch's obsession with research and ineptitude in battle. In this epic plan, the 2 holy demons in Lin had just slain were supposed to act as pillars of the sealing formation. After that was a detailed description of what the 2 holy demons had to do, which was of no research value to him. As for the final result of the mission, that was quite apparent. The holy demons were still alive while the spirit patriarch had fallen, so the ancient fiend celestial had most likely succeeded. Crap! If the holy demons are here, then does that mean the ancient fiend celestial is also nearby? And Lin's expression became quite grave as this thought occurred to him. I wonder if the ancient fiend celestial has progressed to the god of creation stage. If he has, then we're in some trouble. The demonic frost star instantly began to tremble in fear again. The ancient fiend celestial has had the soul mantra for so long, so he has definitely already progressed to the god of creation stage. We should run for our lives. And Lin did not refute the demonic frost star's words. Even though he could crush all Tao integration stage super mighty figures, he did not have the confidence to defeat a god of creation. Humph, the spirit patriarch's enemy is also my enemy. Ancient fiend celestial, spirit tribe monarch. I'm going to kill both of you and avenge the spirit patriarch. And Lin announced in a firm voice. The demonic frost star's heart jolted upon hearing this. If any other return to void stage cultivators announced their intentions to kill a god of creation, it would laugh its head off at the sheer absurdity of the idea. However, when those words came out of Lin's mouth, the last thing it wanted to do was laugh. Rumble. At this moment, heaven and earth began to wail with grief again. Another Tao integration stage super mighty figure has fallen? Who's fighting this time? And Lin turned toward the eastern direction with a curious expression. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the ancient battleground, a true demon with a powerful aura lay on the ground with half of its head chopped off. A massive sword wound on its chest and a layer of frost and ice all over its body. A handsome man stood with a sprightly, gorgeous woman in a sailor costume, both of whom appeared to be quite exhausted, having clearly just endured an arduous battle. Why would a Tao integration stage true demon appear here? And I've never seen or heard of this true demon super mighty figure. Lu Mingxian mused with a grave expression. This is definitely not one of the true demon emperors of the Taichu continent. Could it be that the true demon tribe exists in other worlds as well? Lu Qianhuan speculated. Let's see if we can find some clues in its storage ring, Lu Mingxian suggested. Thus, the two of them began to rummage through the storage ring before discovering a mysterious scroll. The two of them were then astonished by the plan to kill the spirit patriarch detailed on the scroll. This Dao integration stage true demon participated in the plan to kill the spirit patriarch? Lu Mingxian drew a sharp intake of breath as a sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. In that case, the ancient fiend celestial could be nearby. Lu Qianhuan was also starting to panic a little. Crap! We have to bring in Lin and the others together and retreat. This is an extremely perilous place. It was also at this moment that the black balls in their hands suddenly lit up. Both of them stirred upon seeing this. Someone was calling for help, and Lin's black ball also lit up. He immediately rushed toward the direction where the SOS signal was coming from. The situation was very urgent. Every group possessed Dao integration stage combat prowess, so for them to send out a plea for help indicated that they had most likely encountered an extremely formidable enemy. Time was of the essence here. Wait for me. The demonic frost star was completely unable to keep up with Lin's speed and was being left further and further behind. It was only a return to void stage cultivator here, and in this battlefield that was fraught with peril, it had to hold onto Lin for dear life. Wait a minute. The demonic frost star suddenly stopped in its tracks. Lin was clearly intent on saving his friend. So why didn't it take this opportunity to run away? Lin had already disappeared into the distance, so technically, he had abandoned it and could not blame it for running away. The demonic frost star was stunned by its own intelligence. Thinking outside the box really did open up a brand new world. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Lin. See you never. The demonic frost star chortled with elation before fleeing into the distance. Lin had no time to chase after the demonic frost star. He had to prioritize the safety of his friends first, and he had even unleashed his heavenly wind power in order to maximize his speed. Soon, he detected the energy fluctuations indicating that a battle was taking place nearby. Furthermore, these energy fluctuations were extremely familiar to Lin. Xiaolan. Lin was given a fright and continued to accelerate with all his might. Su Xiaolan was only at the Dao integration intermediate stage, so if she encountered the God of Creation stage ancient fiend celestial, she would be in a lot of trouble. Xiaolan, you have to hold on. Lin's heart was burning with urgency, and a burst of terrifying killing intent erupted from his body at the same time. If anything happens to you, I'm going to make them pay an unimaginable price. Lin arrived at the battle. Su Xiaolan was engaged in an earth-shattering battle with a woman who had blood all over her body. Seeing that Su Xiaolan was alive, Lin heaved a massive sigh of relief. Thankfully, his worst fears did not eventuate. However, after heaving a sigh of relief, rage instantly flared up in Lin's heart. Su Xiaolan had been wounded. That blood-stained woman with a pair of sinister purple wings on her back was a super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. She was very powerful, but not powerful enough to force Su Xiaolan into a dire situation. More importantly, there were 6 other true demon tribe powerful beings shamelessly ganging up on Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was battling 4 Dao integration stage super mighty figures and 3 mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage on her own, so it was no surprise that she had been forced firmly on the back foot. There were already a dozen or so wounds on her body, and blood had stained her jade barley ink garment as she struggled to hold on. Lin immediately flew into a thunderous rage. Leave Xiaolan alone, you bastards. He immediately unleashed his fire sage mode before hurtling toward the battlefield. Earth-shattering clashes of energy were taking place on the battlefield. The blood-stained woman smiled as she appraised Su Xiaolan. You're quite powerful to be able to survive against me and 6 of the holy demons for so long. I'll give you a chance to surrender and pledge your allegiance to the ancient fiend celestial. If you do so, I'll spare your life. Su Xiaolan sliced through a deathly pale hand reaching for her with her dragon sparrow sword. Keep dreaming. The moment my friends get here is the moment all of you will be crushed. Right at this moment, an enraged roar erupted from the distance. Something about bastards and releasing Xiaolan. A disdainful sneer appeared on the demonic maiden's face at the sight of the man enshrouded by flames. That return to void stage cultivator is the friend you're referring to? Even if 10 of him or even 100 of him come here, I can crush them like ants. the demonic maiden chuckled. All of the holy demons roared with laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha! Mistress demonic maiden, leave that impudent human to me. A muscular true demon positioned himself in Enlin's path, and a dragon-type power of the divine Tao erupted from his body before materializing 2 roaring black dragons on his arms. He was one of the 9 holy demons, and his cultivation base was at the return to void pinnacle stage, so he could easily take care of a return to void intermediate stage cultivator. If his enemy was a little weaker than average, he could even insta-kill him. The muscular true demon was just about to unleash a punch toward Enlin when he was struck by a crushing sense of asphyxiation. Piss off! Enlin roared as scorching holy flames raged around his body. The true demon was just about to attack when he discovered that his body was already melting. Bam! Enlin crashed directly through the holy demon, and the shattered remnants of his body evaporated into smoke. The demonic maiden's pupils contracted drastically upon seeing this. She could sense an unfathomably powerful aura hurtling toward her. You! The demonic maiden turned toward Enlin and was just about to attack, but Enlin was already upon her. His fist flashed through the air as the power of all 7 holy flames imbued within his arm exploded forth at once. Demonic 9-fold wheel! The demonic maiden extended a palm toward Enlin, upon which 9 wheels constructed from demonic energy appeared before her. Indescribably terrifying power crushed the 9 demonic wheels with unstoppable force before pulverizing and melting the demonic maiden's palm. Boom! A terrifying power instantly crashed through the demonic maiden's body, and she was blasted flying for over 10,000 meters before plummeting to the ground, where she left a massive, long trench in her wake. Deathly silence suddenly descended upon the battlefield. The 5 remaining holy demons all had their smiles frozen on their faces. The other holy demon had just been rammed to death by Enlin, and the most powerful one among them, the demonic maiden, had just been blasted flying by a single punch. Was this really something a return to void stage cultivator was capable of? The friend that this female sword immortal was referring to really was an extremely terrifying man. Enlin! A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face at the sight of her knight in shining armor. I'm sorry for coming so late, Xiaolan. Enlin's heart throbbed with pain at the sight of the wounded Xiaolan. He then pulled out an immortal pill and fed it to Su Xiaolan. The 5 powerful holy demons had been completely ignored, but they didn't dare to say anything and could only look on with horror and incredulity. The demonic maiden stood up from the ground with a thunderous expression as her pulverized arm quickly regenerated. Cocky human cultivator. Master Ancient Fiend Celestial will put an end to you. Oh, really? I reckon I can kill all of you before this Ancient Fiend Celestial gets here. A cold light flashed through Enlin's eyes. His killing intent swept forth again, sending chills running through the bodies of the surrounding holy demons. The Ancient Fiend Celestial will get here in 2 minutes at most. You won't be able to kill me during that time. In the meantime, I will prevent you from escaping, the demonic maiden said with a confident expression. Oh, really? Then what if we join the party as well? A voice sounded from the distance. A man and a woman approached from the distance atop their swords, both of whom were radiating extraordinary sword intent. The man, in particular, struck a sense of peril into the demonic maiden's heart. All those who hurt Big Sister Xiaolan must die. A crisp voice sounded from another direction. White Spirit Snake flew over from afar before creating a spatial seal with a radius of over 150 kilometers. You're all dead. Hurry up so that we can kill them and get away from here. Killing intent rose from Black Spirit Snake's body. All of their companions had gathered. The demonic maiden's expression finally shifted upon seeing this. Enlin and Su Xiaolan alone would not be too difficult to handle, but with 3 more Dao integration stage super mighty figures and 1 return to void stage mighty figure here, things had taken a sharp turn for the worse. At the border of the battlefield, the demonic frost star was hurtling through the air. I can finally escape that man's demonic claws. The demonic frost star wept with joy. It had somehow survived while all of the other Void Spirit Tribe Dao integration super mighty figures around it had perished. It managed to save its life in exchange for information about this ancient battleground, and finally, It was able to escape while Lin rushed to help his friend. It had been touched by its own resourcefulness and will to survive. When I get back, I'm going to find a good female star and start a relationship. It would be a huge tragedy if I left this world without having ever been in a relationship. The demonic frost star had set its next life goal for itself. Just as it was flying, it suddenly encountered an obstructive force, which made it decelerate further and further until it realized with shock and horror that it was unable to move anymore. A tall and imposing true demon who was wearing colorful divine armor and wielding a massive, blunt, black sword suddenly appeared before it. "Are you willing to become my steed? The demonic frost star?" "Steed? How was that supposed to work?" The demonic frost star looked at its round body. What about it made it look like it would be suitable as a steed? Was this guy retarded? "You want me to be your steed? Wake up. I am the demonic frost star of the Void Spirit tribe, an exceptionally powerful being of vast renown. I can crush you without even breaking a sweat." The demonic frost star flared up with rage. "Oh? Is that right?" The male true demon smiled instead of becoming enraged upon hearing this. "I am the almighty ancient fiend celestial. Do you want to consider becoming my steed now?" The demonic frost star let loose a torrent of abuse. "I don't give shit if you're some ancient fiend celestial or some ancient imbecile. I'll destro. Wait, you're..." The demonic frost star suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. "You're the ancient fiend celestial who successfully killed the spirit patriarch? Oh? Looks like you know quite a lot." The ancient fiend celestial smiled. "That is indeed me." Boom! The demonic frost star felt like it had been struck by lightning. "What the fuck did I do to deserve this? I've only just escaped from Lin, and now I run into the ancient fiend celestial." The demonic frost star was about to have a mental breakdown. "So do you agree or not?" the ancient fiend celestial asked. The demonic frost star paused momentarily before responding. "What do you like about me? I can change. I'm a ball. How are you going to ride a ball?" The ancient fiend celestial shook his head with an earnest expression. "No, I've seen your true form with my eye of truth. You are a small star 300 kilometers in diameter, right? Furthermore, I can glean your future, and I can see that you are going to become a true planet life form in the future. Think about it, how badass would it be to have a planet as a steed? That is something only I, the almighty ancient fiend celestial, am worthy of." The ancient fiend celestial pointed at the demonic frost star. "I won't lie. I've wanted to ride you ever since you arrived in your star form." The demonic frost star. "If you don't want to become my steed, you also have a second option." The ancient fiend celestial amended upon seeing the demonic frost star's reluctant expression. "What's that?" the demonic frost star asked with an excited expression. The ancient fiend celestial hoisted his massive sword with a smile. "You can be cut down by me. If you won't be my steed, then I won't allow you to be anyone else's steed. And the best way to do that would be to destroy you." The demonic frost star's heart jolted with shock. It had encountered an insane demon. For some reason, it began to miss Lin. At least Lin wouldn't think about riding it, and he wouldn't threaten to destroy it at a whim. On the contrary, he even offered to protect it in this perilous place. The ancient fiend celestial was inspecting the demonic frost star with intrigue before turning in another direction with an enraged expression. "The demonic maiden is in trouble. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Become my steed or die." The demonic frost star shuddered. "What? 3 seconds?" The ancient fiend celestial. 3, 2, "I'll become your steed," the demonic frost star yelled with a humiliated expression. 2 rivers appeared on the blue star. Those were its tears of humiliation. The demonic maiden and the 5 holy demons were surrounded by Lin, Su Xiaolan, Lu Mingxian, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and Lu Qinhuan. Even though both sides were comparable in numbers, the demonic maiden knew that if a battle was to erupt, they wouldn't even last a minute. And Lin tore through space, and his body hurtled toward the demonic maiden like a ball of fire. "Get over here!" the demonic maiden yelled toward the other 5 holy demons before pulling out a blood crystal from her cleavage, which she frantically injected her vital energy into. The 5 holy demons immediately rushed toward the demonic maiden. A red energy crystal barrier immediately appeared and encapsulated the demonic maiden and the 5 holy demons within. A dazzling light erupted from the crystal barrier, and countless divine symbols and countless power of the divine Tao revolved on its surface. Boom! The flaming fist fell. The crystal tremored violently but did not break. The demonic maiden heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and a smile appeared on her face. The heavenly blood demon crystal is a protective artifact the ancient fiend celestial personally made for me. Not only does it contain divine rank heavenly blood, but it is also imbued with his paramount power, so it's a delusional dream for you to think about breaking it within 2 minutes. Right at this moment, a divine halo suddenly appeared above Enlin's head for some reason. A burst of boundless power was suddenly injected into his flaming fist. Boom! Shockwaves erupted in a ring-shaped explosion. Mountainous power came crashing down with paramount intent to crush all things. In that instant, the heavenly blood demon crystal began to crack and crumble. The demonic maiden was completely dumbstruck. She just finished speaking, and the crystal was already breaking. 2 minutes? Sorry, I'll only require 2 seconds. And Lin chuckled coldly before hurtling toward the demonic maiden again. Protect Mistress Demonic Maiden. Die! Hold on until the ancient fiend celestial gets here. The 5 holy demons stood fearlessly in a defensive formation before the demonic maiden. You think you can protect the demonic maiden? If it weren't for the demonic maiden, I would have crushed all 5 of you. Su Xiaolin harumphed coldly as she slashed her dragon sparrow sword toward one of the Tao integration initial stage holy demons. Black spirit snake, white spirit snake, and the others also sprang into action to attack the holy demons before them. And Lin rushed toward the demonic maiden again and unleashed a fire sage fist. The demonic maiden unleashed all of her powers to construct over 10,000 layers of blood energy barriers. And Lin's fist struck the barriers and crashed through them as if they were barely even there. Bam 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 bam. Over 10,000 barriers were broken in the blink of an eye. Only now did the demonic maiden truly experience just how terrifying Lin was. His fist crashed into her chest, blasting a massive hole into her body, and she crashed through the air like a blood-stained cannonball. At this moment, a blue figure suddenly appeared behind her. Experience despair. Divine Sense and Lin wielded a golden soul sword, and just the sword intent emanating from the sword struck the demonic maiden with a sense of horror. The demonic maiden had completely shit herself. This was no return to Void Stage Cultivator. She felt like she was battling a god of creation. She had no choice but to bring out her second life-saving treasure. Swish! Divine Sense and Lin's soul sword fell. However, the demonic maiden suddenly transformed into a puddle of blood right as the sword fell. You think you can escape? Divine Sense and Lin waved a hand through the air, and countless dark soul dragons emerged from his sleeve before tearing at the fleeing demonic maiden in a frenzy. The demonic maiden's consciousness was about to be torn apart by the soul dragons, and she let loose wails of anguish. Stop! An enraged roar erupted from afar. A true demon in colorful armor hurtled toward them at an extremely fearsome speed. I am the ancient fiend celestial. If you stop now, piss off! And Lin threw a punch at him without even looking. Boom! The true demon was caught off guard and was punched in the face before flying through the air. Master Ancient Fiend Celestial. The demonic maiden and holy demons were all dumbstruck by the sight of the ancient fiend celestial being blasted flying. And Lin was also a little surprised. Even though he hadn't held back just then, he didn't think that he would be able to blast his enemy flying with a single punch. Wasn't this supposed to be a god of creation? Roar! I'm going to kill you! A section of the ancient fiend celestial's face was already swelling up from that punch, and he roared with fury. He spread open his wings and flew into the sky as his monstrous aura erupted explosively. And Lin could immediately tell from his aura that he had not truly reached the God of Creation stage. However, even so, he still possessed a hint of God of Creation stage aura. but the evolution was not complete. In other words, he was still in the process of making his breakthrough. Half-step God of Creation stage? Who would have thought that he hasn't even reached the God of Creation stage yet? And Lin blinked with a slightly elated expression. Things weren't as bad as he had imagined. The ancient fiend celestial unleashed his terrifying aura, but not only was his opponent not tense or fearful in the slightest, he instead became more relaxed, as if he was celebrating about something. What impudence! Looks like you don't know just how terrifying I truly am. The muscles on the ancient fiend celestial's arms bulged, and countless crimson divine patterns spread over his arms. Extremely fearsome power was accumulating in his arms, and he abruptly tore through space before unleashing an almighty fist. And Kirin also used his fire sage fist at this moment. The latent potential stimulated by the 7 holy flames within his body made his fist insanely powerful. Bam! The fists collided. Space instantly shattered for close to 10 kilometers. Everyone was blasted flying by the shockwaves from this collision. Heaven and earth tremored as mountains toppled and rivers were parted. A dark energy hole had even appeared at the center of the collision, annihilating and engulfing all things. And Lin experienced the might of the ancient fiend celestial for the first time. He felt like his fist had rammed into a massive black brick, and his bones felt as if they were about to be fractured from the force of the collision. His enemy's power continued to spread with an unstoppable force throughout his entire body. What terrifying power! And Lin's fist gave out first, and the sound of bones cracking erupted as his body was blasted back flying like a cannonball. The ancient fiend celestial was also knocked flying, and even though he did not sustain any damage and had clearly gained the upper hand, his expression was filled with shock. You blocked my punch? Unbelievable! How can a return to void stage cultivator be this powerful? Who the hell are you? The ancient fiend celestial said with a grave expression. I'm your daddy. And Lin had only just arrested his momentum before throwing himself at the ancient fiend celestial again. Fuck off! The ancient fiend celestial exploded with rage. No one had ever dared to insult him like this before. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them engaged in a melee brawl, sending earth-shattering shockwaves surging in all directions. Black Spirit Snake Su Xiaolan and the others were also engaged in battles of their own. There were only 3 holy demons left, all of whom were at the Dao integration stage, while the others had all fallen. The demonic maiden was in an extremely sorry state after being ravaged by the dark soul dragons, and only managed to cling onto life as the ancient fiend celestial had arrived to divert Lin's attention away. However, before she even had a chance to catch her breath, Lu Mingxian and Lu Qianhuan slew the holy demon they were facing before immediately turning to attack her. It was also at this moment that a pristine white centaur true demon with spikes all over its body appeared from the heavens and blasted out some sort of white liquid from its mouth, which fell in a massive wave. Lu Mingxuan's sword slashed violently upon that liquid, but it was as if he had struck some sort of gummy material. His sword managed to sink deep into the liquid, but he was unable to completely slice through it. The pure white liquid engulfed everything it came into contact with before expanding. Heavenly Horse! The demonic maiden was elated upon seeing the new arrival. Don't worry, you're safe now, the centaur true demon said in a calm voice. The white liquid that had gushed from its mouth rushed toward their enemies as a cold smile appeared on its face. Not only is my star demon liquid indestructible, but there is also no end to it, and it can absorb everything it comes into contact with. It can even engulf and absorb an entire planet, so it won't matter no matter how many of you there are. Whoosh! A black figure evaded the countless white feelers and rushed toward the heavenly horse as a golden light erupted from the massive sword she was wielding. Seeing as we can't take care of your star demon liquid, I'll just have to cut you down. Black Spirit Snake brought her realm creation evil vanquishing sword crashing down upon the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse smiled as the boundless white liquid materialized into a wall before it. The divine sword crashed down upon the wall and sank deep into it, but all of its power was quickly engulfed, as if it had fallen into a deep, dark abyss. Black Spirit Snake's expression shifted, and she immediately extricated her sword and hurtled back in retreat. See? You can't kill me either. The heavenly horse was assured of its victory. At the same time, its star demon liquid continued to gush forth in a frenzy, and was even assisting the other holy demons, thereby giving them a chance to catch their breath. Big Sister Black, you hold off that horse. Its spell technique requires massive energy expenditure, and it won't be able to maintain this for long. White Spirit Snake fought a holy demon as she yelled. Black Spirit Snake smiled upon hearing this, and her agile body evaded the star demon liquid hurtling toward her. The moment you are unable to maintain this star demon liquid will be the moment you die. You want to stall for time? Sorry to tell you this, but time is on our side. The heavenly horse was not flustered in the slightest. The ancient fiend celestial is much more powerful than you can imagine. He will take care of all of the enemies here in no time, so I don't have to worry about running out of energy. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Everyone turned toward that direction. There, a gargantuan crater had appeared in the ground, as if it were a massive bowl. The heavenly horse was dumbstruck upon seeing the living being within the crater, while Su Xiaolan and the others all smiled. The living being, who was riddled with wounds, with the most prominent being a massive hole in his chest, was the ancient fiend celestial. The ancient fiend celestial coughed up blood as he looked up into the sky with an enraged expression. This is 2-on-1. It's not fair. And Lin stood proudly in the sky above. Even though he had also sustained many wounds, his aura was still surging and showing no signs of weakening. Beside him stood a semi-transparent blue clone of himself, and his clone was exuding an ethereal aura as he too looked down upon the ancient fiend celestial. And Lin and the divine sense and Lin chuckled coldly at the same time. Hee, that's an invalid excuse. We are one person. Nonsense. How could a single life form split up their body and consciousness to fight at the same time? The ancient fiend celestial roared with rage. He had seen living beings who had cultivated their bodies to the extreme, like some powerful beings in the Holy Martial clan, and he had also seen some living beings who had cultivated their consciousness to the extreme, like some Void Spirit tribe powerful beings, but never had he ever seen or heard of anyone who had cultivated both their body and consciousness to the extreme, thereby allowing them to fight as two separate entities. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back. A frog in a well thinks it has seen the entire heavens. Divine Sense and Lin continued. Little does it know that the heavens are far more vast than its ignorant eyes could reach. The ancient fiend celestial instantly exploded. He was an almighty fiend celestial, but he was being looked down on like this by a return to void stage cultivator? I'll kill you. The ancient fiend celestial's injuries quickly squirmed before healing. At the same time, his entire body transformed from an inky black to a crimson color, and a crimson seal appeared on his forehead. Sword come! An inky black sword even bigger than himself flew through the air and landed in his hand. The ancient fiend celestial's aura instantly transformed to become extremely powerful and bloodthirsty, and he rose into the sky once again before rushing toward Lin. You want to play with swords? And Lin drew his evil-slaying sword, and he charged toward the ancient fiend celestial in his fire sage mode while wielding his evil-slaying sword. Evil sword technique, Royal Divine Monarch. Devastating black sword intent surged through the air for several dozen kilometers before falling from the sky. The ancient fiend celestial let loose an enraged roar, and he slashed his massive, blunt sword upward to meet the boundless black sword projection crashing down upon him. Bam! The black sword projection and the crimson sword projection clashed. One was imbued with paramount sword Dao true intent, while the other was filled with the power of slaughter and bloodlust. Both of the sword projections clashed and seemed to have fallen into an impasse. A flash of blue light suddenly skirted around the clashing sword projections at an incredible speed before plunging two golden swords into the ancient fiend celestial's chest with a cheeky smile on his face. Arg! The ancient fiend celestial could feel his consciousness being torn apart as excruciating pain shot through his entire body. That blue streak of light was Divine Sense and Lin. The ancient fiend celestial's consciousness sustained severe wounds as a result, and his aura was cast into disarray. The black sword projection finally managed to overwhelm the wavering crimson sword projection before crashing viciously into the ancient fiend celestial's body. Bam! Sword intent surged, tearing through the ancient Fiend Celestial's body and sending him crashing into the ground below. The ancient Fiend Celestial hadn't even stood back up for more than a minute before he was crushed into the dirt again. He struggled to his feet, and the massive sword wound on his chest was once again healing at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. To think that I, a half-step god of creation, would be reduced to such a pitiful state by a return to void stage cultivator. What massive humiliation! The ancient Fiend Celestial looked up at the two Enlins in the sky, and a viscous, dark green energy suddenly erupted before enshrouding his entire body like a suit of armor. I am at a critical juncture of my breakthrough, and I didn't want to use this power, but I can't help it anymore. I want to kill you right now. The ancient Fiend Celestial's eyes turned an even darker shade of crimson as he stared up at Enlin. Enlin felt like his eyes were like vortexes that could engulf and destroy everything within his line of sight. At the same time, there seemed to be an independent world contained within those eyes, a world which he ruled over. Aside from that, the ancient Fiend Celestial's body also shrank slightly, but the explosive energy within his body soared drastically. Most terrifying of all was that dark green energy revolving around his body. That energy struck a sense of unprecedented peril into Enlin's heart. Do you know what this is? The ancient Fiend Celestial spread open his hand, upon which a dark green ball appeared in his hand, which he gently hurled at Enlin. Whoosh! The dark green ball transformed into a streak of green light, piercing through air, space, and all things before appearing directly before Enlin. Enlin's eyelids twitched violently as he immediately unleashed his evading turtle technique and his Xianwu heaven-sealing shell, creating two shiny, green defensive barriers before him. The dark green energy came into contact with Enlin's evading turtle armor first. A burst of insanely pure energy that seemed to have been born from the origin of the Great Tao quickly pulverized his evading turtle shell. Enlin could sense that this energy was on a completely higher level. Bam! The dark green energy crashed into his Xianwu heaven-sealing shell. This defensive divine tool undoubtedly had extreme defensive properties, but Enlin could hear the sound of the divine tool cracking. It was only a very faint sound, but it was definitely audible. Immediately afterward, the boundless energy had flowed along the turtle shell and reached his body. Boom! Enlin was blasted away by the dark green energy like a rocket, hurtling back for several hundred kilometers. The ancient Fiend Celestial slowly hovered into the air as he appraised the slightly dazed divine sense Enlin with a smile. Do you see now? This is the difference between your power and mine. This is a power that has transcended beyond the world. It is a power that originates directly from the source of all things. He splayed open his hand, and another dark green ball appeared on his hand, emanating that same insanely pure energy. All gods of creation will master a special type of power known as essential power. My essential power is the demonic essential power. As the ancient Fiend Celestial stared at the energy in his hand, an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. It is proud and unyielding, filled with battle intent, and will never be snuffed out. What beautiful and perfect energy. Divine sense Enlin's lips twitched, and he shot forth like a bolt of lightning directly toward the ancient Fiend Celestial, trying to take advantage of his intoxicated daze by plunging a golden soul power sword toward his head. The ancient Fiend Celestial didn't evade, but a dark green barrier suddenly appeared around his head. The golden sword struck the barrier, and a sharp screeching sound erupted. Divine sense Enlin's heart jolted with shock, and in the next instant, the dark green ball in the ancient Fiend Celestial's hand had already exploded, transforming into countless tiny flying swords that instantly punctured Divine Sense Enlin's body over 10,000 times. Divine Sense Enlin let loose a wail of anguish before crumbling into nothingness. The ancient Fiend Celestial appraised the cracked dark green barrier above his head and spoke in an indifferent voice. Your consciousness is very powerful, even more so than mine, but it's a pity that you don't have a powerful enough body to complement it. You're still too frail in the end. The ancient Fiend Celestial looked at the man in the distance with a mocking expression. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? If there is none left, then you can die now. and Lin was situated about 50 kilometers away from the ancient fiend celestial. The energy within his Xian Wu heaven-sealing shell had been completely depleted as a result of that last clash. It was just an ordinary strike, but it had exhausted all of the energy within his Xian Wu heaven-sealing shell and almost broke through his defenses. And Lin didn't even know what to say about his enemy's ridiculous power anymore. And Lin withdrew his turtle shell, upon which a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. Ow, ow, ow. My consciousness has been damaged. He grasped his head and took a deep breath. Following the destruction of his divine sense form, it would return back to his body. However, the energy of his divine sense form would have been completely depleted, leaving him unable to use the power of his consciousness for a short period of time. Do you see now, and Lin? This is my true power. If I go serious, you have no chance. The ancient fiend celestial approached Lin with an air of utmost confidence. Dark green energy swirled around his body, making his aura become increasingly more terrifying. And Lin took a deep breath before unleashing his wings of wind and Kuan Peng travel and hurtling through the air like a flaming rocket. Hehe, you still have the guts to attack me? Your courage is quite commendable. The ancient fiend celestial crossed his arms and looked down at Lin. However, forgive me for being blunt, but without the power of your consciousness, you won't even be able to break through my defenses. You're mere trash to me right now. Fire Sage Mountain quaking fist, and Lin's fist fell. All of a sudden, an earthy yellow divine halo appeared above his head. A boundless power of the paramount laws was infused into his fist. The ancient fiend celestial's pupils contracted drastically, but before he had a chance to defend himself, and Lin's fist had already struck his demonic essential power. The demonic essential power exemplified a proud and unyielding nature, whereas Lin's power of mountains crushed all things. This was a clash between two different types of elite-level powers, and Lin discovered for the first time that his powers of the heavenly gods had encountered impediment as he was forced to combat the ancient fiend celestial's power. However, the ancient fiend celestial had gotten complacent, while Lin had unleashed all of his power into this attack. Thus, there was only going to be one result. The demonic essential power was shattered, and the ancient fiend celestial's body caved in from the force of the bunch, shattering too many bones to count before crashing to the ground. Boom! The ancient fiend celestial looked up at the divine halo in the air, which was exuding a paramount aura, and he muttered to himself, "What kind of power is this?" He felt like Lin was pulling out more tricks at will. When had such a freakish prodigy appeared on the Taichu continent? And Lin did not give the ancient fiend celestial a chance to catch his breath before crashing down from the sky and unleashing another almighty punch. "Don't underestimate me." The ancient fiend celestial roared with rage, as he sprang into the sky with an immense amount of demonic essential power erupting from his fist. Fiend celestial reincarnation fist. Boom! The dark green demonic essential power contained countless particles of light that seemed to be rushing through the stages of an accelerated life cycle, dimming and fizzling out before being reborn again. This power clashed with Lin's power of mountains and managed to oppose the power of the absolute will of heaven and earth, creating an impasse. A golden light crashed down while dark green energy surged into the sky, transforming the entire heavens into a green and gold canvas. And Lin and the ancient fiend celestial's arms both began to crack open from the terrifying force of the collision, and both of them flew back at the same time from the explosion of energy. Ha ha ha! Nice! The ancient fiend celestial shook out his blood-stained arm before charging toward Lin again with a crazed smile on his face. "I'll admit that you are the most inconceivable opponent I have ever encountered, and you are the first living being outside of a heavenly god to be able to block my powers of the heavenly gods." Battle intent burned in Lin's eyes as he unleashed his power of mountains with all his might before hurtling toward his fiend celestial enemy. He knew that this enemy would give him a satisfying battle. Bam bam bam! A brutal melee ensued, and Lin shattered the ancient fiend celestial's chest with one punch, while the ancient fiend celestial tore through Lin's lower abdomen with his claws. And Lin cracked the ancient fiend celestial's demon horns with an almighty palm, while the ancient fiend celestial rained down blows upon Enlin's divine halo as he tried to destroy it. All of Enlin's attacks were imbued with the power of the heavenly mountain god, while the ancient fiend celestial's attacks were imbued with the god of creation stage essential power. This was a clash between the powers of the heavenly gods and demonic essential power. The battle was beginning to intensify, and the entire heavens around them were shattering as a result. Enlin and the ancient fiend celestial continued to exchange earth-shattering blows, both of whom were fighting with their full power. At this stage of the battle, just a tiny lapse in concentration could spell defeat. The ancient battleground was razed to the ground, creating a new battlefield. The two of them clashed over and over again before knocking one another back over and over again. Both of them were riddled with wounds. Deep claw gashes were visible upon Enlin's limbs and chest. The ancient fiend celestial was missing one of his arms, and sections of his body were red and swollen, while other sections had completely caved in. Ha ha ha! What a thrilling battle! Looks like you're on par with me in terms of power. The ancient fiend celestial hadn't endured such a satisfying battle like this for countless years, and he chortled with glee. A ferocious expression then appeared on his face. However, true demons have far superior stamina and regenerative abilities than you humans. It must be very taxing for you to maintain this state, right? I'm going to be the one left standing in the end. This state is indeed very taxing for me to maintain. And Lin's storage ring flashed, and he pulled out a handful of immortal pills. He didn't even know how many there were, but he threw his head back and swallowed them all at once. But it's all right because I have a ton of pills. Boom! Terrifying pill powers instantly surged through his entire body. His injuries began to recover at a rate perceptible to the naked eye, and his energy was also being replenished at an extremely fast rate. The ancient fiend celestial's eyes widened as he roared with disbelief. Roar! You're eating immortal pills during battle? And you're eating so many at once? Where is your honor? And Lin splayed open his hands. Being rich is a form of power as well. It's not like I prohibited you from taking pills. The ancient fiend celestial flared up with rage. And Lin knew full well that he had been here in this godforsaken place for countless years and was well below the poverty line. But he was challenging him to a competition of pill consumption? He could no longer repress his rage, and he spread his wings before charging toward Enlin again. Die! Enlin's body flashed through the air, evading the ancient fiend celestial's attack before his earthy divine halo shone with scintillating light. A series of flawless jade balls began to appear around his body. Furthermore, I beg to differ about your comment stating that my power is on par with yours. A peculiar smile suddenly appeared on his face. Because I am not even in my most powerful state yet. The mountain divine halo above Enlin's head radiated an aura that struck all living beings with the urge to concede and kneel. 3 flawless jade balls glowing with scintillating lights were revolving around the divine halo. The ancient fiend celestial began to feel quite uneasy as he looked at those 3 jade balls. One of the jade balls suddenly transformed into a form of mysterious and unpredictable wind, making the jade ball the paramount wind between heaven and earth. Another one of the jade balls transformed into a golden ball of lightning. That golden lightning seemed to be capable of destroying all things, and countless bolts of lightning instantly began to surge through the sky, as if they were celebrating the arrival of their king. The final jade ball transformed into a red, metallic material, upon which all of the weapons on the battlefield began to tremor and ring, as if they too were welcoming their monarch. Each jade ball gave the ancient fiend celestial an extremely uneasy feeling. The ancient fiend celestial could sense the same kind of aura emanating from those balls of jade as the divine halo above Enlin's head. These were the powers of the paramount laws of heaven and earth. Just one type of power of this caliber was already giving him quite a headache, but there were now 3 more. Even though their auras were slightly inferior to the divine halo, they were still going to be extremely difficult to deal with. Now then, let me show you why my power is not on par with yours. And Lin waved a hand, and a brilliant light emanated from his divine halo as well as his balls of Tao jade. The ancient fiend celestial was struck by a sense of lethal peril, and a dark green demonic essential power erupted forth again. adhering to his skin, upon which he charged toward Enlin. This type of essential power could penetrate and vanquish all powers, thus allowing it to be able to even disregard space for a short time. From Enlin's perspective, it looked like his enemy had reached him in the blink of an eye. Die! The ancient Fian Celestial's claws were imbued with his demonic essential power, and they came crashing down upon Enlin. Enlin didn't try to evade. Instead, a bright light erupted from his divine halo again, creating a suit of earthy yellow armor around him, which gave one a sense of indestructibility. The ancient Fian Celestial's claws crashed down upon the mountainous armor. Even though they were imbued with a devastating power, they were only able to crack the mountainous armor rather than completely destroy it. At this moment, Enlin's lightning Dao Jade flashed. A bolt of golden void lightning pierced through space before puncturing the ancient Fian Celestial's demonic essential power and blasting a massive hole into his chest, where his heart was located. Enlin was taking advantage of a weakness the ancient Fian Celestial exhibited during the course of this battle. The ancient Fian Celestial's mastery and control over his demonic essential power were actually still not very proficient, and as soon as he used his demonic essential power to attack, the demonic essential power defending himself would become extremely thin and fragile, thereby creating the perfect opportunity for him to counterattack. Almost at the exact same time, the metallic Dao Jade also flashed. Crimson metal suddenly appeared in the air. This was a material the ancient Fian Celestial had never seen before, but he could tell that it was much sharper and more terrifyingly powerful than any metals he had ever seen before. This metal was imbued with a paramount power of laws, tearing through the ancient Fian Celestial's demonic essential power before crashing down upon his head. If it was allowed to fall, the ancient Fian Celestial's body would be sliced in half. However, the ancient Fian Celestial managed to react at the last second and used his left arm as a shield. The red streak of light broke through the demonic essential power and crashed down upon the ancient Fian Celestial's arm, upon which it slowed down from being impeded by that arm. Just when his arm was about to be completely severed by the metallic blade, the ancient Fian Celestial hurtled back in retreat to avoid being sliced in half. However, before he had a chance to do anything else, the power unleashed by the wind Dao Jade fell upon him. This was a boundless, omnipresent wind pressure, which instantly made the earth cave in for several hundred meters. The ancient heavenly Fian Celestial had no avenue for escape and was crushed to the ground as his organs were shattered by the extreme wind pressure. The ancient Fian Celestial finally realized the disparity between Enlin's power and his own. In this state, Enlin could wield 4 different types of powers of the heavenly gods. He felt like he was facing 4 Enlins at the same time. The ancient Fian Celestial might have been right in saying that his power level was on par with Enlin, but this only applied to one Enlin, of which there were now essentially 4. In the distance, the heavenly horse, demonic maiden, and the holy demons were still waiting for the ancient Fian Celestial to take care of Enlin before coming to help them, only to discover with incredulity and shock that their revered ancient Fian Celestial was being pummeled by Enlin. How could this be? Master Ancient Fian Celestial has already unleashed his demonic essence. This is a paramount power, the most essential power of the demon tribe, so how can he be losing to a human? This is impossible. The heavenly horse's teeth chattered. Just who is this human cultivator? And what is that power he's using? The demonic maiden was trembling uncontrollably. Not only were their enemies completely incredulous and horrified, but even Enlin's comrades were also given a fright. Black Spirit Snake and the others thought that Enlin had already revealed the extent of his power when bashing the 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, but who would have thought that he would have a trump card like this? Isn't this the equivalent of 4 heavenly gods bashing a half-step god of creation stage true demon? Lu Chenhuan suddenly felt a little sympathetic toward the ancient Fian Celestial. He had gone through so much trouble to vanquish divine sense Enlin and had finally gotten back on equal footing, only for Enlin to summon more powers of the heavenly gods, thus placing him in a far worse situation than before. The ancient Fian Celestial was in complete despair. He had already unleashed his most powerful trump card, only to find that Enlin also had a trump card, and his trump card was far superior. Roar! You forced me to do this. I'm going to show you what I killed the spirit patriarch with. A crazed expression appeared on the ancient Fian Celestial's face as he dragged his broken body to its feet. In the sky above, the Wind Dao Jade was still exerting extreme wind pressure. However, the ancient Fiend Celestial managed to stand up using his own strength before pulling out a slightly bent bone spike that resembled a section of a spinal cord from his storage ring. The bone spike exuded an ethereal aura that transcended beyond heaven and earth. Even though the aura wasn't explosive and was more like a gentle cloud and mist, it was imbued with an irresistible power, which caused even the wind pressure from Enlin's heavenly wind power to falter slightly. The heavenly horse had also detected what was going on from afar. An expression of horror and urgency appeared on its face upon seeing the bone spike in the ancient Fiend Celestial's hand. "Master Ancient Fiend Celestial, please calm down. Using the primordial heavenly bone spike now will inflict massive backlash upon your consciousness and Tao foundation. You're currently at a critical juncture in your breakthrough to the God of Creation stage, and you absolutely must not use it. I don't care. This is the only weapon that can kill Enlin." The ancient Fiend Celestial's essential power flooded into the bone spike, upon which his muscles quickly atrophied. But the insanity in his eyes only grew. "I just want to kill him right now." A sense of peril welled up in Enlin's heart once again. This sense of peril was even more potent than when the ancient Fiend Celestial unleashed his demonic essential power. The bone spike was originally translucent and pristine white, but after having the ancient Fiend Celestial's essential power injected into it, it slowly became green. Not only that, but it seemed to have awakened and taken over control by forcefully absorbing the ancient Fiend Celestial's power. The bone spike became more powerful once again, and the wind pressure was kept at bay around the ancient Fiend Celestial's body by an invisible force field that spanned a radius of 10 feet. And Lin was struck by a sense of uneasiness upon seeing this. He absolutely could not allow himself to be struck by that bone spike. This was the most basic self-preservation instinct within his body. The bone spike became a dark green color and flashed like a star. It brightened and dimmed rhythmically, as if it were a beating heart. The strange bone spike was most likely the key to killing the spirit patriarch. And Lin could sense that the ancient Fiend Celestial's aura had become extremely feeble, as if he had been severely wounded somehow. At the same time, he could feel the bone spike growing more powerful, as if it had transformed into a strange life form. What happened next verified Enlin's speculation. A satisfied moan suddenly sounded from the bone spike. Very delicious energy. Not only is it imbued with essential power, but it also contains very nice Tao power and bloodline power. You have satisfied me, so I can grant a wish for you. What would you like me to do? A clear male voice sounded from the bone spike. From that voice, it appeared that this was a young man. But the voice was imbued with a type of power that transcended beyond this world and would seemingly exist for all of eternity. The ancient Fiend Celestial's voice was a little hoarse and a little insane. "I need you to..." Boom! 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 In the sky above, giant mountains crashed down. Howling winds surged, swords fell like rain, and lightning exploded. All 4 powers of the heavenly gods were unleashed at the same time to cast a merciless barrage upon the ancient Fiend Celestial. And Lin was not going to give them a chance to chat. He took advantage of this opportunity and immediately bombarded him with attacks. Using all 4 powers of the heavenly gods at once was very taxing on his energy reserves, but it also created an extremely powerful attack that could insta-kill any being at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. In his currently weakened state, there was no way the ancient Fiend Celestial could defend himself against this attack. Whoosh! A green streak of light suddenly tore through the barrage of Enlin's powers of the heavenly gods. The ancient Fiend Celestial rose into the sky with the dark green bone spike held aloft as if he were a flying statue of liberty. His entire body was riddled with ghastly wounds, and his aura was extremely diminished. As opposed to saying this was the ancient Fiend Celestial attacking Enlin with his bone spike, it was more accurate to say that the bone spike was towing the ancient Fiend Celestial behind it. Interesting. These are the powers of the heavenly Tao, but you're human. The male voice sounded from the bone spike once again, and it was tinged with excitement and hunger. And Lin's expression shifted slightly, and his heart sank. This bone spike was clearly an extraordinary object. It had not seen the heavenly gods before, but it was immediately able to gauge the nature of Enlin's power upon witnessing him unleash his barrage of attacks. The bone spike had appeared before Enlin almost in the blink of an eye. Enlin focused his gaze and hurtled back in retreat as a barrier of paramount wind appeared before him. Break! A burst of strange power that even Enlin was unable to comprehend erupted from the tip of the bone spike, allowing it to puncture his barrier of wind. At this moment, Enlin was still hurtling back in retreat, and he used his golden void lightning to create a barrier that would annihilate all things. The bone spike didn't care, and it continued to pierce through the air. However, the ancient fiend celestial was suffering massively as a result. The bone spike only knew how to attack, and all it wanted to do was to stab Enlin to death. As such, it streaked through the golden void lightning without setting up any defensive measures, upon which the ancient fiend celestial was charred black from the surrounding devastating lightning. At this moment, a metallic barrier had appeared, but this was not just a purely defensive barrier. The metallic barrier was also sliced in half by the bone spike. Nothing could stop the bone spike. However, the instant the metallic barrier was torn apart, it quickly converged back down the center like a guillotine toward the ancient fiend celestial. The ancient fiend celestial was horrified upon seeing this, and he tried to defend himself, only to find that he could no longer control his body. No! Crunch! The metallic barrier came back together. One half of the ancient fiend celestial's body was caught behind the metallic barrier while the other was in front of the metallic barrier. Thus, his body was cut cleanly in half, and his upper body was still being towed by the bone spike toward Enlin. Blood gushed from the ancient fiend celestial's mouth as half of his body was sliced off, leaving him on the brink of death. Die! 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 I'll fulfill your wish right now and kill this human. I'll then eat him. The bone spike's voice was filled with greed as it dragged the ancient fiend celestial's upper body like a dirty rag toward Enlin. Enlin was astonished. The ancient fiend celestial was already in such a dire state, but the bone spike could still keep attacking? Master ancient fiend celestial! The heavenly horse roared with grief and indignation. Enlin! Su Xiaolan's heart leaped into her throat as she surveyed the situation on his battlefield. Whoosh! The bone spike tore through Enlin's mountainous armor and didn't really even decelerate. Wind, lightning, metal, and mountain. All four barriers were torn apart by the bone spike, which was now heading straight for Enlin's heart. An unprecedented sense of impending doom welled up in Enlin's heart. He knew that if he was struck by this attack, he would be dead even if he possessed a god of creation stage life force. It's over. The bone spike hurtled toward Enlin's heart. Right at this moment, an inky black object appeared before it. Foolish! Nothing in this world can stop me. The bone spike chuckled coldly before hurtling toward the inky black object. Crack, crack, crack. A sharp screeching sound erupted. The bone spike struck the inky black object and was bent into the shape of a horseshoe, as if it was about to snap from the force of the collision. What is this thing? The bone spike was completely incredulous. It had finally been stopped. And what had stopped it was an inky black brick. An immense force crashed into the brick, and it flew back through the air, taking Enlin along with it. However, no matter how hard the bone spike tried, it was unable to puncture this mundane-looking brick. Impossible! 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 Nothing in this world can be of a higher caliber than I am. The bone spike seemed to be unable to accept this situation. The ancient fiend celestial was also quite befuddled. The bone spike could even break through the spirit patriarch's defenses, so why couldn't it puncture this brick? Furthermore, this was a brick without any energy fluctuations. This was like someone picking up a random rock from the streets before using it to block an attack from a being that transcended beyond even the god of creation stage. Glug glug. The bone spike began to frantically absorb the ancient fiend celestial's power again, thereby making it drastically more powerful, but it was still unable to do anything aside from forcing the brick back through the air. Ah! Stop absorbing my power. The ancient fiend celestial had nothing left, and he wanted to terminate this spell technique and withdraw the bone spike. However, the bone spike had other ideas and refused the ancient Fian Celestial's demand. This human cultivator must die. The bone spike skirted around and tried to attack Enlin from the side. Enlin reacted extremely quickly and switched his brick over to that direction. Block! Bam! Energy exploded violently. The bone spike was contorted into the shape of a horseshoe again, but it was still unable to puncture the brick. Oh! The bone spike seemed to have gone insane and continued to change its angle of attack. Block, block, block. Enlin continued to adjust the location of his brick to keep the bone spike at bay. Even though the bone spike possessed a terrifying offensive power, it had no variety in its attacks, and Enlin was able to keep it at bay through the use of his brick and his lightning-fast reflexes. Thus, the impasse continued. The bone spike had attacked over 100 times in a short span of time, but it was still full of vigor and fighting spirit. In contrast, the ancient Fiend Celestial really was about to die. "St. Stop!" A hoarse, beseeching voice sounded. The ancient Fiend Celestial only had half of his body left, and even that was severely atrophied as he pleaded with tears streaming down his face. The ancient Fiend Celestial was full of remorse. He didn't think that killing Enlin would be so hard. He had thought that stabbing Enlin once would be enough, but the bone spike had stabbed over 100 times and had done nothing to Enlin. If things continued like this, he would definitely be exhausted to death before Enlin died. He was the energy source of the bone spike, so if the bone spike continued to attack, then his energy would continue to be depleted. Now, he was already empty, and if the bone spike insisted on continuing to attack, then he would definitely die from excessive energy depletion. The ancient Fiend Celestial had already commanded the bone spike to stop. He even begged it to stop, but the bone spike was still surging with battle intent and wanted to use Enlin's blood to prove itself. What did it feel like to be exhausted to death by your own weapon? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bone spike flashed through the air from all types of different angles, trying to catch Enlin off guard and deliver that one lethal blow. Enlin held his brick and was filled with a sense of security as he blocked the bone spike's attacks. The chaotic alloy brick really was the most solid object in this world. The bone spike could even break through his powers of the heavenly gods with ease, but it was unable to do anything to his brick. This brick had always been quite mundane and ugly, but it was extraordinarily practical and had saved Enlin from many dire situations. Roar! Let go of Master Ancient Fiend Celestial. The heavenly horse couldn't bear to just stand by and watch any longer as it wielded its star demon liquid to attack the bone spike. However, the white liquid that was able to easily dispel attacks from super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage was torn apart by the bone spike like a hot poker through butter. It then continued to attack Enlin. Bam! 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 One earth-shattering boom erupted after another. One incredibly devastating thrust after another was kept at bay by this mundane black brick. Damn it all! The ancient Fiend Celestial's expression was filled with grief and indignation, and his voice became more and more feeble. Horror finally appeared within his eyes. This was horror in the face of death. Never would he have thought that the one to kill him would not be Enlin, but his own bone spike instead. Die! A brilliant green light erupted from the bone spike as it flashed through the air in a dazzling trajectory. Bam! The bone spike struck Enlin's black brick again. I'm going to puncture you this time no matter what. The bone spike let loose an enraged cry as it began to rotate like a drill bit. As a result, its penetrative power was vastly amplified once again. The black brick was showing signs of weakness for the very first time. Enlin's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this. He could sense the insane power within the bone spike. Are you really all right, Ancient Fiend Celestial? Enlin asked with a concerned expression. The bone spike was rotating at an extremely high speed, and the ancient Fiend Celestial felt as if he were an item of clothing that had been thrust into a spin cycle from hell. The heartbreaking cries that reverberated through the air struck one with the urge to shed tears. It's working. It's finally working. I can puncture this thing. The bone spike was extremely excited. Enlin was the master of his black brick, so he could naturally also detect that the black brick had been damaged. This sent a wave of shock surging through his heart. His indestructible black brick had really been damaged by a bone? He was surprised that the black brick could block the bone. He was also surprised that the black brick was unable to block the bone. And Lin's mind raced as he sought to find another way to combat his enemy. All of a sudden, heaven and earth wailed with grief. An inexplicable sense of sorrow welled up in everyone's heart. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. Another Tao integration stage super mighty figure had fallen. Who is it this time? Su Xiaolan was given a fright. Did one of the holy demons die? Lu Chenhuan evaded the star demon liquid and cast her eyes around the battlefield. She saw that even though all of the holy demons were struggling to hold on, they were still alive. The enemy powerful beings swept their eyes across the battlefield and were also quite perplexed. No Tao integration stage super mighty figure had fallen on this battlefield. However, the same thought quickly began to well up in everyone's mind. The enemy powerful beings were shocked and horrified, while the allies were full of astonishment. The bone spike's anguished cries erupted at this moment to verify their speculation. Ah! Why is there no more energy? The rotating bone spike suddenly stopped before plummeting from the sky. A sack of skin and bones detached itself from the bone spike before falling feebly to the ground like a dirty rag. That was the ancient Fian Celestial's body. His eyes were still wide open with boundless remorse, pain, and indignation etched on his face. But his vitality had already disappeared. Everyone finally figured out what was going on. The ancient Fiend Celestial was the one who had died. What a tragic death too. Master Ancient Heavenly Fiend Celestial. The heavenly horse roared with grief, and the star demon liquid it had summoned instantly exploded wildly into massive waves that swept through everything between heaven and earth. Black Spirit Snake, Lu Mingxian, and Lu Chenhuan quickly hurtled back in retreat. A red figure rushed toward the ancient Fiend Celestial with no regard for her own life before catching him in her arms. This red figure was the demonic maiden. Her entire body was riddled with wounds, and her aura was extremely diminished as her gorgeous features turned deathly pale. No, you'll be fine, you can't lose. You have to rule over the demon tribe and exact your revenge on Cyril. Wake up! Blood tears flowed from the demonic maiden's eyes, and she howled with grief as she hugged the sack of skin and bones tightly to her chest. However, there was no response no matter how much she screamed and wept. Soon, another blood-curdling cry erupted. Heaven and earth wailed with grief again as a holy demon fell to Su Xiaolan's sword. The fall of the ancient Fiend Celestial presented a lethal blow to the true demons. The holy demons served the ancient Fiend Celestial. Now that their master was dead, their Tao hearts were severely impacted. All of them were either driven insane or lost all will to fight, thereby quickly plunging them into a dire situation. Soon, another holy demon fell at White Spirit Snake's hands. The final holy demon was slain by Su Xiaolan, thereby completing her double kill. Only the heavenly horse and the demonic maiden remained. Ancient Fiend Celestial, I'll see you in the next life. The demonic maiden stared at the man in her arms with a passionate expression before plunging a hand into her heart, upon which she gradually disintegrated into a puddle of blood. At the same time, the ancient Fiend Celestial's body also disintegrated into specks of dark green light in the demonic maiden's arms, and those specks of light hovered into the sky before disappearing. The heavenly horse had been driven completely insane as it tried to drag down as many people with it as it could. However, everyone was already prepared for this, and the star demon liquid was unable to capture anyone. Finally, the heavenly horse had run out of energy and was sliced into over 10,000 pieces by Black Spirit Snake, putting an end to its life. 6 Tao integration stage super mighty figures had perished in quick succession. The grief of heaven and earth expanded again and again, enshrouding the entire spirit realm in the end. And Lin sighed with emotion as he looked at all of the fallen super mighty figures. Never would he have thought that a powerful enemy like the ancient Fiend Celestial would perish in such a tragic manner. If it weren't for that bone spike, I probably wouldn't have one so easily. And Lin mused as he turned to look at the bone spike lying silently on the ground, This strange bone was the ancient Fiend Celestial's most powerful trump card. However, during this battle it had become Enlin's best comrade. It could even be said that the ancient Fiend Celestial had been killed by this bone rather than by Enlin. Enlin appraised the bone cautiously as he approached it with his black brick in front of him. The wielder of the bone was already dead, but it was still extremely dangerous. There was a chance that it could spring up from the ground and stab him. The dark green energy quickly receded. The bone returned to its translucent, white state without so much as a hint of energy fluctuations. Enlin surveyed the bone on the ground carefully to find that it was as pristine white as jade and extremely exquisite in appearance. Even from afar, he could sense its perfection and ethereal aura. He had seen the remains of countless powerful beings, including those of the Spirit Patriarch and the Blood Patriarch, but he had never seen anything like this bone, which seemingly transcended beyond this world. This bone gets more interesting the more I look at it, Enlin swallowed nervously. He thought about it for a moment before materializing a large hand from vital energy to pick up the bone from afar. The bone shuddered slightly, and an ancient voice filled with temptation sounded beside Enlin's ears. Fated one, do you have a wish you would like granted? If you give me your power, I can grant you your wish. Enlin's lips twitched. What was this cliched antagonist line? This was such a badass bone, so why was it speaking like a cheap pantomime villain? He looked at the bone and did not reply. The bone continued to try and tempt him. Do you have an enemy you sorely hate but cannot defeat? I can take care of them for you. Accept me, surrender yourself over to me, and I will make all of your wishes come true. What's your name? Enlin asked. Is that your wish? To know my name? The bone continued to entice Enlin by saying, if you give your power to me and satisfy me, I can satisfy you in return. Enlin. Was this bone retarded? How fixated was it on absorbing energy? Did it not know that it had just sucked a half-step god of creation dry? Enlin, what's the deal with that bone? Su Xiaolan flew over from afar before appraising the bone with a cautious expression. She had seen just how terrifying that bone was, and she felt like it was much better to be safe than sorry. Otherwise, they could easily end up like the ancient Fiend Celestial. Lu Mingxian also flew over with a grave expression on his face. Mr. Enlin, you must be careful of that bone. It's not just a simple spear used to puncture enemies. I can sense that it possesses far more facets to its power. White Spirit Snake had the most powerful detection ability among them, and she chimed in as she descended from the sky. Furthermore, it is the essential Tao bone of a living being on an extremely high level, too high for me to detect just who or what it is. You are correct. Now that you know how extraordinary I am, you should know that I am indeed capable of granting your wishes. The bone seemed to be able to communicate, and it continued to try and tempt everyone. Enlin took a deep breath. Screw it. I'll just use my hack. His eyes turned pure white as he analyzed all things between heaven and earth. Divine inspection technique. A string of information appeared in his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. The essential Tao bone of the heavenly true immortal. The essential Tao bone materialized from the remains of the heavenly true immortal. It was a very simple explanatory sentence. However, the information contained within that short sentence was nothing short of astounding. This was the essential Tao bone of the heavenly true immortal. He turned his attention to one of his system missions. High-rank war god mystical technique. Dark immortal transformation. Obtain the essential remains of the heavenly true immortal and consume it. Wasn't the essential remains of the heavenly true immortal this bone? He had thought that he would need to visit the ancient Tai Chu realm in order to find more information about the heavenly true immortal, and that this was a mission that would be next to impossible to complete. However, what he didn't expect was that the essential Tao bone appeared before he had even begun looking for it. The essential Tao bone was a type of essential remains. It was a set of essential remains that was imbued with the body's Tao realm, which made it something of an even higher caliber than normal essential remains. This meant that Enlin could complete his mission this time with extra credit. The dark immortal transformation. It was a high-rank war god mystical technique. One had to realize that the origin energy of the netherworld was only an intermediate rank war god mystical technique, yet it was already an insanely useful and powerful buff technique. But the dark, immortal transformation was a high-rank mystical technique. Just how powerful would it be? And Lin's breathing began to accelerate as he looked at the bone. What fantastic luck! And Lin, are you all right? Su Xiaolan was given a fright by the sight of the expression on Lin's face. He currently looked like a starving dog staring at a bone. Everyone else was also looking at Lin with a confused expression. For some reason, the bone felt a chill run through it. What do you want? Do you have a wish? The bone was very dedicated to its job and was still trying to tempt him. I do have a wish. And Lin suddenly smiled. The bone heaved a faint sigh of relief. Oh? Give me your power, and as long as you can satisfy me. There's no need for that. And Lin cut the bone off. His mouth suddenly gaped open to be larger than his head as he said, My wish is to eat you. Boundless suction force suddenly erupted from his mouth. This was an irresistible suction force. It was the ability that Lin had gained after the little whale swallowed the chaotic nightmare monster. And this ability was also capable of swallowing heavenly gods. No! The bone let loose a blood-curdling cry and wanted to run away. But it had no energy source and could only be sucked into Lin's cavernous mouth, where it fell into eternal darkness. Burp! And Lin closed his mouth with a satisfied expression. Su Xiaolan, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, Lu Qinhuan, and Lu Mingxian were all astonished as they stared at Lin. They had just determined this bone to be an extremely dangerous object, and everyone was extremely cautious toward it. Yet Lin still ate it. Lin, why? Have you gone insane? Lu Qinhuan was shocked to the point of stuttering. Su Xiaolan was also astonished. Why did you eat it? Are you all right? I'm fine. And Lin was very excited as he turned his attention to his system, only to be rooted to the spot. There was no system notification for mission completion. What was going on? He had already consumed the essential Tao bone of the heavenly true immortal. And Lin was very perplexed. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his stomach. Ow, ow, ow! And Lin grasped his stomach and cried out in pain. Su Xiaolan and the others were given a massive fright upon seeing this. And Lin, hurry up and spit that bone out! Su Xiaolan yelled in an urgent voice. That's what you get for eating random crap. Black Spirit Snake pursed her lips. Everyone immediately unleashed their powers to detect Lin's condition, only to find that there was no foreign bone within his body. Where's the bone? White Spirit Snake's expression shifted, and Lin groaned through gritted teeth. It's in my sea of vital energy. I feel like I have indigestion. It really hurts. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Did I hear that correctly? Your sea of vital energy can store bones. Lu Mingxian was astonished. I knew that there was a baby called Kirin in Lin's sea of vital energy, but I didn't think that even bones could be stored there. Lu Qinhuan clicked her tongue in wonder. Not just the baby. His sea of vital energy also has a phoenix and a little whale. Su Xiaolan sighed with an expression that told everyone she was tired of being surprised. So she chose not to be surprised anymore. This completely astonished everyone else. How do you feel now, Senior Lin? White Spirit Snake turned to Lin with a concerned expression after a brief period of stunned silence. And Lin was still gripping his stomach as he shook his head with a painful expression. The bone is a little too powerful for my sea of vital energy to contain it, so my body is rejecting it. What should we do now? Su Xiaolan was also quite concerned. No need to worry. And Lin shook his head as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. I can bring it down. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering battle taking place within the sea of vital energy. A bone flew around in the sea of vital energy, trying to pierce through this space. Even though it had not been acknowledged by Lin, it was still somehow able to absorb small amounts of energy from his sea of vital energy, which it used to power itself in order to wreak havoc everywhere. It even tried to puncture the sun hanging in the sky above the sea of vital energy. The sun was vital for Enlin to make a breakthrough, so he was not going to just stand by and watch. He immediately commanded Kirin, the holy flame vermilion bird, and the little whale to attack at once and subdue this annoying bone. Thus, the battle erupted. Lightning crackled, holy flames surged, a massive vortex swirled within a massive mouth. Even though the bone spike had unmatched offensive power, and Kirin possessed essential lightning, the holy flame vermilion bird possessed essential flames, and the little whale was extremely proficient in the Tao of engulfment. The three of them combined were not inferior to the bone spike, and most importantly, they could be resurrected over and over again while they were within Enlin's sea of vital energy, so they could grind the bone spike down over time. The sea of vital energy surged and rumbled. Enlin was not feeling very good. The insanely sharp bone spike really did seem like it would be able to puncture his sea of vital energy. This was not just him being excessively cautious. He looked at the tiny little indentation on his black brick, and he knew that the bone spike was definitely capable of puncturing his sea of vital energy. He immediately sat down to meditate as he focused his attention on his sea of vital energy. Su Xiaolan and the others knew that Enlin was battling the bone spike within his sea of vital energy, and they surrounded him in a defensive formation. White Spirit Snake seemed to have detected something, and her eyes lit up as she dragged Black Spirit Snake elsewhere. Moments later, both of them returned in high spirits with their swords resting on a little blue ball that was trembling uncontrollably. "Look what we found!" White Spirit Snake grinned. Su Xiaolan's eyes also lit up upon seeing the blue ball. What a surprise! Why didn't it run away? The trembling ball was none other than the demonic frost star in its miniature form. The demonic frost star almost cried upon hearing this. "Do you think I don't want to run away? I finally managed to escape, only to be caught by the ancient fiend celestial. He then forced me to become his steed, and he even placed a restriction on me so that I can't get away. The ancient fiend celestial then died, but the restrictions on me aren't removed, and now, I've been discovered by you guys." The demonic frost star glanced at Enlin with a horrified expression as it spoke. Enlin was simply far too insanely powerful. So powerful that he could even kill the ancient fiend celestial. If Enlin was displeased by its decision to run away, then it would most likely suffer an extremely tragic fate. With this in mind, it immediately came to a decision and rolled over to Enlin with a fawning expression. "Big Boss Enlin, ever since I met you, I was captivated by your power and charisma. Please give me an opportunity to follow you." Enlin was most likely not going to let it go free. Thus, in order to prevent itself from being killed by Enlin, it decided to take the initiative and flatter Enlin in order to make a good impression. Enlin was clearly a little taken aback upon hearing this. Why did this star suddenly want to follow him? "You want to follow me, but why should I take you?" Enlin asked. "Huh." The demonic frost star was also a little taken aback by this response. Wasn't it really awesome to have a Tao integration stage super mighty figure willingly follow you? What kind of question was this? "The ancient fiend celestial saw my future. I'm going to become a very big star in the future. If you take me as your steed and conquer the world while standing on me, wouldn't that be really awesome for you?" The demonic frost star recycled the ancient fiend celestial's words. Everyone was shocked to hear this. "Are you fucking retarded? What kind of idiot would ride a star? That's not even the point. How am I supposed to ride such a massive star without my ass splitting open? How dare you try and persuade me using such a stupid reason? Do you think I'm stupid? You should just let this demonic frost star go. It's definitely not very bright." The demonic frost star. What was going on here? It was a Tao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure who was offering to follow Enlin, yet it was insulted like this? The demonic frost star flared up with rage. Death before dishonor. All of a sudden, killing intent erupted from everyone's body. The demonic frost star didn't dare to finish the rest of its sentence as it looked at everyone with a pitiful expression. It was afraid that it really would be given death before dishonor if it finished its sentence. "This star actually has some good traits," Su Xiaolan suddenly said. The demonic frost star shuddered before turning to Su Xiaolan with a grateful expression. There was someone here who recognized its worth after all. Like what? And Lin asked. The demonic frost star puffed out its body with pride as it turned to Su Xiaolan with an expectant expression. Su Xiaolan explained, "This guy is really stupid and petrified of death, so it should be quite loyal and easy to control." Boom! The demonic frost star felt like it had been struck by a bolt of lightning and almost threw up a mouthful of blood. And Lin's eyes lit up. "That's quite true." And Lin nodded and said, "I was initially planning to kill you, but if you really want to pledge your allegiance to me, I can give you a chance to do so." The demonic frost star was about to have a mental breakdown. Never would it have thought that the factor that would keep it alive in the end was how stupid and cowardly it was. It was clearly a mighty star that reigned supreme above all stars, but it was being treated like a piece of trash. "All right, establish a slave contract and become my slave." And Lin nodded. Do we have to do that?" The demonic frost star shuddered. "Of course. You're a void spirit tribe's super mighty figure. How else can I make sure you don't turn on me?" And Lin spoke with a stern expression. He had already thought this through. After accepting the demonic frost star as his slave, he was going to leave it to Bai Ling or Su Xiaolan to discipline it before actually putting it to use. He didn't have a star-type pet yet, so this would be a decent addition to his collection. But the demonic frost star was feeling extremely conflicted, and Lin was very powerful and had limitless potential, but the human race was now being targeted by the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly gods. If it joined a race that was destined to fall, then it would be killed anyway. "Are you done thinking? I don't have much patience." And Lin looked at the little star with an amused expression. I'll do it." The demonic frost star took a deep breath before giving an earnest response. It had made its decision. It was going to live for as long as it could for now. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. What was imperative was that it survived past today. The demonic frost star was touched by its own optimistic mindset, and it flew toward Lin with an eager expression. "Come on, Master Lin." And Lin was a little surprised. The contract hadn't even been established yet, and it was already calling him master. What an obedient little star. Thus, Lin dripped his blood essence onto the demonic frost star's body. A connection was then forged between them. The demonic frost star had officially become Lin's slave. "All right, you're my ball in the future." And Lin picked up the demonic frost star with a satisfied expression before smushing his hands all over it in an affectionate manner. The demonic frost star was a little cold, so it was like running his hands over a rough ice ball. The demonic frost star had accepted its fate and was not enraged by Lin running his hands all over its face. Instead, it spoke with a fawning expression. "To be able to follow Master Lin is a great honor for me." And Lin nodded with satisfaction. "Seeing as you're my ball now, let me give you a good name." "Yes, please." The demonic frost star was very elated. This meant that Lin had already acknowledged it and was willing to forge a deeper bond with it by giving it a name. "You are a very rare star-type life form with tremendous potential and devastating power. I think I'll call you..." And Lin thought about it with a careful expression. The demonic frost star was eagerly awaiting its new name. And Lin's eyes lit up. "I'll call you Little Star." Deathly silence ensued. Pfft. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst out laughing. The demonic frost star. "What was that? Did you not hear me? I'm calling you Little Star." And Lin repeated. "Me? Little Star." The demonic frost star trembled as if it were a volcano that was about to erupt. It glared at Lin and accidentally met Lin's eyes, upon which it immediately adopted a fawning expression again. "Great! What a fantastic name! The little in my name pays homage to my past." The star seems simple at face value, but it encompasses all stars and indicates that the sky's the limit for me. What a truly wonderful name! And Lin blushed upon hearing this. "It's not that great." "It is that great!" The demonic frost star refuted excitedly, and Lin turned toward Su Xiaolan and the others. "See? Little Star likes its new name, everyone." After taking the little star as his slave, Lin began to meditate again. His stomach no longer hurt that much anymore, perhaps because the essential Tao bone in his sea of vital energy was focusing all of its strength on fighting Kirin, the holy flame vermilion bird, and the little whale. The state of the battle had transformed. The bone spike was gradually being forced onto the back foot, and its attacks were getting more and more desperate. Bolts of terrifying lightning crashed down upon it, boundless scorching holy flames incinerated it, and devastating engulfment power twisted and warped it. All of these attacks were beginning to take their toll on the bone spike. The bone spike began to speak in its enticing voice again. All of you are pitiable life forms who have been trapped in this sea of vital energy. Don't you want to see the outside world? Boom, 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 boom. And Kirin, the holy flame vermilion bird, and the little whale continued to bash the bone spike without giving a response. Let's end this meaningless battle. As long as you give me your power, I can break through this sea of vital energy and give you eternal freedom, the bone spike said with difficulty. Boom, boom, boom. And Kirin, the holy flame vermilion bird, and the little whale continued to rain down attacks upon the bone spike. The outside world is much bigger than this sea of vital energy, and it has many fun and interesting things. Don't you want to see it? The bone spike tremored as it spoke in a loud voice. Boom, boom, boom. The three guardians of the sea of vital energy continued to bombard the bone spike. Crack. A slight chip was suddenly blasted off the translucent surface of the bone spike by one of Kirin's attacks. The translucent bone shard was sucked away by a strange power and disappeared within the sea of vital energy. The bone spike faltered initially before it began to tremble violently, as if it had flown into a thunderous rage. Arf! Stupid cunts! Are you all stupid cunts? Boom, boom, boom. Lightning fell, holy flames swept forth, and space twisted. The three guardians of the sea of vital energy were having the time of their lives. Ding dong! A system notification suddenly sounded in Lin's mind, and Lin was ecstatic and immediately opened his system. Sure enough, there was new progress on the dark immortal transformation mission. Consume the essential remains of the heavenly true immortal mission progress. 1 out of 100. He had been paying attention to his sea of vital energy this entire time, so he knew that the progression had taken place due to the bone shard that he had absorbed from the bone spike. Not only had a change taken place in his system, but his body also underwent a transformation. A burst of cracks and pops erupted, upon which all of the bones within his body underwent an indescribable transformation. The bones in his body became denser and were transforming in minute ways to become more suitable to his current power level. Furthermore, the energy imbued within his bones were also becoming purer and more abundant. This was not a transformation of his bodily structure, but instead, it was a change that had taken place on a genetic level and was even affecting his Tao realm. He felt like once he completely absorbed the essence within that bone spike, not only would he attain the dark immortal transformation spell technique, his body would be elevated to new heights. After a while, Lin opened his bright eyes and stood up. All done. Let's get out of this godforsaken place. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief upon receiving verification that Lin was all right. Only 1% of the essential Tao bone had been digested. At this rate, Lin estimated that it would take about 1 or 2 months for the essential Tao bone to be completely digested. In other words, the dark immortal transformation spell technique was in the bag. Everyone exited the ancient battleground and wandered around the spirit realm atop the demonic frost star. Their target had changed once again. They were now aiming to exterminate as many enemies as possible rather than search for treasures. The Void Spirit tribe had pledged their allegiance to the heavenly human tribe, so Lin and the others decided to severely damage the Void Spirit tribe before they had to leave the spirit realm. Thus, they bulldozed through the spirit realm, destroying all enemies they encountered. Only a few days had passed, yet they already lost count of how many powerful beings they had slain a long time ago. Lin and the others formed an invincible combination in the spirit realm. Even the half-step god of creation stage ancient fiend celestial had been slain by them, so who else could stop them here? Unless a god of creation came to face them, anyone else would simply be cannon fodder. Elsewhere, this was a place where dark winds that could rob one of their life force blew all year round. Living beings with lowly cultivation bases would be killed by these dark winds in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place here. A white holy light clashed with a soul power, making heaven and earth rumble as explosive energy exploded forth, sweeping away all dark winds in the general vicinity. A woman with a powerful aura and white wings on her back was battling a bunch of void spirit tribe powerful beings, while wielding a golden holy sword. This was a tall and slender woman with holy, beautiful features and a set of snowy white, well-proportioned legs beneath her white holy dress. Her voluptuous chest wobbled as she fought vigorously, and sweat was pouring down her delicate face. The grave expression she currently wore suggested that she was not faring very well. Aside from her, there was a tall, handsome man fighting by her side who also had white wings on his back. Both of them were at the return to void stage, but they were still forced into a dire situation by about a dozen or so powerful void spirit tribe living beings. Kukuku, surely, August. The dark wind plains will be where you two are laid to rest. A void spirit tribe returned to void stage mighty figure with green flames burning all over its body cackled. August knocked back two void spirit tribe powerful beings who tried to attack him from behind with an enraged expression on his face. Spirit King Ao Hua, we have no intentions to battle the void spirit tribe and are only looking for the vital dream divine flower. Why do you insist on cornering us like this? I think you're misunderstanding something. Spirit King Ao Hua rushed toward August as its green flames transformed into ghostly claws. We want to kill you because we think it's fun, not because of what you're trying to do. Ha ha ha. Exactly right. Die, die, die. I've never tasted the flesh of a light wing clan return to void stage mighty figure. I'm taking that chick's legs. They look so succulent and delicious. All of the other void spirit tribe powerful beings roared with laughter. Fuck! Shirley gritted her teeth. What a bunch of freaks. At this moment, a blue soul sword flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. Shirley's expression shifted, and she immediately raised her sword to defend herself, only to be knocked flying and sustaining a gash on her arm as well. Freaks! A void spirit tribe mighty figure with a wolf head and a ghostly body licked the blood-stained soul saber in its hand. We're no freaks. The current situation is simply you are at our mercy, and we can kill you even if it's just for fun. Is there a problem with that? Shirley's chest wobbled with rage. At this moment, a few void spirit tribe powerful beings charged toward her again. Shirley and August looked at each other, and both of them could see an intent to retreat in each other's eyes. They had to find an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, they were going to die in this mass brawl. At this moment, the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly dipped. Ice and frost began to appear on the ground. Immediately afterward, a vast, terrifying aura swept forth. Shirley and August were both horrified upon seeing this. This was the power of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, and a void spirit tribe one at that. In contrast, all of the void spirit tribe powerful beings became quite excited. It's the demonic frost star. The demonic frost star is here. Ha ha ha. Shirley looked up at the massive star that had almost obscured the entire sky, and her beautiful features turned deathly pale. If she used her trump card, she still had a chance to run away. But with a Tao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure here, there was no longer any chance of that happening. An expression of despair appeared on August's face as he heaved a faint sigh. Is this fate? Looks like searching for the vital dream divine flower in the spirit realm is still too dangerous of a mission for us after all. Right at this moment, the massive star was already exhaling frosty power. The power of frost materialized into swords, which fell from the sky, threatening to destroy heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! Demonic Frost Star, do you want to give us a hand? Master Demonic Frost Star, please leave us with some scraps. Spirit King Ao Hua was still cackling before it was suddenly struck by the feeling that the frost swords falling from the sky were a little off target. Splat! The sword pierced through its body, and a terrifying frost power destroyed its consciousness. Master Demonic Frost Star, did you miss your target? Spirit King Ao Hua looked up at the massive star in the sky with a confused expression. Soon, The anguished wails of the other void spirit tribe powerful beings erupted from around it. The frost swords had punctured their bodies with unerring accuracy. It was not missing its target at all. Not only were all of the void spirit tribe powerful beings in disbelief, but even Shirley and August were completely dumbstruck. They were unable to grasp what the demonic frost star was doing. Demonic frost star? Why? A void spirit tribe mighty figure roared with rage and indignation. The star's deafening voice erupted from above as it said, "Why? You are at my mercy, and I can kill you even if it's just for fun. Is there a problem with that?" All of the void spirit tribe powerful beings. Surely. What familiar words, what a slap to the face. All of the void spirit tribe powerful beings fell amid roars of grief and indignation. Soon, Shirley and August were the only two left on the battlefield. Gulp! Shirley swallowed as she looked up at the colossus in the sky with a fearful expression, unable to figure out what it was thinking. Soon, the ball began to shrink, and a few extremely familiar figures appeared before Shirley, upon which she was dumbstruck once again. And Lin? Su Xiaolan and Lu Chenhuan as well? Shirley was shocked beyond belief at the sight of these familiar faces. Even Lu Mingxian, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake are here. August drew a sharp intake of breath. What a terrifying lineup. Hi, long time no see. And Lin waved at them with a smile. It really is you and Lin. Shirley's beautiful eyes roamed over Lin with a hint of disbelief. She poked his shoulder to verify that he wasn't an illusion, upon which she heaved a sigh of relief. Why are you here? And what's the deal with this demonic frost star? Oh, you mean little star? There's no need to fear. It's my slave. And Lin smiled. Gasp! Shirley and August drew another sharp intake of breath. A Dao integration intermediate stage void spirit tribe slave? Badass. And Lin's cultivation base may not be that impressive, but he's super powerful. Lu Chenhuan made her way over to them and patted Lin's shoulder with a smile. He's the most powerful being here in this spirit realm. Shirley and August both nodded without any hint of skepticism. Thinking back, they were competing with Lu Chenhuan and Lin in the Dao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers. Who would have thought that after such a short time? And Lin had well and truly left them in the dust. They were still fighting return to void stage mighty figures, while Lin's slave only had to sneeze to insta-kill all of their void spirit tribe enemies. What a massive disparity. Thank you for your help, Mr. Lin. August took a moment to compose himself before extending a grateful salute. And Lin immediately waved his hands with a smile. We're all friends, so there's no need to thank me. The spirit realm is very dangerous. What are you two doing here? Su Xiaolan also made her way over to them with a smile. Shirley and August looked at each other, both with a hint of distress on their faces. Shirley heaved a faint sigh. Our master, Holy Angel Michael, was severely wounded during a battle against the heavenly human tribe, and he now requires a divine pill to recover from his injuries, which in turn requires the procurement of a divine rank material by the name of the Vital Dream Divine Flower, which is found in the spirit realm. August continued her story. There is a relatively high chance of encountering a Vital Dream Divine Flower in the spirit realm. Since Master Michael needs to be attended to as soon as possible, we decided to take a risk and come here. Who would have thought that we would almost die before finding the flower? And Lin's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this. Hold on. Check if this flower is in my storage ring. He pulled out a bunch of shiny storage rings from his own storage ring as he spoke. What? Shirley was given a fright and exclaimed, So many storage rings? And Lin nodded and said, This is the chaotic demon balls, this is the sword essence emperors, this is the dark soul emperors, this is the bright soul snakes, this is the god engulfing skeletons, this is embers, this is the demonic maidens, this is the ancient Fien celestials. I killed them, but I had to go on and fight other void spirit tribe powerful beings at that time, so I didn't get a chance to see what was in these storage rings. Perhaps one of them contains the flower you're looking for. Gasp! Shirley and August's flesh crawled upon hearing this. Sword Essence Emperor, God Engulfing Skeleton, Ember, aren't those all Dao integration stage super mighty figures? You killed all of them? August was astonished. That's right, I sure did. And Lin nodded. Shirley was feeling a little lightheaded. All of them are extremely renowned super mighty figures in the Taichu continent. You've only been in the spirit realm for a few days, and you've killed all of them. He was killing Dao integration stage super mighty figures as if he were killing chickens. Just how terrifying was Lin? No wonder the demonic frost star decided to become his slave. If it had refused, perhaps its storage ring would be among one of the storage rings in Lin's possession. Let's all contribute and tally up these spoils of war, Su Xiaolan suggested. Everyone expressed agreement upon hearing this. Lu Qianhuan, Lu Mingxian, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and Su Xiaolan also brought out the spoils of war in their storage rings to tally them up. All of them also had at least one storage ring from a Dao integration stage enemy, so perhaps one of them had already encountered the vital dream divine flower? Shirley and August felt their ears ring as they stared at Lin and the others sorting through their spoils of war. How many enemies had they slain to get so many storage rings? Thus, a peculiar scene ensued. Two light-wing clan mighty figures stood off to the side like idiots, watching others count money. Both of them were at a complete loss for what to do. After a long while, "Phew, I'm exhausted. I don't have the flower here. Any luck, you guys?" Lu Qianhuan spoke with a weary expression. Shirley and August's lips twitched upon seeing this. She was exhausted from counting money? How badass was that? I don't have it on my end either. Lu Mingxian shook his head in disappointment. Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, Su Xiaolan, and Lin were still counting. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were finished soon, but neither of them discovered the flower. At this moment, an elated expression suddenly appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she pulled out a dreamy and almost illusionary flower. This flower released extremely potent energy fluctuations, and living beings with weak cultivation bases would fall into an eternal illusionary realm if they were to approach this flower. Is this the vital dream divine flower? She turned around with excitement shimmering in her eyes. Shirley's eyes lit up. That's right. Who would have thought that they really would be able to find it in those storage rings? August was amazed. He felt like his outlook on the world had been completely flipped on its head. They had risked their lives and gone through much arduous effort, yet they were still unable to find this divine rank material. However, these guys were able to casually pull one out from their spoils of war. If you're referring to the flower Su Xiaolan is holding, then I have 3 more here. And Lin pulled out 3 identical flowers from 3 different storage rings, and their combined divine rank energy fluctuations completely transformed heaven and earth. Shirley and August, everyone, they almost knelt down to Lin. Take them. If it's not enough, I can help you look for some more. And Lin handed the flowers over to Shirley. No, it's more than enough. Shirley was feeling quite overwhelmed by Lin's kindness. Su Xiaolan also handed her flower over to Shirley with a vibrant, enticing smile on her face. Holy Angel Michael was wounded while fighting for the human race. This is just a small gift from us, so please don't refuse. Shirley and August accepted the vital dream divine flower and expressed their gratitude to everyone once again. The spirit realm is too dangerous, so we'll take our leave now. August bade farewell to everyone. And Lin, Xiaolan, and everyone else, make sure you come to visit the holy paradise when you have some time. Shirley blew everyone a parting kiss. All right, look after yourselves. And Lin waved with a smile. After seeing off Shirley and August off, everyone resumed their Void Spirit tribe hunting journey. And Lin was now the top dog in the spirit realm. No matter what Void Spirit tribe powerful beings he encountered, all of them would be slain with certainty, and just the mention of his name struck horror into the hearts of all Void Spirit tribe living beings. All of the heaven and earth phenomena indicating the passing of Dao integration stage super mighty figures had already made everyone extremely anxious, and many Void Spirit tribe living beings had already reached their breaking point now that Lin was mercilessly hunting them down. Many of them had already gone home in advance and did not dare to remain in the spirit realm. However, there were still some Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures who did not want to give up, as the core region of the Spirit Realm had opened up this time, and they still wanted to find the place where the Spirit Patriarch had fallen in order to obtain his inheritance. However, this was evidently a hopeless endeavor, as the entire Spirit Patriarch Palace had been taken by Enlin. After 2 more days on their slaughter spree, Enlin and the others finally saw a set of vast, majestic ruins in the distance. Aside from that, there was also an extremely eye-catching and imposing figure standing at the gates. The Battling Buddha. This was the 12th day the Battling Buddha had been here. There were any Void Spirit Tribe living beings that were a match for him. He had been keeping the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings at bay at the entrance to these ruins for a long time. Ever since he pummeled a Dao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure, no one had the courage to engage him in battle anymore. There were occasionally a few powerful beings who were very confident in their own concealment spell techniques or their speed and tried to run around him into the ruins. Those living beings had naturally all been annihilated by his staff with no exception. He leaned on his massive golden banded staff and picked at his ears as he looked on with a bored expression at all of the trembling Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings. How boring. The Void Spirit Tribe shouldn't be this weak. Why are you all trash? The Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings in the distance were fuming upon hearing this, but none of them pounced. That's right, all of them remained very calm. This was because everyone who lost their cool and pounced had died. Hence, the rest of them naturally chose to keep their cool. The Battling Buddha had displayed invincible might, but they still didn't want to leave this place. After all, encountering this set of ruins was an extremely rare opportunity that would most likely never arise again. As such, none of them wanted to pass up this opportunity, and all of them were waiting for a Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage to get here so that the Battling Buddha could finally be defeated. The Battling Buddha was quite perplexed. This is really strange. No super mighty figure at the Dao integration pinnacle stage has come here. Where are they? Furthermore, the heaven and earth phenomenon triggered just then was on a very large scale, and the aura emanating from it appeared to belong to someone from the true demon tribe rather than the Void Spirit Tribe. How curious! With these thoughts in mind, the Battling Buddha plucked off a handful of fur from his body, which transformed into countless powerful clones that pounced toward the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings in the distance. All of you must be looking for a fight after standing around for so long. Don't run. Get back here. A bunch of returned to Void Stage Battling Buddhas rushed toward the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings. All of a sudden, wails of anguish rang out among all of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings in the distance as everything broke down into a frenzied mass brawl. The Battling Buddha himself guarded the entrance while his clones took care of the small fry. This was a common strategy employed by the Battling Buddha during the past few days. Sigh, how boring. The Battling Buddha leaned on his golden banded staff, completely bored out of his mind. Mr. Enlin, Miss Su Xiaolin, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake. Where are you? Didn't we agree to meet up? The Battling Buddha was very depressed. He wanted to leave this place and find his comrades, but these ruins were here, and he did not want to give the Void Spirit Tribe a chance to access it. Just as he was caught in a difficult dilemma, a powerful aura suddenly approached from the distance. There was an extremely eye-catching figure looming over the landscape. It was a gargantuan star. It's the demonic frost star. This is great. The demonic frost star is here. The demonic frost star will be able to fight the Battling Buddha in conjunction with the Spirit Lotus Emperor. All of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings were extremely excited to see this. The Battling Buddha also became quite excited as an animated smile appeared on his face. A worthy opponent has finally arrived. The demonic frost star was struck by a sense of sorrow upon hearing the cheers erupting from all of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings. I'm sorry, friends. It began to descend. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently as its massive body crashed down from above. The demonic frost star had landed and had crushed over 20 soul formation stage powerful beings and a return to Void Stage mighty figure in the process. All of the remaining Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings fled for their lives. The Battling Buddha was dumbstruck upon seeing this. Immediately afterward, A series of terrifyingly powerful beings jumped down from the massive star. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, Lu Qinhuan, Lu Mingxian, White Spirit Snake, and Black Spirit Snake. All of them rushed at the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings like a pack of wolves being released on a herd of sheep, striking despair into the hearts of their prey. They had been concealing their auras before and used the demonic frost star as a facade to approach their enemies, before pouncing on them like lambs to the slaughter. This was a tactic that they had used many times in the past few days. No enemy could escape from this scheme. All 6 terrifying powerful beings unleashed their auras at once, and the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings were struggling to breathe, let alone get away. Soon, all of them were being cut down in batches. The only Dao integration stage super mighty figure among them, the Spirit Lotus Emperor, was given a massive fright and only managed to escape the scene after sacrificing its divine tool. In less than 15 minutes, all of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings surrounding the ruins were dead, with the exception of the Spirit Lotus Emperor. Phew! All done. We've got quite a few more storage rings to collect this time. And Lin was picking up storage rings from the battlefield with an elated smile on his face. We're rich now. Lu Qianhuan's smile was just as elated as she too began to collect storage rings. As a proud sword immortal, Lu Mingxian was not a fan of bullying the weak. As such, he only attacked return to Void Stage mighty figures. As a result, he also obtained 2 return to Void Stage storage rings and wore a wide smile on his face. After scouring the battlefield for storage rings, all of them arrived before the battling Buddha while wearing elated smiles. In contrast, the battling Buddha was still completely dumbstruck, having clearly not yet recovered from what he had just witnessed. He recalled being in an impasse not too long ago before a massive ball suddenly fell from the sky. A few ridiculously powerful beings then jumped down from the ball and annihilated all of the enemies present. Everything felt like a dream. How badass was that? Hey, brother Sun. We finally found you. And Lin hurried over and gave Son Goku a massive, excited hug. So this is where you were all along. We had a lot of trouble finding you. Everyone blushed at this blatant lie. Only then did the battling Buddha come to his senses, and he muttered with a slightly dazed expression. Brother and Lin, you've already gathered up everyone and even found new comrades before you found me. He was struck by a sense of disappointment as he spoke. Here he was waiting like an idiot while these guys were out there having the time of their lives. Ahem. There's no need to focus on small details, brother Sun. Let me introduce these guys to you. This beautiful sword immortal here is the Pavilion Lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sex Sword Pavilion, Lu Qianhuan. This blue star is my slave, Little Star. And that man is called Lu Mingxian. The veins on Lu Mingxuan's forehead bulged. What a brusque introduction. Son Goku extended greetings to everyone. He was naturally quite warm and enthusiastic, so he got along with everyone quite well. By the way, what have you been doing here this entire time, brother Sun? And Lin asked. Son Goku's face lit up at the mention of this topic. I have an extraordinary set of ruins behind me, and I was waiting for you guys so that we could go in together. And Lin turned his attention toward the ruins behind the battling Buddha. These ruins were enshrouded in a vast expanse of clouds and mist as well as an extremely powerful restriction. From the outside, one could only see a dark shadow within the clouds and mist. It was an extremely vast shadow with no end in sight, and the only visible thing was the particularly eye-catching Gate of Light. The restriction around these ruins had transcended beyond the Dao integration stage, which was why the only entrance to this place was the Gate of Light behind the battling Buddha. I think this could quite possibly be the place where the Spirit Patriarch has been buried. The battling Buddha speculated with an excited expression. Everyone's expression became a little strange upon hearing this. Is there something wrong? The battling Buddha could sense the hint of awkwardness that had suddenly crept into the atmosphere. Well, I've actually already taken the Spirit Patriarch Palace, and Lin explained. The battling Buddha. But these ruins are still of quite a high caliber. The battling Buddha forced a smile onto his face. All right, let's go have a look together. And Lin nodded. Everyone entered the Gate of Light. Little Star was left outside to stand guard. The space around them transformed. Everyone arrived in a strange place. There was a bright and beautiful sun hanging in the sky along with blue sky and white clouds. A set of undulating grasslands lay before them with extremely lush grass and all types of flowers. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it the refreshing scent of nature, making everyone instantly feel more at ease. Everyone was dumbstruck upon seeing this. They felt like they had transmigrated. This was not something you would expect to see in a set of ruins. And Lin unleashed his God of Creation stage divine sense to survey their environment and arrived at the conclusion that everything here was real, including the sky and the sun. This is a small world, and Lin mused. Everyone was enlightened upon hearing this. So that gate was a gate to another world. Right at this moment, a little white rabbit skipped over from afar, covering a distance of several kilometers with each skip, indicating that this was clearly no ordinary rabbit. Boom! The earth tremored violently. A white rabbit over 6 meters tall crashed down upon the ground before appraising Lin and the others with its pink eyes and speaking in an extremely crisp voice. Welcome to the small world of the spirit tribe's heavenly monarch Bei Luo. I am your guide. Bite you to death if you don't cooperate, rabbit. Is there something I can help you with? Bite you to death if you don't cooperate, rabbit? Lu Qianhuan doubled over with laughter upon hearing this name. The spirit tribe's heavenly monarch Bei Luo? Who's that? The battling Buddha was perplexed. Was there such a powerful being in the void spirit tribe? However, Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this, as he recalled from the information detailed on the scroll that there was supposed to be a certain spirit tribe monarch who participated in the plan to kill the spirit patriarch. Could it be this heavenly monarch Bei Luo? The little white rabbit stuck its paws into its furry stomach and instantly drew 2 pristine, white swords as its eyes narrowed. What are you all doing here if you don't know anything? We're here to find some stuff, Lin replied. What are you looking for? The rabbit asked with a cautious expression. Anything of value. Lin shrugged as he said, and then we'll take it all away. The little white rabbit. Everyone. What the fuck? Isn't that robbery? You're trying to rob heavenly monarch Bei Luo's small world. The little white rabbit instantly exploded with rage and plunged its swords toward Lin. Slap! Slap! Lin shattered the little white rabbit's swords with his bare hands. Ow! The little white rabbit was knocked back by the force of his slaps and rolled along the ground several times before arresting its momentum. We're here to take, not to rob. Don't falsely accuse people of things. Lin scoffed before rising into the air and flying into the distance atop his brick. Everyone else followed along behind him. World Guardians, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and kill these robbers. The rabbit yelled in an urgent voice as it held onto its shattered swords. Rumble, the earth began to tremor, for powerful spirit bodies emerged from beneath the grasslands before pouncing toward Lin. Ha ha ha! Today we feast. To think there are cocky bastards who would dare to trespass on heavenly monarch Bei Luo's small world. Let me teach you a lesson in humility. Idiots like you should all die. Weaklings should rest beneath the soil. The twisted, sinister spirit bodies rushed toward Lin and the others. Lin's eyes suddenly turned golden as an unfathomable sense of divine might erupted forth. Great divine might technique. Golden ripples enshrouded the 4 spirit bodies, upon which all of them came to an abrupt halt. Their expressions were then filled with shock and horror as they sprawled onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as if they were being confronted by an extremely terrifying being. Please spare me. Please don't kill us. Forgive me for failing to recognize your greatness. All of the spirit bodies sobbed and begged for their lives. The little white rabbit in the distance was dumbstruck upon seeing this. You're the guardians of this small world. Have a bit more backbone. The spirit bodies completely ignored the little white rabbit and continued to beg for their lives. Even after Lin and the others had departed, they were still lying sprawled on the ground, unable to raise their heads. The little white rabbit's eyes turned bloodshot from rage. Useless. You're all useless. Lin was also of the same opinion. There's a restriction around this place that transcends beyond the Dao integration stage. But why are the guardians in here so pitifully weak? The battling Buddha was also quite perplexed. Perhaps they value peace and harmony in this world? Maybe that's why they left a few docile and adorable little animals here as guardians. Docile and adorable? You call those hideous monsters docile and adorable? And Lin was astonished. Son Goku scratched his head. They were pretty adorable when they were begging for their lives. And Lin. The small world did not have a huge landmass and was only about 20% of the size of the Hua nation. And Lin and the others quickly made a tour of this small world to find that one half of it was a set of grasslands, while the other half was covered in forests as well as a few lakes, rivers, and hills. There weren't that many animals either, mostly consisting of creatures like rabbits, sheep, squirrels, and kangaroos. The most ferocious creatures here were a type of unicorns, but those were only at about the second stage Dao body power level. So, what did we even come here for? And Lin spoke with a dark expression after making a tour of this world. Su Xiaolin closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the pure and refreshing air here. Let's just treat it like a vacation. You sure know how to relax, Xiaolin. Lu Qinhuan grinned. Black Spirit Snake raised her massive sword. How about we split this world in half and see if there's anything good inside? No. It's very likely that doing that will incur backlash from this small world, which means we will be attacked by a god of creation stage power. White Spirit Snake exclaimed in a panicked voice. And Lin had already given up on looking for treasures and was just treating this like a vacation with Su Xiaolin. They ran on the grasslands, basked under the sun, and captured a few super adorable little rabbits before cooking them into spicy rabbit meat in the frying pan.